Last time I won SpadePoker Tour. I am motivated. I will get the first place. They are good players.
Have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
He will be my enemy.
The brains start to interrupt my boss.
He's going to be on the top 20.
Cioè, ci chiamo finalmente. Non vuoi fare. Ça pendant les mettre le téléphone ou bien tu pas mis en état de commentaires comme ça. Je suis seulement 4 minutes.
Welcome everyone to the SpadePoker end of day 2 here in the Grand Casino Liechtenstein, and we have our feature table in front of us. There's the color of the chips. Now we have, I think, 8 players around our feature table.
I'm not sure because I won the last time before the break.
There's our payouts, massive 58,000 Swiss francs for first place, 38 for second, and 8th place on the final table will receive 6,400. Big difference there between first and 8th, as is normal in most tournaments of this kind of level. So this will be our feature table towards the end of day 2. And we will have our final table tomorrow at a similar time. My name is JJ Hazan, and we're here in Liechtenstein. What a wonderful place, right in the middle of Europe, surrounded by Switzerland, Germany, Austria, and Italy. So we're getting players from all around Europe come here for the wonderful SpadePoker Tour. I'm sure a lot of you know, but this is the 4th tour here in Liechtenstein. We've had 3 here, and the first one in Bratislava, where I play a lot. And this is the biggest one we've had. 300,000 Swiss francs guaranteed for only 660 buy-in. The first 4 or 5 will receive a WPT Prime seat in Liechtenstein built into the prize pool. Fantastic event coming up later in the year.
Wir setzen das Main Event Tag 2 with lines 12,000, 10,000, and 10,000 fort. We will continue our main event day 2 with the blinds 5,000, 10,000, big and net is 10,000. Dealers shuffle up and deal please.
Now we're waiting for our first hand here. Feature table. So the first 5 will get a WPT ticket on top of their winnings from this tournament. And here we have our first hand. Couple of big stacks here in seats 2 and 3. Pair of 2s, pair of ducks for seat 1. Mr. Lompere. He has 616k. Four two definitely folding. And here we are on the button. Queen Jack, playable hand. May choose to defend this in position. Has 635k, so he does similar stack to the Razor in seat 1. These players have played together for a while during this day 2, so they'll have some indication of the aggression ratio and the opposition. Interesting play here. Making a 3-bet. 36k, smallish 3-bet compared to the 23k raise. But it will take out some of the other players. Pair of 2s calls. Very cheap call. Maybe a bit of inexperience there. If you're going to make a 3-bet, you need to make it count. He's hit the top 2. 3 hearts on board, no flush draw. So it is ding dang dong time for seat 3, Mr. Krasniki. Very small, tempting bet, 25k, takes it down. When you play a small pair, really your only way out is to hit a set and hope that the opposition has hit top pair, and then you can milk them for everything they want. But this time, good re-raise with the Queen Jack, a little bit small. So he did guarantee a call from the original raiser, but takes down a nice pot. On to our next hand. Our original raiser who took down the first pot, looking at a small connected ace. How does he want to play this? He has a decent stack in front of him. May choose a more aggressive play. So it's gone through. And now we have small and big blind to choose whether they defend or not. 10-8 suited. Pretty playable hand. But he does have a relative short stack. Big blind folds. So 10-8. I apologize. He has a good stack. It was the big blind that had the short stack and folded. 10-8 suited against ace-4 offsuit. And he's hit his ace, but there's 2 hearts. We are loving this. This could be a very juicy pot, depending on how these two play. They've both hit. Small blind leads out. He's got the flush draw. Snap call by the ace. Very small bet, 14k. Can he hit anything to help the 10-8? Well, there's an 8. Does help. But he's still losing to the ace. decides to check it, thinking he has value by hitting the 8. 30k with top pair. And a call. There's certainly a straight to be represented. I think he will check the ace on the end. He's got value, doesn't need to bet. There's a lot of hands that beat him. If he feels he's losing, he may bet, but not a lot of point in betting for value. I think that's what he's saying in whatever language he was speaking in. Yeah, good check on the end. We'll take this down with an ace. And Mr. Wildberger, unlucky to some extent, had a nice flush draw and a pair on the turn. But the ace holds. Nice Jack 10 suited there. Raise from seat 1, had the pair of 2s earlier. Bad ace gets out of the way. More than reasonable. However, our early aggressive player, maybe he's looking to make a statement on TV, decides to fold his King 8 suited. Tight fold. We have another Jack 10. Four bet, 5 bet. Okay, that's seat 8's name. I bet his mother didn't christen him that. He's probably called Rolf or something. But we'll call him 4 bet, 5 bet because that's how he identifies. So the early raise with the Jack 10 suited, very nice hand. Gets it through.
I know, but increase the tension. Talk a little bit, it's okay. Emotionen är nästa mål,
Early position with ace-8 suited, always a tricky kind of hand to play. Just calling. Hoping to see a cheap flop with his suited ace there. So far, so good. Button folds King 9. Small blind decides to call. I think I'll be blind, maybe raising here. Ace Jack. Everyone's been fairly weak. We've had 2 calls. He's got to think his ace jack is ahead, and certainly does, reaching for chips. Well played, sir. Pot size raised, 35k. The ace-8 will suddenly shrink in Antonio's brain, but it is suited. Made the call. The big blind got out the way. 2 hearts for Antonio. Ace-8 suited. The ace-jack has not hit. Can he take this away with the flush draw? Or even hit a flush and win? So C-bet. Half the pot. Antonio's going nowhere. May elect just to call. I favour the raise here because you're trying to get information on whether or not your opposition has the jack or not. That hasn't helped either player. But now our original raiser with the ace jack may be suspicious of his opposition. $170k in the pot. This tells you a lot about how brave a player is. What move will he make? Reaching for chips. I love this play. Putting maximum pressure on whatever hand seat 2 has. We know he has a nut flush, but it's a very strong bet. You can see there, he's got 8 outs. Looks like he's that called. All about the river. Are we going to see some fireworks? Do we see an 8 or a heart? Do we see a jack? An ace would be bad news for Antonio. Let's see what we get. Queen of hearts, he's made the nuts. Can he get any value out of it? Probably not. I don't think ace jack is going to call too many bets here. He certainly won the pot. Just trying to work out how much to bet. I think if he wants to get paid, looking at about 120, 125. Third of the pot. However, we know, because we can see the cards, much easier poker when you can see the cards, we know that the ace-jack may well not call. May make a play, may come back at him, which would be highly dangerous. A really tiny, tiny value bet. I love this. 75,000, so less than my fairly small value bet. Tiny bet of 75,000. Looking to get the maximum from this pot, hoping that seat 1 has hit a king or a queen or has a pair. Unfortunately, we know he hasn't, so he folds. Well played, sir.
Borta etta, mir måste han mir på sån potet. Nej, jag tycker du kan inte mir, va? Nej.
Next hand dealt out. We've got the old Jack 10 in early position. How's he want to play this? Wants to play small raise, 21k, min raise. Oh, seat 6, sitting with kings. Mr. Wildburger. I love that. I would order one of those in a hamburger joint. I'll have a wild burger with fries. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 3-bet here. And how is Mr. Jack 10 going to deal with this? He raised and has been re-raised. He's got to know he's behind. Does he want to gamble and have a look at a flop? Pretty sure he won't be re-raising. Decided to fold in the end. Probably the right decision, I think. Folding the small ace there. 5-4, but not suited. May elect to give this one up, which he did. Pair of 10s for C-Tape. 4 bets, 5 bets. Or Jose. Who knows his name? I really would love it if his mother christened him 4-bet, 5-bet. Be a great forward planning for this feature table at the Grand Casino, Liechtenstein. We've had a raise and a call. Both got pairs. Queen 7 deciding how to play this. Makes the call. It's out of position. Pretty good flop for turns. Top set. Is he going to play this tricky?
Bet 57,000.
This is playing beautifully into 4-bet, 5-bets hands. He's been bluffed with a gut shot draw.
8 raise all in. 1 pass.
No nonsense. Whack the chips in and see what happens.
And 3 pass.
Tuta. Seta?
Nice pick up there. This time seat 5 with a pair of 10s. Early position though. Certainly see a raise.
5 raise, 22.
Looks like 22 to me. Does Neo want to defend with a weak ace? He does not. Very solid, looking to get his stack in the best position. It's an interesting hand to play against what you'd assume is an over pair or certainly over cards.
One call. Two pass.
Dealers in the main event after this hand game stop please.
3 pass.
He's managed to get it heads up by the look of it, unless the 7-8 comes in. It's a fairly good price. 12k into 70. Might hit a straight. Doesn't know it, but he's dominating the 5-4. So it looks like we're going 3-way to the flop.
4 is called. Now 4 is check.
That's quite a good hand for 7-8. It's hit the gut shot and a pair. The 10s has also got the gut shot and the over pair. And the 5 has hit his 5. So they've all connected somewhat with the board. Pair of 10s bets. I could see there being a call here from seat 4. With the up and down and the pair. He may consider he's up against ace queen, ace jack. The original raiser doesn't necessarily have to put him on an overpair. Looks like the 5-4's coming along for the ride. Bottom pair, don't particularly like it. And also all black. No red or diamond cards. So I think slight leak there. In seat 1's game, shouldn't really be calling that.
4 check.
Du zemra kundër 3 veta. Kam që velu të shto, po çdo ke si do. Tash inshallah I ka 2 ditë, e dëgjosh. Po ke shpuj.
5 bet 63.
Pretty good turn really for 10s. Only worried about the 9s. How's seat 4 going to play this? Is he going to take the gamble for the full house or the straight?
We are 69 players left. 68 players in the money. We will play hand for hand.
Well, just heard the tournament director announce 69 players left, but 68 in the money. So we are going to go to hand for hand, each table, or play at the same pace. But this is an interesting hand. We're still in the mix here.
All in call, please. No showdown. Wait for the floor man.
Last card's a queen, so the 10s still in front. But probably shouldn't be betting here. A few hands were made.
È grande. È indifferente, se tu non gli dai niente, la donna del Dio ti sei pescato.
Quali sono i bluff che atterrano? Danno jack, danno 10, jack 10, tutti quelli che entrano.
Tu guardi là, devi usare il giocatore ora.
Dealers, clear the first hand, please.
Lo conosco, ma non penso che si suicida adesso.
Il servo per lui quel foto lì è importante.
Sì, lo so.
Ma di più per lui che per te. Tu c'hai 400.000 in linea, adesso li hai fatti con questo piotto.
Lo so. No. Peggio la carta.
Under the gun with the Queen Jack offsuit, making a play here. I like raising an early position with these kind of hands because opposition will often put you on better ones. Seat 2, Antonio with the American Airlines. Pair of aces, the big kahunas. How's he going to play this? Certainly be a raise. Probably to about 50, 55. Decided on the 50. Will A6 be tempted to come along? Be in a lot of trouble if he does. He's on the button, but decides to raise. Well played. Queen 9 suited, another tricky hand. Folds as well. So Queen Jack out of position, has made a raise, he's been re-raised. The book says fold, but we do not know Mr. Wildberger. There's a good stack in front of him. Blinds of 5,000, 10,000. So he's sitting on 70 big blinds. Very, very playable stack. May have to give this one up and does so. I think everyone played that by the book.
Chi ha vinto questo mano? Ciao Pote, tu giù di sera? Allora uno mi porta mangiare. E c'è il floppy?
In front of us we see our table chip stack. So Antonio in seat 2 is leading 1.1 million, and Neo, it's 12 big blinds. He's the player at risk, 127k, but he's been very solid. Folded his low mid aces. Long way to go though. Still just on the bubble. 69 players played with a massive 58,000 Swiss francs up top.
Indeed, bre. Yes. Kunnat mer som asilizem, spelat sen ni säger så går ju inte fulminare kan asi gazeta lizem som
So just for those interested, the Swiss franc is roughly equal to euros. So a slight difference. So 58,000 Swiss francs is about 59,000 euros for those interested in taking euros back to their own country. Oh, big discussion. I think we're waiting because we are on the bubble. So it's hand for hand at the moment. So this table has to wait just like any other one. Very relaxed atmosphere. Lots of chat. Love it. You see the big sign there, bubble phase. Bubble time, bubble phase. Excellent.
Here's next hand,
So,
please.
oh, here we go. We're back on, people. Next hand. So only Neo really in seat 7 is at risk with the 12 big blinds. But he's been very solid so far. Oh, this is a difficult hand, isn't it? Ace-6 suited. You really want to play it, but you only have 12 big blinds. If he had 50, 70 big blinds, he may choose to play that hand. Another good hand for 4-bet, 5-bet. 1-1 already with a big hand, and now he's got jacks. JJ, my name. Always a good hand. 3x raise. Decided to fold the 10-9 there, very solid. And the big blind folds Queen 7 off suit. Nice little pick up there with the jacks.
Not the best moment, but I go.
Ce bote, pikçike, ce bote.
Bisogna.
Dhe po them se kështu ashtu më sonë
Po
kështu
po.
mas me
Po po.
You're not big man.
Ah. You're big man?
Call dream.
Lim.
Cos'è? Mancano un giocatore? Due giocatori? Mancano due giocatori? Uno. 68. E siamo a 69? Sì.
Chair? Yeah, better like this.
Bubble phase always difficult. Slows play right down. You have to wait till every table has completed the hand, and our tournament director has said, let's go. Next hand is in the air.
That's why we play hand for hand, so there's no thanking.
Bit of English being thrown in with the various languages we have. Chip leader Antonio taking his time. He's just called with the King 6 suited. How's Mr. Krasniki going to play this? Probably going to fold. Yeah. Any big hands behind the King 6? Not a big one, but it doesn't like the small aces. Happens to be ahead, but not a great hand to go to war with. And an even worse hand on the small blind. Let's see what the big blind, our short stack, has got. Oh my goodness, he's not getting any help here. 8-2. He's going to have to fold this. Well, he can check and see a flop. But if there had been a raise, he'd be folding. Is he going to get lucky on this flop? Not really. Top pair for Antonio, who will bet it. Almost a pot size bet. Half the pot, I apologise. 15,000. And takes on the pot. Well played, chip leader.
Was?
All your phones. All right. You can get them and then you can get back to the customer.
Brutte robe, brutte. Sembrava strano in effetti.
Sono dimenticati.
A bit late, but everyone's mobile phones being taken away from the final table. I think they could have done this earlier. We are half an hour delay, but information still gets through to players on the feature table. Their friends will tell them what kind of hands the opposition had, and that will help them shape their game a bit later. Always good to have friends looking at our coverage on YouTube and passing it on to their friends.
Look at the average. Average is 40 bigs. Yeah. I have average. Wow.
So average?
Got the shit.
Yeah, it's a good structure.
Their structure is good. Players, they're not afraid to put the chips inside. But I now understand. Day 1 it's 40 minutes. Lunch. Day 2 is 40 minutes. It's the same.
Yeah, normally it
Day
increases.
2 it's a little bit more. 50 minutes is good. Day 2, 50 minutes.
But day 3 is
Day 3 is 75. That's good.
Bene,
40, 50
è solo 2 ore, non lo sai. Di solito in 2 ore cambiano il televisivo.
Sì, fanno il ridraw.
Maybe not change too much.
Dovrebbero farlo a 45.
La stessa cazzo, ci hanno fatto apposta.
No, non ridraw, cambiare proprio il tavolo
Sì,
che...
fanno il ridraw e ti cambiano.
Esatto.
Ah, tu vuoi essere...
No, io non voglio.
Cambiano tutto.
Non so, appunto.
Cambiano sia il tavolo che il tavolo televisivo. Cambiano.
Hanno fatto apposta, hanno messo
Quindi
due,
non cambiano il
ogni
break
pausa,
come
hanno
fanno di
messo-
solito.
A ogni pausa.
A ogni pausa.
E quindi mo
Ancora un'ora
diciamo
e
che
mezza.
a 50, 48 e 8, 56 o a 48 dovrebbero fare il ridraw. Fanno il ridraw sempre, c'è sempre il ridraw.
Però li scelgono sempre.
Ma il ridraw completo di tutto il torneo.
Sì.
No, di tutto no, fanno due o tre tavoli.
Cambieranno solo il tavolo che sarà il tavolo TV. Cioè, noi ci rispediscono sul 28 e prendono un altro tavolo e
Sì,
non
sì,
qua,
può
se
darsi.
no.
No, però il fatto è che fanno i ridraw di tutti i giocatori.
Perché pure gli altri
Killers, next hand, please.
devono andare a
24
televisivo.
Lex lo fanno sicuro.
Sì, a 24 certo, ovviamente.
A 24 lo fanno
Gli ultimi
con
tre
i tavoli.
tavoli, certo. Ma a 60 non penso proprio.
Non ricordo, sai.
No, fanno 2 o 3 tavoli così. Li chiudono.
Tournament director announced next hand, and here we go. Long delays between each hand. Waiting for one player to bust out the tournament. And there will be massive applause. Lots of cheering and claps for everyone making the money.
Six race, 26.
Ma lui è la prima volta che gioca nella sua vita. Lui non sa... Ti già detto lui, io non lo so.
Sì, sì, no, no, per me.
Che passò il rapporto con
So our minimum payout here is 1,340 Swiss francs. That's more than double the buy-in. Always good, I think, when payouts are a reasonable return. So 68th place will get that. 69th will get nothing. Neo, despite being ahead with the King 9, is short stacked and just can't get in the action at the moment. King 7, a nice raise there. Mr. Wildberger. Oh, 4-bet, 3-bet is thinking of looking it up. With his 5-3. Does hit a 3 and happens to be in the lead, but can he? Mr. Wildberger may well 3-bet this. He's made the original raise. Gonna follow through. Nope, he's checking. Dangerous card though against a raiser. I think we're going to see a possible check again.
No, it was open 30.
Got shot draw for Mr. Wildberger. And if this checks down, 5-3 will win the pot. Very passive play by our raiser. He raises and doesn't do anything after. Not the best poker I've ever seen. So small pot picked up with the 5-3 because his opposition let him.
That's it.
Spero che ti togli l'orecchio. Parla in inglese o in italiano? Impari.
Here we see our table chip count. Antonio still in the lead. Lots of big blinds. 113. Neo lost a few chips by not playing any hands. Is down to 10 big blinds. And then everyone else has got fairly playable stacks. Neo, I'm sure, will put it in if he feels he has the right kind of hand. But he's had very poor hands and hands like King 9 offsuit. Even though we know he was winning, it's a very hard place to be when you're short stacked. Our chip leader been calling a lot rather than raising with these kind of low small ace hands. Oh, I'm seeing something happening here. 9-5 suited. He's smelling weakness. He's going to pounce. Love this. Look at this. Raise with the 9-5 suited. Great poker this. It's going to take a lot of players out, probably including the ace-3 when it comes back round.
That's on YouTube, right?
Unless anyone has a premium hand, he's going to pick up a pot. But 4-bet, 5-bet, pair of nines. How's he going to play this hand? Lots of options. Can flat call, look to see a flop, or put pressure back on. And we know if he raises here, he will get it through. Just decides to call the pair of nines, okay. Now ace-3, what are you going to do? You've only flat called. There's been a raise and a call. Probably have to see a flop, really. You're getting value for it. Getting 4-1 on your money. Little ace comes in the window and bang. But no, he decides to fold it. 2 players. Wow, it's a set of 9s. And Mr. Krasniki has hit his 9 and may feel he's ahead. So good fold there by the small ace. Krasniki, a naturally aggressive player. Just by his body language, he's going to be putting pressure or trying to put pressure on. How's C8 going to play this? There is a flush draw there. He may feel he needs to raise in case his opposition has a draw. Lovely strong raise. How's Krasniki going to respond to this raise? Here we're going split screen. You can see both players and the board. Wow. He's bad timing here. 9-5 suited. He's making a big 3-bet. And I think 4-bet, 5-bet will get it all in here with the set of 9s. He wants to protect the flush. This could be a big pot, although I can't see 9-5 calling a push. So a very aggressive play, good play really. And he's just very unlucky that he's run into second set. C8 milking this out. Pretending that he's not sure what to do, although we know he is sure. He wants to get his chips in with a set of 9s. Very clever, just calls. This is very nice poker. He really is reeling him in. He's looking to get the maximum pot here. Mr. Krasniki may think he's in trouble, and he is. He's losing to a queen. Could be up against a flush draw, but that is less likely with the way the hand's played. All in announced. Can the set of 9s call, or will he put him on a flush or a straight even? He is at risk on the bubble. This is great play by Mr. Krasniki. Whatever happens, I love the sentiment. He does not realize how strong a hand C8 has with a set of 9s. I would be surprised if he folds this. I really would. The hand hasn't particularly played like a flush draw. It's played like he thinks he's been winning all along, which is like a queen, an ace queen, a king queen. And a set of 9s beats an awful lot of hands here. Can he smell this one out? Tough spot. If he calls and loses, from his point of view, he will be on the bubble boy and will win nothing. No 1,300 Swiss francs for him. Trying to get information. This is very good poker by Mr. Krasniki. He's tried his absolute best to win this pot. And if he gets called, I'll be honest, I think he's unlucky that he ran into a big set. But he has not been called yet. All sorts of demons going through his head. Is he losing to a flush? Is he losing to a straight? To be fair, I think he hasn't played this hand as well as he could. He's allowed Mr. Krasniqi to make this play, and it puts him under the maximum pressure. Still trying to feel each other out, trying to get information to help make the decision. Tough spot.
Every hand is finished on the table? You know? You think so?
Trying to find out the position on the bubble hand. Trying to find out if someone else is out. Doesn't work like that. All the hands will go to showdown if there are any showdowns, of which this is one. I think he's talking himself out of it. Oh, wow! Folds the third set.
Show my hand.
And he sees the 9-5 and will be absolutely sick inside. Absolutely sick. He did not play that hand particularly well. He let his opponent take the aggressive line, whereas he should have shoved it right back up him on the turn, but didn't.
Flopping 10 of spades, deuce of spades, 7 of hearts.
Mas man får känna djura, okej, hajde. Mas man känner även djura.
Time is 5 of spades.
Plus djura. Hon diskar du med pas, vet
River,
du?
king of diamonds. We have a sick open on table number 30. Congratulations to everybody.
Pak me vënë, kisha pagu. Jenë në porë.
Po dhe, më unë dështë me thonë, kisha thot që është të ty kisha thonë kësë pas ka kërgjë, për të me bëfold dhe tani kisha...
She would be Bob because yeah, too.
Did you have middle set or button set?
Ninth. Okay, nice.
Super. Middle set.
Queen 9, what was Queen 9?
Queen 9, 6.
Ja, man ska nog gå. Jag sätter genau die richtige Frage und dann sauber.
Ja, det är art of
We will continue playing with the last 7 minutes with the plans 5,000, 10,000, 10,000.
King Jack.
Shuffle up and deal to this.
No, arriva.
Quello che le ho detto io, devi non pregare perché perdi contro così tante mani.
Ma secondo me sono flop.
Sì, quello sì. Esatto.
Poi sei
E io poi. Sono ancora agitato. Sai un po' treme, no? Perché detto io rimanevo con 220.000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 200, rimanevo con 170.000. Mi sono giocato il torneo.
All in money, huh?
Yeah.
Let's make sure before I do something.
No, I don't fold now. That's it. I'm not joking.
All in money, all in.
I have 200. I don't have 500.
You're short stack.
Yeah, 20 blinds. Hold on, dus...
All in with the ace king, and Antonio in a very difficult spot here. He may feel that C8 is tilting after that bluff on the end by his neighbor. He has 1.1 million, so it's about 25% of his stack. And a solid fold there. Well played.
Unë kërë mu më mira, mo unë logjikoj edhe kështu. So herë me pagu ti që do, ga ti shpish të 10 hand, river salshtu, zibe mal të lirë, do të thash mi të so hand. A ngi di.
It's bluff, fitoj për nga bluff, si bluff jo maj mirë.
Më normal ti 10 herë me pagu që do, ti 7 herë e hup. A po den, 7 herë, 6-7 herë ti e hup. Si normal. A është të
Ish kur e bluff futën.
Po dhe?
Si bluff jo maj mirë. Të banë me dorë ma të keqë. Vesh me dorë ma të mirë.
Se tani mos pike rollë dora jeme. Se tani shka qipet. Ja, genau, ja. Ja, richtig.
Mësë me hi zamra për lu.
Po dhe për se tani se po jume.
Heart's not coming, river?
Yeah, but I, yeah. You check, I check. You win poker, it's okay, but I don't lose 250. No, Lorenzo, se scendi fuori non lo faccio più perché dopo non ho più valore di così tante mani.
Still a bit tilting from a set of nines that lost to the 9-5 suited. Looking at a raise. Nice low connected hand here. All in announced. 274. Wow. Will seat one look him up with an ace jack? Is he going to put him on tilt? Certainly interested. The bubble has been burst, so everyone is in the money. Different decision making now.
Aber du, 4 Hand gespielt, 2-mal Zette. Zehner?
2 Zette, ja.
Gefloppt Zette.
Amo, në 17 pari kom lu. Dje edhe sot.
Ja.
Ishtë dy herë kom bo.
Unë
Jam statistika, se njën 7, njën 8. Që ato jam?
Unë di edhe sot si kërë kom po ja.
E bone u folë.
E dyta kja jo pa njërë. Se koncept në të
Po atje, për që ato atje së në thojnë, si topen, dhe së është të ecë dorë, apo kuptan? Se për që ato, së në thot atje si topen e një dorë. Këna për që ato. Se Hamiltoni shkanë si topen, vesh?
This is the first hand that Neo with a short stack, 10 big blinds has had. Gets it in, ace-8 suited. He's going to get respect. It's the first hand he's played. Someone needs to have a pretty big hand, like ace-queen, to call. I think Antonio will think this through. And despite very few hands, no hands being played by Neo so far on this feature table, I think he will call with ace-queen.
As Jack. Cheek that, piton is a cheek that.
Goes short stack with ace-8 suited. Chip leader calls with ace-queen, quite rightly. Needs to see an 8 or a heart, or he is out the door with a min cash. And our chip leader increases his stack. There's an 8. King 8-6. He's hit an 8. He's in the lead at the moment. Only a queen now for Antonio. Well, runner flush. No good. Only a queen, or we see a double up with the ace-8 against the ace-queen. There we go.
Not lucky 7, but lucky 8.
I take it.
I think.
Bom chance.
Și va să fie nivele si dor.
Am o diferență, o să mi pas ni, am eu precision.
Portare va să gini.
Ni să du to cine ești pe buc, și ce fac?
No, he got me with ace kings before there. Said he doesn't have ace kings in the league.
Hey, la unul tu mi-e sfizat,
You were lucky. You were lucky. Why you four have last?
No blind from Netherlands. Target 5, 6,000, 12,000 different. It's 12,000.
He has glasses, but
Lights
he's
out
not wearing them.
Minimum, 6,000, 12,000 different. 12,000.
I saw an 8
So you saw an 8.
that is coming.
It's her fault then if you saw the 8. Okay, good.
Back in game. Back to back. All day only fight 4. Double up. No. I don't play. Only
Antonio calling as normal with a hand he wants to play. Very rarely raising so far. You know, Mr. Krasniki will look for opportunities to take advantage of weakness. Did it before with a weaker hand than 10-4 suited. Playing some great poker here. Well, the ace-4 suited want to come along for the ride. Thinking about it. Are we going to see a 4-bet? We are. Look at this. First time he has made a play. He's going to get maximum credit here. Got the ace-4 suited if it goes wrong. But this is lovely poker. Very, very nice. And these two can do nothing but fold. Going to get maximum respect here. Hardly played a hand. And 3 bets to 105k. Fabulous poker. Good to see. Chip leader lets it go. And our aggressive. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. He's decided, doesn't matter about the cards, he's in position, he thinks he can outplay him, and so he calls with a 10-4 suited, see what happens. Well, that's not going to help the 10-4. But we saw him won a massive pot earlier with 9-5 against 9s. With a set on board for the opposition, and he played the best poker for sure. Now a tricky spot for seat 4, the original raiser. He's out of position, but he's following through. How is Mr. Krasniki going to play this? He's flat calling. He's setting up a turn or a river move. I don't think he's worried about his cards at the moment. The ace is winning, but he certainly won't know it. There's 406k in the pot. He only has 200 behind. He has half a pot. If he checks here, Mr. Krasniki will put maximum pressure on him, I assure you. I've been watching him carefully. Very aggressive young player who seems to smell out the opportunity. But we have a bet. All in bet. 10-4. Very hard to call here. Well played. Very good poker from seat 4. Didn't get raised. Felt he possibly could be in the lead, but also using maximum pressure. Very nice hand, that. Lovely.
Time is 5 of spades. Congratulations to everybody.
It was a bad level, the last 2 levels. I've got 4 or 5 all-in situations. Everything I was in front and lost every all-in. That's variance. No. Thank you.
And that was our poor bubble boy talking to camera about how he got knocked out literally on the bubble. 0 money for him and everyone on this table and the rest of the players still in the tournament. A minimum of 1,350 Swiss francs. So, nice little interview there. Said he was in front every hand he got his money in and lost every one. That is poker, my friends. I have been there, I promise you. This time a better hand than he had before. The ace 3 suited before. Ace 8 suited now. Raising on the button. Chip leader with Jack 2 off suit. Hasn't got out of order so far. Can't see him playing this. He's flat called with decent hands already. And this time he has a very poor holding in Jack 2. Unless he feels seat 4 has a weakness that he can exploit. Rethinking it now. I think he's going to fold. Getting the stare down by Mr. Arduini. Really, he's saying, really? You really want to call this raise? Good luck, son. Don't like this call at all. He's out of position. And he's called with a Jack 2 offsuit. I'm not quite sure what he expects. So, top pair for Mr. Arduini. And as predicted, nothing at all. I think it's just literally throwing away 26,000 chips. Certainly going to see a c-bet here. Nice and small. Tempting the call. Or are we going to see a raise? He has planned a move ahead. Not going to be a very big raise though. Min raise. Does look very uninterested, doesn't he, Mr. Antonio, our chip leader? He's not shown any emotion so far. 2 pairs now for Mr. Aldrin. He's going to feel super confident that he's ahead. He's only losing to Ace King, and that's very unlikely. Possibly a set of 3s, but equally unlikely. So he's going to feel pretty confident he's ahead. He will be betting this something like 100k. 80 in fact. So Mr. Antonio has just given away 50,000 chips. Maybe more. Yeah, more like 100,000. Oh, wow. I really have no idea where his head is on this one. I'm guessing he's thinking he can use his stack to bully seat 4, but with 2 pairs, he's not going anywhere. Okay. Yeah, thankfully he's come to his senses. Lost 100,000 in that pot by playing a very strange hand. If you're going to play a hand like Jack 2 offsuit, in other words, a hand that really can't connect to anything, don't mind it, but you have to actually play it like it's a much bigger hand. So if he's going to play it, I favour the 4-bet, put maximum pressure on the ace-8. You're representing ace-queen, ace-king, big pair, 10s and above. By making that play, an ace-8 would have to fold, and you win a nice pot. But just by calling, he has created the position where he can only lose chips. So certain inexperience there from our chip leader. I like this. Raise with a speculative 7-6 suited. If you get re-raised, you may have to fold. But worth an attack at this pot. Got to remember that it's odds against that someone has a very good hand in poker. Then the raise gets through. Picks up a nice 30k pot.
Ça arrive. Ah ouais. Moi j'ai du poil des brelans aussi à la bulle. Eh oui. C'est comme ça.
In Normandia, vicino a Caen.
Vicino?
Caen.
Normandia è nord-ovest.
Quanto?
C'era la guerra.
Sì.
So, Sunday evening tournament from like 500,000 to 100,000 for gazettes.
TV table, you don't play potato poker. No, it's not the best.
Either side.
10-7 has hit this massive. How's he going to play it? Looking to play tricky, checking, hoping someone else has hit, although we know no one has. However, we may see a bet. Yep, and we do indeed. Mr. Antonio betting with nothing, making a C bet. Neo folds. 10-7. I'm sure we'll just should flat call here. There's no value in raising here, son. No, 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 no. No need to scare your opposition off. You're massive with a 10-7. What hand do you think he has? You want him to have an overpair and milk him all the way. But this raise, although it is a very weak raise, may induce a call. We've seen Antonio call with a lot worse. Wow. Does call. Ace-9 still well behind. Option with the big favourite on this hand. Oh, when I say big favourite, he actually can't lose it. So he's 100% favourite. And now he's looking to maximise value. He's hoping his opposition has a jack or an overpair to the 7s, 9s, 10s, that kind of hand. We know that it's going to be very hard for Antonio to call. Unless he's doing one of his weird plays he did earlier. Is he going to make another misstep and try and raise here? He's going to try and use maximum all-in strength. We will see. Body language says fold. Should have done that earlier in the other hand.
Nein. Aber weißt du warum? Snapcall. Wenn ich überlege, vielleicht folgt und ich sind schwupp mit nicht klein pieken Poker Ballshot. Das soll man kann bringen. Stud mir nei pikisch kann.
Ich weiß, der Call steht ist super. Aber so sinnlos. So sinnlos.
Ja. 7 point.
This time Antonio has a premium hand, ace queen suited. Won't be flat calling this one. Except he does. Very individual style of poker. Just flat calls his big hands, doesn't like to raise, but also is calling a variety of hands post flop where he really must know he's behind. So strange play, in my humble opinion, but I have played this game for 40 years, so I think I've earned the right to question plays of these kind of level of players. Ace Jack is... So here's where the flat call works, because another player has now raised against you with an inferior hand. However, how will Antonio respond? Will he just flat call, which he's done most of the tournament, or will he look to raise here? Looks like he's going to raise. Lovely play. About 100, I think. 82. Now, a very difficult position. He's basically got to fold her all in, really, with his stack. And he will get a call. Neo in a tricky spot, but he is in the money. Here we go, split screen, guys, split screen. Here, oh, wow, folds his ace-jack. Good fold. Very good fold. Antonio taking an interesting line there with a flat call. He's almost hoping someone raises so he can re-raise. That was, I guess, his pre-hand thinking. Nice pot there.
Il giocatore poker più famoso del mondo quando apre una busta con le chipstick nel documento punto e basta. Non importa se tutti sanno chi sono.
D'accord, ne check 500 pot ne bude check.
Crede chissà chi perché ha vinto quel paio di tornei lì che poi come ci è riuscito è ancora un enigma per me perché è scarsissimo.
Ma veramente scarso.
Però è il bello del gioco.
Queste volte i soldi non sono niente, no, come ti posso dire, il carattere,
L'unità di una buona personalità.
Cioè, io devo andare a posto con lui, non è che devo
No, certo, neanch'io.
So you raise from seat 5, who really is played very few hands, will get maximum respect, I think. Raise this 25. Antonio does not like folding. 9-3 suited. Oh, and they both hit massive. Top two and up and down and flush draw to Antonio. This could be a big pot. Are we going to see a check raise by Antonio or just a call? He won't put Mr. Maliki on as big a hand as top two. Bets 80,000. Hasn't changed much, except Antonio now has a flush. So it's changed quite a lot, really. Still have top two. We have quite a lot of house possibilities. Antonio betting the flush. Small bet gets called. So any 8, any jack, any 10. Makes a full house for Mr. Maliki. 8, and he hits a full house. That's not a good card for Antonio at all. He must know that. He's got a bad flush against quite a few likely houses. He's still going to bet. Okay. Will Mr. Maliki raise here or just flat call? And Antonio receives the bad news. Pretty big pot though, 368k pot. So he lost about 100 and nearly 200,000, 180,000. And his tactic of calling with awful hands and then even hitting is not working out well for him.
Questo non batte 10 euro online, I tornei cari online sono difficili, sono giocatori bravi e che sono una grossa parte del film. No.
Pair of jacks here for our short stack. Mr. Neo, who doubled up earlier with the ace-8 against the ace-queen. He hit 2 pairs and got paid. So just a gentle raise to 26,000. wanting to get some action with his premium hand. Well, we've seen Mr. Antonio put his chips in with a variety of hands and, as predicted, calls. Now, Mr. Krasniki, ace 10. That's a big hand for you, sir. We could well see a 4-bet. Likes to put maximum pressure on his opponents. Ace 10 suited, making a 3-bet as predicted, and I think we will see an all-in push here with the jacks. I mean, you got this kind of hand, you can't fold it, not when you've made a raise, especially against an aggressive player like Mr. Krasniki. Please don't fold. Please don't fold. Yeah, thank goodness for that. He's all in. Well played, sir. And the A6 will get out the way. So 2 aces to hit. Yeah. Did you have an ace as well? Yes, I did. Oh dear. So he's got 2 outs. The jacks block the straight, so really his only realistic outs are hitting an ace, maybe a pair of 10s. Or a spade. 3 spades on board. Any ace, any spade.
One time set. For my friends, one time set.
He's calling for a 10. And the jack of spades. The flush is made, but the redraw stops. Everyone loves this. It's a great hand.
Also, River, come on. Pair the board. Please, no. No. Teach him a lesson. 3, River.
So, flush beats the set there. And we lose Neo from the table. Played very solidly.
I thash bjerë një gjënër bënë set, bitë, ja pruni, vesh. Bitë, aj fakt flash. Jo be, aj pa përrejtë s'ki kodë, unë të është një rolin 160.000, aj pinxhe qipë, do shumë dhe shë pinxhe, janë 160.000, të bënë ekstra. Erë kodë, jack i thas, cen, flop, drejt pik, unë dërë kaj jack pik, i thas ceni pik. Bitte mag set, jack të set. 5 pass? Dash. Richtig. 350 haben wir damit. Unterschied. La differenza di 350.000.
In a raise with the ace-3 suited. And we're going to see an all-in by the look of it with the ace-queen. I don't think Mr. Wildberger can do anything but fold his ace-3 with that kind of pressure. Well played. Taking his time. but I think we know what he's going to do. And he folds.
Ai, unë atë dësh, a më ti me shti, tani unë se ti do të më përmesh sigurisht, pik qik, pik po, me shti, për qatë vëllë, se më vish për vjetën. Six pack. Atë e dish,
Plagohet forvet, po alo të zohë.
Ama ato me të kalzu diçka drejt. Go, veç pak. Të kom forcu psikikisht. Pasha familjen. Seriozisht të kom. Je ma e mund të bu. Je a bo, të krija bole o dhimi. I raised 26
And Mr. Maliki raising with the two pairs with an ace kicker, backdoor diamonds against Jack 10 with literally nothing. Looks like he has called though. Looking to win this on a later street. I'm going to be up against another bet. 88 in the pot. Probably 25, something like that. 30. Yeah, takes it down. Well played.
Se normal si këtaj. Bira, ato për dorën? Në nënqinje? Hajde, këna vazhdanë, se tina nga tjetë, shme ama. Ata e klash, se gjenar qik tjetë po të. Klash, tash. Po po të? Ale fold. One raise, 26. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass. Service. Five pass. Kita. Camille te. Mitoni. Danke. Six gold, 26 pass.
Raised with a pair of threes, called with a king 10 offsuit. Going to a flop, 70k in the flop. Pretty good flop for threes, to be honest. Ace 3-5 has got the gut shot and a pair. Only problem is he may be up against an ace. So how are these boys going to play this? Mr. Wildberger has chosen to play fairly passively throughout this. And that gives the opportunity for seat one to bet this, but he has got the gut shot and the pair. Third of the pot, a bit more. What's King 10 going to do? Probably fold. We know what seat 3 would have done. He'd have been raising. Played some very good poker, seat 3. And he does fold.
Tot ursul li fiton kun napiše ven.
Sunt ljushti këndar litor vetë. Sa e litori kes vetë që dorën e vet, nuk e logjikon çaj çka kjo që mund të bëjë.
Po profesionin ata duhet.
Ja.
Ti në dobë do jo më plot.
Bravo. Stan shon ai dorë.
Që Liredoni tha tavolin gjisha.
Po, do pa më thon, po sa pa.
Po e litori mirë.
Edhe ma letë kur ta shet.
Ja.
Mas duhe.
This time, Mr. Krasnicki with a proper hand, raising with the ace king. Suited as well, very nice. Big slick. Raise to 31. Has anyone got... Oh, he's could be in trouble here. Our passive Mr. Wildberger has kings. Now, how's he going to play this? If he raises, I think Mr. Krasnicki will push him all in. I think there is no doubt about that. As the raise, I think we will see an all-in and a call when it comes back round to the ace-king. He does not like slow playing from what I've seen so far. And he has a premium hand. Just flat called though. Okay. Showing some sense. Are we going to see an unlucky flop? We do see two spades, so Mr. Krasnicki has a very good draw, but he will be under maximum pressure. Very nice draw. Oh, he's betting it. All in and call. So he's saying just a spade. He needs an ace or a spade. There we go, split screen. Turn or a spade for Mr. Krasnicki, or Mr. Wildberger will double up to over $1 million, which will be his highest position in the tournament so far. There's an ace! Ace from space has taken this hand away from Mr. Wildberger. Very unlucky. Now, Mr. Krasnicki, you may say he's lucky, but he has earned his luck. He's played some great poker on this feature table so far. He's played arguably more poker than anyone else. So we lose Mr. Neo, eliminated. Something like 59th, 60th. So min cash with the kings, unlucky. I have lost an awful lot of hands with kings. Only once again, one tournament, lost 4 times in the same tournament, and only one of them was to aces. That's that kind of hand that looks great pre-flop, but can get you in a lot of trouble. Well played, sir.
Già può partire per flop, se non parte per flop.
Però così ho preso il massimo perché il turn non mi paga più. Il turn sono pagun, maar. Sono 100.
Ja, zo, hoe ga je...
Nu. Nu.
Dat is een nummer ik doe.
Stuk hem gewoon naar maximum. Oh, chance de naar het king, ze gaat flush. Zie dat.
Stek je zo.
Hij loopt eerst niet all in. Ah, bon. Jo.
Один руи потом.
Randecente.
Non ho capito.
Randecente. Finora.
Ah sì, 2 mani, papà. Adesso mi devo la mia camomilla.
Mr. Antonio with another good hand, ace-jack suited. This time makes the same call. He does not like raising. He flat calls it every hand. Looking to get a bigger pot. It's a risk strategy. You have to be aware that you're going to get people in hands with 9-7s and in this case 4-3, and you could lose. So it's not a tactic I'm in favor of, and you could argue that it hasn't worked very well for Mr. Antonio. 1.1 million at one point, and he's down to 700k. So hasn't actually worked out well for him so far. He did pick up one decent pot with a slow play, but he's up against 3, 4, 5, 6. Instead of an up and down, the ace jack is not even winning. So ace 6 is winning, and the 3, 4, 5, 6 has picked up an up and down. So all three check. Are we going to see a magic card? No, another queen. So the queens and sixes are still winning. Seat 1, but I can't see seat 8 going anywhere. In fact, looks like he's going to bet this. Repping the queen with a straight draw. Nice play, I like it. A6 not going anywhere. Only a small bet. Ace jack gets out the way. So is the 6 going to hold, or will we see a straight? We will see a straight. 2, 3, 4. Great card for the 3, 4. May well get called as well, depending on the sizing of his bet. I think 30, 35,000 will get a call. Let's see what he does.
It's 8 p.m, so I guess so.
Looks like he's gone a lot stronger.
Yeah, we assume we have like a proper break.
He's made a big bet because he's thinking his opponent will find it very difficult to believe he's got 3, 4 here. And that's a very good play. He may well call with the A6, thinking he's got a missed flush, or he's just trying to win the pot with a big bet. I do like the sizing of that bet. It's very good. Straight announced. He did call. He got paid. Well, very well played. Very well played.
Not
straight.
Ai shiti drut. Next, come on, Bez problem, you will visit the moment of this chest. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
You level 8,000, 16,000.
Sorry?
One Red Bull. Just the glass.
Three plus. 4 plus. 5 plus. 8 plus.
Looks like we're going to go into a break. Everyone is getting up. I guess we're going to have a 15-minute break. And we will see you back here on the SpadePoker Tour in Liechtenstein. Whilst these two play out the hand, the others have got up to take their break. We will stay with the hand. Antonio making a raise there. Oh, players are back. No break. Just a stretch.
Pak lira. Want wel een pak hebben. Gewoon no final shot of shit.
Sehr geehrte Gäste, wir
Wees maar vol toen het in finale is
Minimum 100, Maximum 1000. Plätze für Timo, Mustafa, Giovanni, Kairi, Gregor und Goran. Neuer Pokertisch, Nummer 10, kurze Nummer, die bleibt 2 und 2.
Yeah. Just remember to put the card in the card box after the seal card. No.
We have a new player to the table. Looks like he's bringing lots of soldiers with him.
Sorry.
First hand, he looks down.
4, 5 pass. 6 pass.
And folds.
Yes.
Nine, 7 suited. I'm pretty sure he'll be raising here.
8 raise, 37. 1 pass.
Queen 8 suited. Folds. What will Mr. Krasniki, I'm sorry. What will he do with his hands? Doesn't often play the hand, he'll just play the player. But shows a king, shows what a tight player he is. I'm not sure any of the players believe that.
Die treoline buone pause, de buone per steak and chatters. That's just me. Average pass me.
Okay. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Nice. Ace 10 suited for 4 bet, 5 bet.
Nochmaliger Hinweis, neuer Pokertisch auf Tisch Nummer 10, kurze Nummer, die bleibt 2-2. Plätze für Timo, Mustafa, Giovanni,
There's a raise.
Gregor und Goran. Auf Tisch Nummer 10, kurze Nummer, die bleibt 2-2.
Antonio with a pair of 9s. How is he going to play it though? He has not shown much aggression so far. He's on the button. He may elect us to call. Yep, that's what I thought he would do. And Mr. Krasniki, who doesn't really care very much about what hands other players hold, he just plays his own game. But this case, he feels he will be dominated, and quite rightly folds his ace-4, and he was dominated by a bigger ace. So I think that's showing good poker instincts there, not just all about aggression, but also making the fold at the right time. So we have ace-10 suited against a pair of 9s, very even. 9s, slight favourite. Only 1 diamond though, 9's still ahead. Here comes the C-bet.
8 bet, 31.
I think we will see a call from Antonio. Not going to feel too much behind with the 9s here. His opponent has to have a king to be ahead. He's unlikely to have an overpair, so I think we will see a small raise by the look of it. He wants to find out where he is. Putting the pressure right back on seat 8. And how will he respond? Bodiang says he's going to fold. But let's see what caliber of a man he is. And he does fold. A pretty hand, Jack 9 suited.
8 call. 1 pass. 2 call.
He's up against a dominating Queen Jack of Antonio, who slow plays all his hands. This time, Mr. Krasinski's not going to be too worried about a bigger ace, and he's on the button.
3 pass. 4 call. 5 check. 4 players. 4 and 5 check.
5-4-4 flop. Not hit anyone. This will go to the more aggressive player.
That's 16.
Small, very small bet. Not going to scare anyone away. The 8-6 has a gut shot. Everyone else overcards.
2 call. 4 raise. 65. 5 pass. 8 pass. 2 pass.
Mr. Arduini with a gut shot draw, raising and taking it down. Nicely timed play there. Well played.
For what?
The few TV tables I've played,
You know.
It's always fun to see what the other side is.
I thought pocket 9. Good fold.
Maybe.
Måste du inhårdsa då?
Yeah, you. I don't play anymore. Nice. Oh, free flop. Then.
Eight pass.
This time folding the ace 7. Ace-4 suited, as is his normal play, just flat calling. Almost doesn't matter what hand he's got. However, Mr. Maliki will be raising with the Ace-King.
5 raise 40.
A new player on the table with 600k in front of him. So very healthy. 45 big blinds. Back on the Ace-4. Just calling. Gets himself into a lot of trouble with these mediocre hands. I think he needs a bit of coaching. That's what I would say. Bit of discipline on how he plays his hands. Obviously, he's done well to get 1 million chips. He now has a gut shot draw with the Ace-4. The Ace-King has missed. He could take this away from him if he plays aggressively. Like a flat call here and then a move on the turn. If he doesn't hit his straight. Got to think, what kind of hand would the raiser have had and will it have hit this flop? A lot of people will just fold. Yeah, you see, no, it's not good. You've got to think it through a bit more. What kind of hand will the raiser have raised with and would he have hit that flop? It's not going to be raising with Ace-7 or Ace-8 or unlikely 9-10. Possible, but unlikely. So he needs to think that through a bit more and maybe make a playback. But he's been very passive in terms of what we've seen so far.
Basically, player is straight line, so I have to wait.
Big blind, new player?
Yeah.
Hello.
They move it from the big line on purpose, so that he gets here in the big line.
He can play?
You want to wait? First hand or play?
It's not like he has a choice.
I like it.
Good.
Okay, so player play with a big line.
Like 200, 130.
Yeah.
Eight plus. 1 plus. 2 plus. 4 plus. 5 raise 35.
Raise on the button with the Queen 3 offsuit. Another new player to the table here in seat 7 with a short stack of 200,000. So only 13 big blinds. So aggression on the button pays off.
You are only big blind, only small blind.
Ik ga gewoon door. Het is niet om licht. Ja, ik heb verwacht. Oh, het is wel echt stoel. Valt niet. Ja, dank je.
Plus. 4 plus. 2 call, yes. Yes.
Another call there by Antonio with the Ace-6. I'm sure Mr. Maliki will be raising here.
5 raise 32.
And quite rightly. This time though, one of our new players to the table has a pair of 8s. How's he going to play it? Flat called on the button.
7 pass. Eight pass.
Certainly going to see a call from Antonio. Three to the flop. King, Jack, 8 and Ace 6. Who's going to like this flop the most? Jack 9-4, so the King Jack has hit. And neither other player has hit in any meaningful way. So top pair with a good kicker. Mediki follows through. Probably take this down now. 50,000, I think, was the bet. 55. We'll be coming up to the break soon. Everyone will have a chance to replenish their glasses. Get a nice glass of beer or glass of wine, maybe. Antonio's doing it again. He's calling with these hands that have nothing to do with the flop. He may well fold in the end, but his instinct is just to call. Very, very strange poker. He may just be very inexperienced, I don't know. But his instincts have not been serving him well. What is he? I mean, what's he going to do with the A6? Yeah, he's going to fold, but what's he even thinking about? I really don't know. I wish I could help you guys, but I really can't. Here's our stacks. So Mr. Krasniki, having played the most aggressive poker on the table, has a deserved chip lead on the table. 93 big blinds, 1.5 million. And we go down to two short stacks. Two of our newer players to the table with 12 and 14 big blinds accordingly. And we're on to our next hand. Folding around at the moment.
7 pass.
$10-7 on the small blind. May well want to see a flop, checking the stack, using all his poker wiles. And looks like he's raising. We've got small blind, big blind action. And the ace-4 says all in. No nonsense. And now a very difficult call with the 10-7. Immediate fold. Very well played, seat 1, Mr. Lampert. Good aggression. Didn't trust the raise from the small blind and shoved on him with an ace. Excellent play. And we see our next hand. Even Mr. Krasniki will not be raising here with the 5-2. I'm sure he'd love to. Arduino with a very playable ace-9 suited. Going to be raising in fairly early position.
33. Five call. 6 raise. 90. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
Ace-9 suited raised, Queen Jack. And now we have a 3-bet with the 10s. Ace-9 not going anywhere. Will Mr. Maliki also call now for value with the Queen Jack suited? Very playable hand. I don't think he'll be re-raising. Player is new to the table that has 3-bet with the 10s. So he'll certainly be getting respect for a proper hand, which he does have. But we've also got 3 overcards to the 10s. This time the Queen Jack suited folds. Probably felt that one of his cards would be dominated when there are 2 other players in the pot. The ace is hit, so his Queen Jack would be well behind.
Bet 80.
Komisch am Anfang mit Händen normale Schrieben. Alles wie ein normaler Tisch. Ja, kann er raus,
The 10s has bet this flop, and Mr. Ardwini just flat calling, playing his hand. Slow playing his hand here. Feeling his opposition is going to do all the work, although he has checked the turn. So I think we will see a bet on the river. Little value bet, maybe 100,000, maybe less. He did a small value bet before. Excuse me, just hit my microphone there. Are we going to see a value bet on the end? Does he feel he's in the lead? A 6 makes a straight, but I don't think he's going to be too scared of that, as there was a 3-bet to start with. So he's going to put his opposition on a decent pair, which is exactly what he's got. And he does not like it. Very nice. And now seat 4 up to 1 million chips. Played very well so far. And we got a change of dealer. A little bit of a natural break. Here's our count. So Mr. Kresniki has moved up very well from, I think he had about 700,000 to start with, so he has doubled up. Mr. Arduini, who won the last hand, is up to 1 million. And one of our new players to the table, Mr. Georgiopoulos, on 12 big blinds. Lines are now 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 ante paid by the big blind, which is normal all around Europe now, also in America for that matter. Here we go, next hand. Any comments you want to guys make on YouTube, please make them, and I'll do my best to answer if I can. There's a few of you on board and quite a lot more listening to our German commentary with my colleague Mr. Potty, Matt, over on our German channel. So we're broadcasting this in 2 languages, same visual feed, just 2 languages. And we've got an all-in with the aces, Mr. Georgiopoulos. All in with the American Airlines. He's only got 12 big blinds, so he may get looked up. Will Mr. Maliki look him up with an ace-3? He will not. Good discipline there. King 7 suited. I think he wanted a call there, obviously, with the aces. And the next hand is being dealt. We have 45 left on day 2 of the SpadePoker Tour here in the Grand Casino Liechtenstein, right in the middle of Europe, surrounded by many fine countries. Ace-9 offsuit will be raising. 35,000. Mr. Georgiopoulos, who had aces last hand, passes. And this time Antonio with the aces. Now he's flat called every other hand. What's he going to do here? I hope he does some kind of raise, and probably it'll be a small raise going on his history so far. It is a small raise. I think it's a min raise to 70,000 by the look of it. Very playable hand though, Mr. Krasniqi. This is where Antonio may get paid with his slow playing big hands. In fact, he's only called 35,000. He's just called. Will Mr. Krasniqi feel there's an opportunity to take these players out? Is he smelling weakness? Has a good hand, King Queen. Or will he just call? His instincts have been pretty good so far. He hasn't got out of order, and the plays he's made have been very well planned and solid. He's definitely played the best poker of this feature table so far. And his instinct has got the better of him. He's raising. He thinks he's smelling weakness. Antonio will be shaking inside with this opportunity. Will he flat call or will he re-raise? Looks like we're going to see a small re-raise. Mr.
235.
Krasniqi will be... His spidey instincts should be on full alert at the moment. One of the more passive players on the table is re-raising you. So what kind of hand can he have? He's played every hand passively. And this time he's re-raising you. He's not going to be in good shape with the king-queen. Is he going to be tempted to play this hand? Could get in a lot of trouble here. He's won these big hands so far by hitting, but this is a much more difficult hand. And he has called with his small chips. Looks like a big bet, but I think it's just a call. If he hits a king or a queen, as he hits both, he could be in a lot of trouble. Almost better off not hitting the flop and getting away from it. Already 537,000 in the pot. Here we go. He's hit a king and an up and down. He's not going anywhere. We have an overpair against an up and down and top pair. It's a great flop for both players, really. We could see a bet and an all-in here. That's half his stack. Re-raise all in, and we're going to see a call. Going to consider it. He's got to consider. Yep, he's called. So the aces won't help Krasniqi because 2 aces out already, and that blocks his straight. But he has a king. A queen is no good. It will give the Broadway straight to Antonio. So really he's drawing to a 9 or another king. So he's not drawing too well, about 25%. 3-1 against, I would say. Yep, in fact our screen confirms that. That is no good. The ace is still ahead. And he's got in a lot of trouble with this king-queen. And Antonio is making a pretty big double up. There we go. Aces hold. And Antonio, by his very particular methodology of slow playing pretty well every hand, has made a big double up. Well played. Very nice.
$491.
Cine a făcut decent ani în turn video? Egal sfârșită. Că-ți fără flopă, că ce zice că flopă mă gheamă în cară. Am mulțumit, le-am în scor. Ne doar pe lui mă spune o oră, ce-am știut de o oră. Și ca bună de tăsta.
Really big double up there for Antonio. He had gone down to 700,000 from 1.1 million. He's back up to 1.5 million, having taken the aggressive player on the table. So, interesting argument there. The hare and the tortoise. Mr. Antonio playing very, very passive poker and just waiting for the right hand and the right opportunity. And it came along.
Yeah, less than. And cheap raise.
Mr. Bat resisting the raise with the king 9. And we will see a fold here with the queen 2. This time the king queen held by seat 1, Mr. Lampert. Will certainly be raising here. He only has about 18 big blinds. Now, if Mr. Antonio has any kind of hand, he won't be raising. He does have a hand, ace 10. I'm pretty sure we'll just see a call here. Yeah, very considered player. Takes his time. Doesn't like playing big pot poker. And the same hand, King Queen by Mr. Krasniqi, who lost a big pot with King Queen earlier. Will certainly be feeling sensitive about that, but decides to call anyway. Opportunity for Mr. Maliki to make a play if he feels the other players are weak. But it's not the best play here, calling off with King 6 against 3 players who have raised or called a raise. I mean, what if you hit your king, where are you? You're almost certainly going to be dominated. So King 6 offsuit, it's not a great hand to call. I'd rather call with 3-6, 3-5, whatever. So we have an ace on the flop, and no other player is hit. There's backdoor spades for the king of spades, and that's about it. Antonio bets his ace, and it goes through. Easy game, poker.
Cazzo, poteva venire fuori un flow così, puttana la maniera.
Dove lo fai un chip raise?
Potete andare tranquillamente in pausa.
Ok.
No, vabbè, door ne fumo. Maar dat kun je doen, dat je me al een beetje...
Dat is waar. Dat is...
Aus meiner Sicht zumindest nicht, von der Optik her nicht der typische Buchhalter, aber mit Zahlen wird er umgehen können und er ist auf jeden Fall hier noch im Turnier. Sagt aber auch, mit jedem Turnier merke ich, dass ich mich noch ein bisschen verbessere, dass ich noch ein paar kleine Schwachstellen habe. Und ja, das sind so die Gedanken fast eines jeden Pokerspielers. Die Regeln lernt man schnell, aber bis man es dann richtig gut kann, ja, da vergeht oft eine sehr lange Zeit. Man lernt ein Leben lang immer dazu beim Pokern. Es ist einfach ein wunderschönes Spiel, sehr facettenreich, birgt viele verschiedene Faktoren, aber natürlich auch immer mal das Quäntchen Glück, was eben auch dazugehört, wenn man ganz vorne landen will. Interessanter Move jetzt hier von Peso, vom Slowaken hier. Da werden sich viele sagen, was macht er denn da mit 6-4? Aber schaut mal auf den Stake. Er callt 25.000, er hat nur noch 30.000 dahinter. Also 2 etwas mehr als 2 Big Blinds und der versucht natürlich hier viele Spieler reinzulocken hier. Wenn er nämlich die Hand gewinnt, dass er dann halt dann nicht 4 oder 5 Big Blinds, sondern vielleicht sogar 6, 8 oder 10 Big Blinds hat. Son Krasnicki mit dem Race auf 55.000. Und der kriegt 2 Calls aus den Blinds und natürlich Peso geht hier auch all in. 4 Spieler dabei. Und da hat so gut wie keiner was getroffen. Doch, Exxon hat das kleinste Paar am Flop getroffen. Das 8er-Pärchen. Sieht nicht gut aus für den Slowaken jetzt hier mit 6-4. Auch 2 perfekte Karten. Eine wäre da, die 4 ist da. Da braucht er noch eine von. Oder die 6. Wenn er hier noch im Turnier bleiben möchte. Check von den Blinds, nachdem am Flop jetzt hier überhaupt keiner angespielt hat. Der in der Schweiz lebende Italiener denkt sich, ja, vielleicht bin ich ja gut mit meiner 8 und spielt an. $130.000. Ja, wir sehen es. Die Spieler in den Blinds müssen hier passen. Und Peso, ja, mit einer 6%igen Chance hier. Er braucht eine, ja, die Vierer sind schon raus, sehen wir hier oben rechts in der Grafik. Also er braucht eine 6. Und zwar ganz dringend. Kommt nicht. Und er scheidet aus, nimmt allerdings natürlich auch das Preisgeld hier mit. Aber gleich mal beim zweiten Turnier nach ihrem Comeback hier ins Geld. Das ist doch schon mal auf jeden Fall ein schöner Erfolg. Und es kann ja auch noch mehr werden für die Ukrainerin, die in der Schweiz lebt. Randy am Cut-Off mit Ass 6. Das ist auf jeden Fall ein guter Spot, um seine knapp 4 BBs reinzubringen. Vielleicht will man da sogar Action haben. Es kommen dann ja auch nur noch 3 Spieler, also der Spieler im Big Blind sowie die beiden Spieler in den Blinds. Wahrscheinlich, dass da noch eine stärkere Hand wie Ass 6 unterwegs ist. Exxon am Überlegen mit Ass 3 suited. Sind nur knapp 4 Big Blinds und der hat einen Stack von 1,6 Millionen, aber trennt sich dennoch von der Hand. Oh, aber er wird es nicht machen. Pocket Damen. Bei Mr. Hart. Und Randys Turnierleben on the line hier. Er braucht ein Ass. Wir haben es gesehen. 1 ist bereits unterwegs. 23% seine Gewinnchance. Acht, 3. Keine Hilfe. 2 Asse noch unterwegs. 11%. Und die Prozente sinken. Keine Hilfe am Turn. 6%. Kommt nicht und der Buchhalter Randy scheidet aus. Aber er mit einem Lächeln verabschiedet sich.
Die letzte Hand, ich hatte nicht mehr viel Chips, 4 Big Blinds, hab Ass 6, All-In und dann Small Blind hat Queen, Queen, Dame, Dame. Und ja, ist kein Ass gekommen, habe verloren.
Die Blinds jetzt wiederum gestiegen auf 15.000 und 30.000. Und ich sage es vielleicht noch mal ganz kurz, 576 Spieler. Alle haben ein Buy-in von 350 Schweizer Franken geleistet. 178.000 Schweizer Franken im Preispool. Und alleine der Gewinner bei diesem Turnier kassiert knapp 30, ich glaube sogar etwas mehr als 30.000 Schweizer Franken. 34.500 sogar. All-in von Vituli und All-in auch von Toni. Beide fast gleich vielen Chips, knapp 4 Big Blinds. Und Exxon Krasnicki könnte hier zum großen Schlag ausholen. Mit Dame 8 suited, könnte er gleich 2 Spieler ausnocken. Er hat die Chips natürlich, um auch so mal ein bisschen zu spekulieren. Dame 9. Viele Damen unterwegs hier. Ja, noch eine drin. So, er hat im Big Blind. Würde natürlich sehr, sehr gute Odds kriegen, hier 95.000 zu bringen für über 400.000. Aber er sagt sich, komm, ich halte mich da raus. Kann nur zu Problemen führen. Und Showdown. Das ist, wenn nicht mehr gesetzt werden kann, dann...
Einfach die Kreuz, 3 Kreuze. Ich habe damit auch. Nur aufgekloppt und schaut.
Ah, sehr schöner Flop hier. Ja, Vituli, König getroffen. Gut aus, 93%. 2 Kreuzen wären noch möglich. Aber kommt nicht. Und er ballt schon die Faust am Turn. Komm, was will am River? Er trippelt auf. Und mit 420.000 ist er wieder. Ja, für ihn, der in Luzern lebt, der Italiener, hat es sich schon richtig gelohnt. Und es kann ja auch noch besser werden. Keole mit den Pocket-Damen und dem Minimum Race auf 60.000. Das ist ein sogenanntes Setup beim Pokern, wenn 2 absolute Raketenhände aufeinandertreffen. Pocket-Damen, die drittbeste Starthand, die man überhaupt haben kann. Die zweitbeste Könige und natürlich die absolute Bombe. Das ist die Hand, die jetzt Exxon Krasnicki erhält. Pocket Asse. American Airlines, wie sie auch gern genannt wird. Er geht nochmal drüber auf 155.000. 7 auch noch unterwegs hier im Big Blind, aber nach Race und Re-Race, da sehen die 7er nicht mehr so richtig rosig aus und der Herr Scherer trennt sich auch. All-in von Keole. Er spürt vielleicht schon, dass am Minimum gegen Ass König läuft hier. Und sieht dann jetzt hier, ach du Heiliger, er läuft gegen die Asse. Runter auf 14%. Ja, das bedeutet, glaube ich, dass eine Dame auch schon, 29% so. Ass A direkt am Flop. 2 perfekte Karten müssen kommen. Entweder 2 Kreuzen oder 2 Damen. Kommt nicht und das... Ah ne, sind ja schon 3 Kreuzen am Flop. Entschuldigung, 1 Kreuz reicht schon. Was erzähle ich denn jetzt hier? 1 Kreuz. Kommt nicht. Und der Italiener nimmt den nächsten Spieler raus. Keole scheidet aus. Der hatte sein... Er hat es gar nicht selbst mit angeschaut. Vielleicht war er zu nervös und kommt dann zurück zum Tisch und freut sich, dass die Asse gehalten haben.
Thank you very much. Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Teil 2.
My name is Chiara, I came from Italy and I was a floorman in the main event during the SpadePoker tournament. I just started to play Day 2. Today levels are going to be by 30 minutes and we are going to run till the final table and we are going to play the final table tomorrow. Actually, at the end of the prize pool was more than the guaranteed. So we have a prize pool of 178 and more francs. The guaranteed was 150,000, so we are really happy about that.
Das ist halt beim Pokern, es ist schon ein aufregendes Spiel. Und genau deshalb wird es von vielen so geliebt. Probiert's mal selbst aus. Es gibt garantiert ein Casino in der Nähe mit kleinen Buy-ins, kleinen Startgeldern. Wenn ihr da ein bisschen Nervenprickeln braucht. So, nochmal zu den Chips. Die gelben, das sind die 25.000er und diese beigen, das sind die 5.000er. Ich denke, wir werden im Laufe des Turniers dann spätestens am Final Table auch noch eine weitere Farbe hinzukriegen. So, Exxon mit dem Race auf 140.000. Er hat natürlich auch mittlerweile einen Stack von über 2 Millionen. Kann man mal ein bisschen spekulativer unterwegs sein. Ja, und das ist natürlich eine Hand, wo man dann mit 10 Big Blinds drauf wartet. Die Pocket-Könige beim Schweizer Scherer. Geht da all in und das ist jetzt ein Move von Jana. Da bin ich nicht so sehr mit einverstanden. Also sie hat natürlich auch nur noch knapp 5 Big Blinds, aber nach Race und All-In vor einem, ja, da gibt es nicht mehr so viele Hände, wo man mit Ass 3 gut aussieht. Sie geht auch All-In. Was macht Krasnicki mit König 7 in Pik? Er könnte natürlich jetzt, er hat wiederum die Gelegenheit, 2 Spieler gleich auszunocken. 365.000 muss er bringen und es liegt knapp 1 Million in der Mitte. Und das scheint ja auch gut zu laufen, sonst hätte er nicht so einen schönen Stack aufgebaut. Er macht den Call. Das kommt wieder zum Dreifach-Showdown. Ja, Jana braucht eigentlich jetzt nur ein Ass. Nur in Anführungsstrichen. Kommt das Ass. König ist da, der letzte König. Aber so ganz schlecht ist der Flop für Jana auch nicht. Denn eine 10 und sie hätte die Straße. Keine Hilfe am Turn. Krasnicki bereits bei 0%. Aber Jana mit einer 10 könnte sie jetzt hier diesen schönen Pot gewinnen. Kommt nicht. Und die Ukrainerin ist leider ausgeschieden. Die Blinds mittlerweile auch angestiegen. Wir sehen es rechts unten in der Ecke 40 und 80.000. Small und Big Blind. Und der Big Blind muss immer noch 80.000 hinzulegen. Das heißt, jede Runde kostet hier 200.000 Chips. Givi, ja, Stammspieler, erfolgreicher Pokerprofi im Small Blind, füllt auf mit 8-7. Und Stefan Mehr aus Österreich checkt eine Option. Und die 7. Ja, mit der sitzen natürlich beide zufrieden jetzt hier. Sehen den Flop als ziemlich gut an. 100.000 gefordert von Givi und Stefan bezahlt. Oh, da kommt die letzte im Deck befindliche 7 hinzu. Beide jetzt hier Trips. Und beide werden sich denken, wie kriege ich jetzt am besten die Chips vom Gegner. Aber für Stefan sieht es nicht gut aus. Denn die 5 ist kleiner als die 8 von Givi. Gibt natürlich auch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Und natürlich die 5 zum Sieg. Es kommt ja noch eine Karte. 250.000 von Givi gesetzt. All-in von Stefan und der Snap-Call jetzt hier von Givi. Alle Chips in der Mitte. Und eine nichts verändernde Dame und die 8 von Givi kommt in die Wertung. Er geht hoch auf 2,1 Millionen, Stefan runter auf 1, Millionen. Alles so entscheidende Pötte.
Mein Nickname ist Givi. Ich komme aus Italien ursprünglich, wohne hier in der Schweiz, bin 37 Jahre alt, unverheiratet, keine Kinder, habe eine Partnerin seit langen Jahren und ich spiele Poker eben, wie gesagt, wie ich schon gesagt habe, seit 20 Jahren. Ist auch ein Hobby von mir. Hobby, Beruf. War schon x-mal in Las Vegas, in allen Casinos von Europa. alle die ganze Tours früher, alle mitgespielt und ja, es ist eine große Leidenschaft. Ich spiele sehr gerne Turniere, aber ich spiele auch sehr, sehr gerne Cash Game. Am Tisch die Gegner, die ich mit großem Respekt anschaute, war natürlich der Stefan, weil der hatte auch sehr viele Chips. Ich war schon mit ihm gestern den ganzen Tag am Tisch, hat sehr guten Poker gespielt. Der Ramon spielt auch sehr solide und ja, und der Said kennt man, der hatte auch schon mehrere Turniere gewonnen. Ja, das sind so die 3 Spieler, die man mehr im Auge betrachten muss. Ja.
My name is Sorina Babsan. I'm a floorman assistant, but I was the floorman for this main event. Let me introduce you this event. We had the main event, which was 300,000 guaranteed. We had 7 first flights. One was turbo flight, which was today before the start of the day 2. We had a total of 338 entries and 114 re-entries. In total, 452. The atmosphere was quite nice. We have almost all the players that are used to come in our casino almost every day. They play this tournament. I think they found it interesting. And also we have some players that they come only for this event. So we also have players that came for second or third time, so which means the tournament is popular. We are happy for that. We are happy that we make it in this casino. 68 players are in the money. The 68th place is 1,340 and the first place is 58,000 francs.
Ass Dame, er hat bisher noch gar nicht so viele Turniererfolge auf der Habenseite. Also mehr ein Freizeitspieler mit Ass Dame und dem Race auf 230.000. Links unten unter dem Bild des jeweiligen Spielers sehen Sie, wie viele Chips die Teilnehmer noch hinter sich haben. Oh, Ass Bube bei Claudio Di Vito aus der Schweiz. Und vielleicht nochmal zu den Chipfarben. Die gelben, das sind die 25.000er, die beigen. Das sind die 5.000er, die beige-blauen. Und er geht all in mit Ass Bube. Und der Call von Stefan. So, in solchen Situationen ist es in der Regel ganz grob erklärt 70-30 immer für denjenigen, der also mit dem Ass die höhere Beikarte hat. Kommt noch so ein bisschen auf die Spielfarben immer an. Hier 66-34 ist Stefan der Favorit. Claudio braucht einen Buben. Nur kleines Gemüse am Flop. 3 Buben noch im Deck. Jetzt gibt es natürlich noch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Eine 3 oder eine 6 zum Beispiel. Dann hätten beide 2 Paar. Und das Ass würde als 5. Karte in die Wertung kommen. Aber die Dame hilft nicht. Und Stefan gewinnt ja diesen großen Pot hier gegen Claudio. Der scheidet aus auf Platz 20 für 1.320 Schweizer Franken.
My name is Stefan Mehr. I'm from Austria and I'm 38 years old. I work with natural fragrances in my normal life and I like to play poker. I like to climb, to drive with skateboards. I start the first day and play a solid game and close it with 280,000 chips. And the second day I had some swings, but always good chip stack. They are good players and would be a nice final table with them to play.
576 Spieler hier, die an diesem Turnier teilgenommen haben und einen Preispool von 178.000 Schweizer Franken generiert haben. Und Marcel Scherer hier, UTG mit 550.000. Also ja, 4,5 Big Blinds. Mir gefällt der Move, ehrlich gesagt, denn er bringt sicherlich den ein oder anderen hinter sich direkt, der bessere Hände wegschmeißt. mit etwas Glück schmeißt vielleicht der Big Blind auch dann, oder hat keine gute Hand. Aber Ass Bube, denke, dass hier Selvo 10 mit Ass Bube von Karo hier callen wird. Er hat dann auch zwar nur noch etwas mehr als 4 Big Blinds, aber das ist auf jeden Fall, das ist ein Call. Ja, hat nochmal erst eine Timebank, eine Zeitkarte geopfert. Braucht noch weitere 30 Sekunden. Und er entsorgt das Bube. Das ist auf jeden Fall schon mal eine gute Nachricht für Marcel. Aber jetzt Roger Heim aus der Schweiz mit dem 6er-Pärchen. Auch er nicht mehr super viele Chips vor sich. Also knapp 7 Big Blinds. Ja, Pocket 6er da. Auch er opfert eine Zeitkarte. Na, Marcel. Oh, er legt auch die 6er weg und der Move.
I guess I made a very bad laydown, but I see it probably later. It was under the gun. And so, as I told you, the balls were screaming, call that guy. But then the brain started to interrupt my balls. And that was a mistake, you know. I probably should have called that guy, and I'm pretty sure I made a bad decision. But it's okay. Sometimes you do bad decisions, sometimes you make good decisions. That's poker. That's the game.
So, wir haben eine neue Line-Up jetzt hier. Ein anderer Tisch, der vorher außen saß, ist jetzt hier an den TV-Tisch gesetzt worden. Aber einen oder anderen kennen wir bereits. Zum Beispiel Massimo Vitoli, der hier mit 2 Big Blinds unterwegs ist. 320.000 All-In. Und Thomas Hart mit Ass 3 hat er auf 500.000 geraced. Und Nono 01. All-in mit 1,3 Millionen. So, Massimo ist All-in. Thomas müsste jetzt noch ordentlich nachbringen, aber er passt auf 500.000 Chips, die er da investiert hat, ohne den Flop zu sehen. So, Massimo braucht Hilfe hier, ansonsten ist er raus. Aber seine beiden Karten sind live, König, Dame. Also 43%, gar nicht so schlimm. Und er trifft zwar 2 Bar, wollte ich sagen, aber sein Gegner macht die Straße direkt am Flop. Ass, König, Dame, Bube, 10. Oh, was für ein Flop. Oh, die Dame am Turn. Massimo geht in Führung und ich glaube, ja, er kann die Hand gar nicht mehr verlieren. Kein Straight oder Roy Flush möglich hier. Double Up für Massimo. Er bleibt im Turnier jetzt bei 720.000. Ja. Und weiter geht's. Das nächste All-In jetzt hier von Thomas mit 660, mit 4 Big Blinds, etwas mehr als 4 mit Ass König. Ja, da will man natürlich vielleicht auch einen Call haben von jemandem mit dem Ass und einer kleineren Beikarte. Massimo mit König 9 an Cut-Off. Ja, da bin ich mir fast sicher, dass er die Hand entsorgen wird. Da ist es einfach zu häufig, dass man genau in solche Hände läuft, wo man dann dominiert ist, wo der Gegner vielleicht auch einen König hat, mit einem besseren Kicker. Oder selbst wenn der Gegner Ass Dame, Ass Bube hat, ist man hinten. Und ich glaube nicht, dass man hier mit König 9 Offsuit das Turnierleben riskieren sollte. Ich glaube, da wird auch Massimo die gleiche Entscheidung treffen. Es läuft nicht immer so gut aus wie eben. Ja, da entsorgt er. Und am Button Colin Lantemann aus der Schweiz. Mit 8-3. Easy Fold. Kann man leicht entsorgen. Dame 4 im Small Blind. Er geht ebenfalls in die Mark. Und Ass 6. Und da war einen großen Said El-Yousfi in der Schweiz lebend, allerdings gebürtig aus Marokko. Er hat schon über 1 Million an Turnierpreisgeldern gewonnen. Sehr, sehr erfahrener Pokerspieler. Ja, überlegt jetzt hier. Er hat die roten Chips auch. Das sind, ich glaube, das sind die Hunderttausender. Muss er natürlich auch ernst nehmen. UTG-Race von einem, sag ich mal, eher konservativen Spieler. Da kann man auch mal Ass 6 weglegen, denn häufig genug schaut man genau in solche Hände ein Ass mit einer besseren Beikarte. Aber er macht den Call. Said macht den Call. Dreht zwar relativ selbstbewusst hier um die Ass 6, aber er braucht Hilfe, 32%. Also in mehr als 2/3 der Fälle wird Thomas jetzt hier aufdoppeln. Und die 6 am Flop. Ey, das wollte jetzt hier der Thomas nicht sehen. Er braucht Hilfe. Und zwar in Form eines Königs. Rechts oben sehen wir, einer ist bereits ausgeteilt gewesen. Das kann man durch die Technik ganz gut direkt simultan erkennen. 2 Könige noch im Deck. Einer davon muss jetzt kommen am River. Kommt nicht. Und Thomas ist raus. So, All-In von Marcel hier mit 630.000 und 8,5 UTG. Er hat denselben Move eben schon mal mit 3,5, da ist er gut gegangen. Jetzt wird er hier gecallt von Colin. Der musste noch 380.000 nachbringen mit 10,2 suited. Beide nichts getroffen, gar nicht so schlecht der Flop hier für Marcel. Er braucht eine 5, eine 8 oder eine 7 für die Straße. Etliche Outs, 37% noch. Bube gehört nicht dazu. Jetzt nur noch eine Karte. Prozente runter auf 22. Marcel wäre sonst raus. Ja, die Dame ändert gar nichts. Mit 10 hoch. Kein Paar. Gewinnt Colin die Hand und ist jetzt auf einmal hoch auf 3,4 Millionen. Aber eigentlich auch noch einen Hauptjob hat und ja, sich für 2023 vorgenommen hat, mal die etwas größeren Felder zu spielen mit Buy-ins, ja, um die 300, 400, 500 Franken oder Euro. Ja, und wie man sieht, hier sehr erfolgreich. Und Said stellt da mal eine ganze Ladung an roten Chips rein. Ja, setzt quasi Small und Big Blind unter Druck, weil er den größeren Stack hat. Nono mit König, Dame. Er geht auch all in. Er geht all in mit 1,3 Millionen. Und Said zahlt nach. Also Ass 2 bei ihm hier und König, Dame bei Nono. Sein Turnierleben von Nono 1 ist on the line, ist in Gefahr. Er braucht Hilfe, aber 45%. Ja, das sind halt die Glücksmomente. Hier, diese Dinger, die muss man gewinnen, wenn man vorne in Turnieren landen möchte. Und König, Dame, Top 2 für Nono. Sehr gut sieht es aus jetzt hier für ein Double-Up. Dann wäre er bei 3,2 Millionen. Oh! Mitten rein der Bube für die Straße. Said geht in Führung. Jetzt braucht Nono wieder Hilfe in Form eines Königs oder einer Dame oder Ass zum Splitpot. Und Nono ist raus auf Platz 10. So, wir sehen unten rechts die Blinds. 100.000 und 200.000. Der Big Blind muss zusätzlich nochmal 100.000 reinlegen. Das heißt, jede Runde kostet alleine 400.000 Chips. Sandro Muscarella aus Italien, ich glaube in der Schweiz lebend, Cut-off gepasst. Und das der Chip wieder. Givi hier mit Ass 5 suited und der Erhöhung auf 500.000. Natürlich, wenn man so einen großen Stack hat, 12 Millionen, dann lassen sich die Hände schon ein wenig leichter spielen. Im Small Blind Ramon Barmettler mit König Dame suited und knapp 2 Millionen an Chips. Und da hat er erstmal eine seiner Zeitkarten geopfert. Dadurch erhält er nochmals 30 Sekunden Zeit zum Überlegen. Wir können auch nochmal auf die Chips, auf die Farben eingehen. Die roten, das sind die großen, das sind die 100.000er. Die gelben, die 25.000er. Und die beigen, die da on top stehen bei Ramon, das sind die 5.000er. So, er geht die 400.000 mit Ramon. Und wir haben Massimo Vitoli. Ja, der ist schon mit 200.000 im Big Blind drin, hat insgesamt nur 405.000 vor sich. Er zahlt dann seine letzten 205.000 mit 9,5 von Herz. Und er braucht Hilfe, ansonsten ist die Reise auch für ihn hier beendet. Ramon trifft die Dame. Und Ramon und Gibi checken das hier, obwohl... Ja, das ist häufig so eine Sache, wenn man einen Spieler, ja, wenn der ausscheiden kann, dass die beiden anderen dann die in der Hand sind, vielleicht so ein freundliches Check-Check spielen. Aber Ramon sagt sich, nee, ich muss hier auch meine Hand ein bisschen schützen, die Dame. Nicht, dass du nachher noch irgendwie was triffst, das Ass oder irgendwas, was du hast. Und er spielt 400.000 an. Gibi weiß in diesem Moment, dass der Ramon da was haben muss und sieht es jetzt auch. King Queen. Aber Massimo hat noch eine kleine Option. 4 Sechser sind noch drin. Eine 6 würde ihm die Straße bringen. Ah, knapp daneben. Und Massimo wird hier Siebter für 5.120 Schweizer Franken. All-in jetzt hier von Sandro, ebenfalls Italiener in der Schweiz lebend. All-in mit 1,1 Millionen, also 5,5 Big Blinds. Mit Ass 8 suited. Oh, und der Big Blind Colin Landemann aus der Schweiz findet die Aasbube. Und die Reise für Sandro, ja, die scheint jetzt hier zu Ende zu gehen auf Platz 6. Wir sehen es links unten in der Ecke, 37%. Er braucht eine 8 oder eine Ladung Herzen. Kommt nicht direkt der Bube hier für Colin hoch auf 92% und Sandro, ja, er steht bereits auf. Nochmal ein klein wenig Hoffnung mit dem zweiten Herz, Herz 7. Jetzt sehen wir ein paar weitere Outs jetzt hier rechts oben, 8 Outs. Dann wieder hoch auf 22% und da kommt das Herz. Runner für den Flush und Sandro bleibt im Spiel hoch jetzt auf 2,4 Millionen. Da schöpft er wieder Hoffnung. Bald die Faust. Ja, für ihn ist es natürlich ein herber Rückschlag. Die Chips hat er ja wahrscheinlich schon vor sich gesehen, der Colin. Noch dabei hier. Sandro Muscarello. Mit König 4 suited hier. Jetzt mit 10 Big Blinds hält er sich raus. Auch gute Entscheidung. Gibi am Button. Auch er schmeißt 9-4 suited weg. Ass 3 im Small Blind. 12,5 Big Blinds. Ja, das kann man mal auch schon pushen. Kann man auch noch min-raisen. Aber er geht direkt all in. Ich denke, absolut in Ordnung, der Move. Dame 10 suited bei Said. Er, wir sehen es, 1,8 Millionen, also 9 Big Blinds. Und ja, man denkt sich, der Small Blind, der will doch hier nur meine Blinds und die ganzen Antis stibitzen. Und dann, ich kann mich ganz gut reinversetzen hier in den Schweizer, eigentlich marokkanische Wurzeln, der sehr erfahrene Spieler. Kann man sich auch mal in so einen Call, ja, so einen Call schön denken, reden. Opfert erst auch noch mal eine Zeitkarte. Und dann macht er den Call. Und sieht zwar jetzt, dass er hinten ist, aber wir sehen es links unten. 46% auch noch bei Said, also fast ein Coinflip. 50-50. Und ganz wichtiger Pot, wichtige Karten, die der Dealer jetzt umdreht. Ja, schöner Flop für Ass 3. Said braucht eine Dame oder eine 10 oder 2 Piken. Kommt nicht. Also runter jetzt auf 5 Outs, 14%. Und nein, keine Hilfe. Und Said wird hier Sechster für 6.830 Schweizer Franken. Glückwunsch an den Schweizer. Wie gesagt, mit marokkanischen Wurzeln. Über 1 Million schon an Turnierpreisgeldern gewonnen. 5 Spieler noch übrig. Und die Preissprünge werden natürlich jetzt immer gewaltiger. Hier sehen wir, wie bestellt nochmal die Payouts. Ja, alle schon 9.210 Franken sicher. Aber für den Sieger über 34.000. Das ist die ganz spannende Phase. So, er ist relativ safe hier mit über 11 Millionen. Mit dem Race Givi auf 550.000. Ramon mit den Pocket Cowboys, die Kings, die zweitbeste Starthand. Und 4,8, also 24 BBs. Wie spielt man's? Geht man doch mal drüber? Oder sagt man sich, ich schiebe alles rein? Ja, geht. Er macht eine schöne 3-Bet, finde ich, auf 1,3 Millionen. Gibt Givi dadurch einen attraktiven Preis. Der müsste noch 750.000 bringen für 2,4 Millionen. Könnte mir durchaus vorstellen, dass er da noch mal reinschaut. Und das macht er auch. $1,3, da kommen noch 2 gelbe. Ja, ich glaube, er hat 1,4 reingelegt, kriegt er natürlich Wechselgeld vom Dealer. Oh, sehr schöner Flop hier für Givi. Top-Paar mit Bauchschuss für die Straße. Und er kommt von vorne mit dem Schuss 1 Million. So, Ramon hat noch 3,5 Millionen. Gibt sicherlich bessere Flops für Könige, aber zumindest kein Ass erstmal da. Und ja, kurz überlegt und dann sagt er sich, ich gehe all in. Mit 3,5 Millionen. Und jetzt ist es wieder an Givi. Wird er ein bisschen rechnen. 2,5 zu bringen. Es sind allerdings auch 7,6 schon in der Mitte. Ich glaube nicht, dass er da rauskommt. Auch wenn er ahnt, vermutlich, dass er hier mit seiner Hand zurückliegt und Hilfe braucht. Ja, also je mehr er rechnet, desto sicherer bin ich mir fast, dass er den Call machen wird. 3:1 fürs Geld. Zudem gibt es ja auch noch ein paar Möglichkeiten, dass der Gegner vielleicht so eine Hand wie Ass Dame von Karo hält, Ass König von Karo. Ja, da sind die Chips auch drin und es kommt hier zum Showdown. Wir sehen es in den Prozenten. 2:1 Favorit der Ramon. Aber, wie gesagt, es gibt jetzt viele Karten, die gut sind für Givi. Oh, und direkt am Turn die 7 rein für die Straße. War es eine bittere Karte für den jungen Schweizer. Jetzt bräuchte er eine 10, um einen geteilten Pot zu erzwingen. Ja, kommt nicht. Und Ramon scheidet hier aus auf Platz 6 für 6.830 Franken. Schönes Turnier für den jungen Schweizer. Solche Phasen gibt es auch beim Pokern, wenn es einfach mal richtig gut läuft. Colin, König, Dame und etwas mehr als um die 7 Big Blinds. Ich glaube, da muss es rein. Und genau den Move macht er auch. All in. Oh, das ist ein persönlicher Enemy. Sandro hat ihn bereits zweimal aufgedoppelt und Sandro findet jetzt Ass Bube. 1,7 Millionen. Hat er den Dealer nochmal gefragt, wie viel sind das? Ich glaube, da gibt es keine andere Möglichkeit, als zu callen oder beziehungsweise selbst All-In zu gehen. Macht er auch. Stefan auch nochmal mit dem Ass, aber der hält sich, wie gesagt, der ist ganz gut mit der Position des Zuschauens bisher gefahren.
Ja, no gamble, no party.
Welcome back, everyone. Had a nice long dinner break. I hope you had something good to eat. There is our final table with a big chip leader in Antonio, having doubled up earlier before the dinner break, and we have a full feature table. There's the color of our chips, with green as the highest chip, 25,000. There's our prize pool. We're playing down to the final 8, who will be in the final table tomorrow, and I will be with you tomorrow night alongside my German colleague Matt, who is commentating on one of our other channels. So you have a choice, English or German. Most of you are watching the German one, which is more than fair since we are in Liechtenstein. Here we go then. Action Jackson awaits. Mr. Georgopoulos, nice 9-7 suited, but he's in early position. Shortish stack. Look at all those chips. Seat 2 has now Mr. Antonio, 1.6 million. Very good. Played his aces very well. Got maximum reward. And our aggressive player has folded this time. Mr. Arduini in seat 4 has the aces. Decent stack behind him, nearly 1 million. And he's going to get some action here with the ace queen. I can see Mr. Maliki re-raising here. Could get in a lot of trouble. I could see a re-raise to about 120. It's like I'm in his brain. Look at that, 135. I was very close. I promise I haven't seen this before. I just play a lot of poker. Very sad. Right. How is Mr. Arduini going to play this? He knows he's up against a good hand. He wants to get maximum value from his aces. He's going to pray he's got ace king or ace queen. Is he going to shove now? Or is he just going to call? Oh, I like it. He's playing this cute. He's just called with the aces. He's absolutely underrepresenting his hand. Gut shot draw for seat 5. Checks. Will Mr. Arduini check behind? Dangerous board though. Jack 10 and 2 hearts. Doesn't want to see another heart. Doesn't want to see a king. I think he should be betting this for A, value, and B, to prevent a simple draw.
140.
Ne 50 minuti. Das ist 40 Level. Minuten, ne? 50. Ja. Aber noch per Seite. Das Finale ist 50. Per Seite nochmal.
Now the ace queen has filled up. Mr. Maliki is going to get a good pot here. It's already 590,000. He's got the nut, no flush. And it's bad news for the aces. Good pot there, very good pot for the ace queen. Got very lucky. And I'd argue that if he'd have shoved on the flop, the ace queen may have had to fold. Doesn't play that well against an all-in pre-flop. But didn't happen, so we'll never know. Got very lucky with the gut shot draw.
Come su bir stumene?
Glad I didn't show.
Pair of tens for seat 8. He's got just under 20 big blinds, got about 19 big blinds. He's looking up, checking a state, making a small raise. 43 left in the field. Each place will have a small pay jump soon. Mr. Krasinici folding his ace. Okay. And a pair for Mr. Arduino, who will want to see a flop with a pair of threes. Just beaten out of a big pot with aces against ace queen. So call with the queen 10. Needs to hit a straight draw or a queen really to get involved more, and the jack 4 folds. Don't know what the all-in button's doing there. A bit too close to the player with tens, and he's hit his queen. So poor old 4-bet, 5-bet, or whatever his name is. Rolf, I think I called him earlier. Could be anything. Decided to call him Rolf. So easy takedown with a top pair. Mr. Maliki is getting very lucky with his flops and turns.
If I jammed pre-flop, you'd go. No. 30 deep? Small blind buffer? No, why? Why not? Not, but no. It'd be crazy.
More. I can't play with isolation. Don't need this.
You're crazy.
King 9, very playable hand, but not when you're just over 20 big blinds. Sorry, 10 big blinds.
5 raise 40.
Spieleraufruf für Markus, ein Platz frei für dich auf 6001 Blinds.
6 raise all in. 7 pass. 8 pass. $220.
Ace King push. Maliki will know he's live, but not in great shape. A nice play with the Ace King suited there. Not the hardest hand to play when you're up against one opponent.
I wouldn't snap the river with ace jack if it was a suited with
How much is not nothing through?
No.
Uno vez picken, nur
Ace
only
jack
us.
snapping
Only
the
us.
river.
E io sull'asso ho visto.
Sì, ma adesso jack non snappa the river, cioè una decisione.
Appunto, però ho detto minchia come cazzo fare di fare. Adesso K ancora.
Adesso K chiamo
Appunto.
velocemente perché può avere la stessa mano.
Anche può avere la stessa mano, magari di colore, non l'ha chiuso, sempre buono con il capo.
Ma su K va quasi sempre lì.
Pass. 3 pass. Four raise 45. 5 pass.
Raise to 2.5x with the Queen Jack suited. Folding around at the moment. Small blind folds. Big blind actually has him dominated on King Jack. How's he going to play this? Just calling.
Heads up.
The King has hit and the Queen Jack is up and down. This could get expensive, people. King is not folding with a short stack to any bet. Nice small bet from Mr. Arduini. Raise all in. May well get a call with the up and down. Nope. Doesn't like his odds. Fair enough. He was quite well behind.
Arriva a un certo punto che fuori date stanno prendendo perché non sto facendo continuazione.
Tranquillo,
Sì, quello è la mia opinione, non è che ti ho detto che è giusto.
No.
Assolutamente, ognuno gioca come cazzo vuole.
Giochi come professionista.
Lui è professionista.
Veramente?
Lui sì.
Bravo. Sei giovane, quanti anni hai?
Ho 30 anni.
30.
È da 15 anni che
Salti a destra.
Four raise 45.
Raising with the ace-10 suited, but Mr. Maliki has the ace-king. I'm pretty sure we'll see a 3-bet.
5 raise 125. 6
Casual.
7 pass.
5 25k chips thrown in, 125. Mr. Arduini is going to find it hard to call with the ace-10 suited. And we have another ace-10 suited from a shorter stack. But he's right in the middle of these two. One similar stack or a bit more than the other chip leader. He has to fold it. Going to feel a bit aggrieved about that. Come on, Antonio, you got 7-4. Let's move on. Now the ace-10 suited in a tricky spot. Ace-10 suited has hit a flush draw, but he's slow playing it. Ace-King still ahead. Probably won't fold, but I think we might see a bet now. He didn't get a bet against him. He's got the nut flush draw and 2 overcards. He's got to feel fairly confident about this. He's got 14 outs as well. I think it makes sense to make a bet. Looks like an all-in bet. And the ace-king of Mr. Maliki is in a very tough spot here. He's only beating literally the kind of hand Mr. Arduini has, a poorer ace with a flush draw. And that's quite hard to specifically put on someone. Be an amazing call if he makes it, but well played, sir. Takes it down.
Maybe just 10. Oh, me? You are not dead, sir.
Next hand is being dealt. He does very quick.
Raise 45. 6 pots, 7 pots. 8 pots. 1 pot. 2 pots.
Nice race here, pair of 4s against ace-queen. How's Mr. Krasinici going to play his 4s though? He's been fairly aggressive up till now. He's up against a raise. And he's hit the magic. He's hit a set against ace-queen. He's going to know he's up against an overpair. I think we'll see some money coming in now as a check. Small bet. Looks... oh, he does not get paid. Unlucky.
Poder po baš ćeš lizat dora baš kontrateja, bre. Di tože potom. Poder? Njer pri bëj 3-7 kontrateja. Na tavlinën tjetër punohet me as dame, baš kontrateja. So ish, punohet. Воздушно колду baš dam.
5 raise, 40 down. 6 plus. 7 pass, 6 pass. 1 pass.
King 9 suited, Mr. Maliki, very playable hand at the moment. Well, I've no idea what Antonio will do because I've got it wrong most of the night. He could do anything. He does tend to make very strange calls with really bad holdings, just like he's doing now. Or at least... Okay, good. He does confuse me. Top pair and a flush draw against a made flush. This could be trouble for Mr. Arduini. Nice small enticing bet with the second nuts. I don't think Mr. Arduini is going to go anywhere yet. Just flat call with the queen 6. May still feel his queen's ahead. Now maybe a bet of about 70. Nope, smaller, 50,000. Enticing the call. And getting it. Maliki playing this hand very well so far. He's got it tied up against top pair.
5 bet, 150,000.
Now he's trying to get value out of the hand. Mr. Arduini will find it hard to fold, having called twice. Thought he was ahead twice. He's got to feel his queen is still ahead.
Flush. Bala kad shkronë, bala. Ama pasha po I biku dush, edhe unë e kena 150 lira. Edhe e di se ta pagun. E 100% e di se të serë salë. Ma në qështë veç qështë I këta kapon e qështë të. Kjo qështë I qështë I këta kapon, për s'kishtë si pasal. Bombe han, kujt lështi. Me lavt shën, ja.
Ja, fotopremieren.
Ja?
Fotopremieren, das am Schluss oder noch so Bilder.
Mr. Krasinitsky with a pair of sixes. Probably will be raising here. And Antonio with the queen 9. Almost certainly having called. Will just flat call again. Doesn't like re-raising, although this time he does not have a premium hand. But it's a very playable hand. Queen 9 suited. He knows he's up against an aggressive player, and if he hits, he also knows that that player will do all the work for him. Doesn't want to see a queen and a 6 on board. And he's missed, and that's the kind of board that sixes will be very happy with. Immediate bet. Krasnitsky, very good. Staring him down. Trying to encourage the raise. He knows he's ahead.
Come on, one time call and then check, history. Only for you.
Giving him a special offer, and he's going to fold. Too much verbals, too confident, mate.
Så går det en dag som...
Pair of 8s now for seat 1, who has increased his stack. Certainly see a raise. 45, so just over the 2x. Oh, Antonio could be in trouble. He won't be raising, but he'll certainly be calling. Loves to take his time. Wow, wow! That has shocked me. Folding a pair. I mean, unless he can see that his opposition has a pair of 8s, it's a very strange play. Who folds a pair? Pre-flop to a small raise. Wow. I literally, I'd love to get in the head of this guy. He can see things I can't. But Malikwi, oh, here we go. Hello. Good morning, Vietnam. Pair of 10s. All you can eat. And even the 8s is going to struggle to call this, but he may well do. He may feel he's up against in a race, but very difficult position. He's put chips in already. If he feels he's in a race up against ace, king, ace, queen, he may well call. We know he isn't, but he does not know that. Tricky spot. Very tricky. Makes the call with 8s, gets the bad news, up against an overpair. Until we see an 8 on the board, Mr. Malikwi will be very confident that his 10s will take this pot, and he will have increased another 680k onto his stack. That will make him, I think, chip leader on the table. Played very well since he came. Quiet start. No help there for the 8s. Just 2 8s in the pack. 7%. A 6 or a 7 would give him a draw. That's not helping either. 3% equity. 2 8s in the pack. Got to hit one of them. And that is not it. So we lose seat 1. Mr. Lampere.
Pause war gut.
Wunderbar.
Zweimal Fischari und nachher der Jackpot hier.
Echt schön. Für mich Wasser ohne bitte. Mit Zitrone drin.
Sirup. Uno.
Bolmadı. Emu. Bir picture. Ja. Ja, men das ist schön, ja. Flaske Flow. Veljo River. Ja. Alle Backup wirklich. Pocket 10, Pocket 8. Eine von deinen 8.
Das ist der Momentum.
Timing, oder? Timing. What a timing.
Thank you.
Pair of fives for relatively short stacked. He's got 13 big blinds. I think he's got to get it in with a pair, and he does. Only a premium hand will look him up. Even Antonio won't call me Queen 7, but with him, I really don't know. I'll be honest. I have no idea. Got the computer hand.
It's better to know every time. It's okay, it's okay. If you know, it's good.
275.
How much?
275.
Pretty sure he's going to fold. A pair of fives has pushed. And looks like it's going to get through. And now we're going to hear from our player that just got knocked out, Ramon, who was in seat 1, just got knocked out there.
Last hand was a pocket of ace, and I was pretty happy to have another good hand, because before I hadn't had playable hands, so I was happy. So hopefully to double up, because I was very short, and I raised to 45k with the big blind was 20, and everybody was folding, and the small and the big blind was still in the hand, and yeah, it was like the last hand. I had 320k, so yeah, I'm out. I want to win this tournament, but it's not every time is possible. So, but it's fine. The 39th place.
Very well said, Ramon. Everyone wants to win a tournament, but sometimes it's just not your day. And getting it all in, calling with 8s, you're hoping you're up against 2 overcards, but unfortunately he was up against the 10s, and the run out was no good for him. 39th place. Had a raise with the ace-2 suited. Antonio may well have a look at this. And I think from that comment, Mr. Krasniqi has realised that Antonio plays big hands very passively, so he is going to be a little concerned with his ace-2. Still winning at the moment, but the Jack-7 very live. Lots of verbals flying around. In Italian.
call shots. Near per move. Måndag sa I'm gonna
I don't think Antonio will be calling with a Jack-7, so may not make much difference what hand Krasnitschi's got.
Ah no, una volta può anche portare, cazzo, ogni volta che mi ha preso tutto, no, mi prende anche il sangue.
Takes it down.
Ah, appunto, mi dai 20-30 mila, mi prendi 700-800
Anche lui è d'accordo, vedi? È d'accordo. Ti piace, ti piace. Mi sa che mi ha paura.
Here we can see the relative positions. So Krasnitschi's up 371, but the big rise has been Mr. Malikwi in seat 5, 1.4 million from when he first started. And the other end of that, Mr. Arduini and Mr. Bat have both gone down 300,000-400,000.
Weiterer Spieler auf Gut von der Pokerbank. Platz 3, Potte mit Nummer 2, zweite Blinds. Anrufen bitte.
Presión maximum 2600. Я у него пресс опять выполнил. Normalement, ничего не нельзя. Лобчик, Зуна будет. А на такого пресс максимум.
No, non è già preso le carte.
Asso.
Ah?
Asso.
Kush.
Сиди. Забыл, peut-être.
C'est pour race. For five.
Arduini, who has lost a lot of chips in the last hour or two, got a good hand here, raising with ace queen. May get called by the king jack, may even get re-raised. And if he does get re-raised, he has to get it in, really. They've both under 15 big blinds. So both short stacked, both with decent hands. Checking his stack. You will see it's round about the same, but he is covered. It's gone all in. I'm pretty sure seat 4 will call. A dummy call from a joker in the pack. And Mr. Arduini called. Both have hit the flop. Oh, it was just a call. Sorry, just called the raise. I thought he went all in. Now we're going to see a value bet. C-bet with the ace. But unfortunately, C8 has hit the king. He may well call here for one card. And he does. Unless he hits a king or a jack, it's going to get very tricky for him. And That improves Mr. Arduini's hand to the nut flush draw and the top pair. C8 only drawing to a king or a jack, and it can't be the jack of hearts. So 5-6 outs. Is he thinking of betting this one? Try and take it down. He may well be thinking his oppo hasn't got an ace with the way he's played it. Been very passive. You can see a picture of Ramon behind us, who won one of these before. King Jack has not improved. Ace is still winning. Is he going to make a value bet or just going to go check, check? More than a value bet. He's gone all in, putting maximum pressure. Will he feel he has to call with the pot size? He's getting 2-1 on his money.
Vielleicht ist wirklich so. Nein, vielleicht bin ich auch drin und verliere. Besser vielleicht so, dass ich habe kein Karte. Aha. Bobo, weißt du.
Still deliberating, trying to work out whether his king is any good here. His body language clearly says he's not comfortable. If he was that comfortable, he'd have snap called. Very hard to call this. The raise pre-flop, the likelihood of Mr. Arduini having an ace is pretty high. We know he does, but just trying to get in the head of Mr. 4-bet, 5-bet. 4-bet, 5-bet. Go home if you call this. Surprised no one on the table's called a clock. It's been quite a while that he's been deliberating. I never like it when the player in the hand calls a clock, but every player on the table has a right to call the clock, especially if it, in fact, sometimes helps the player just to kind of make them make a decision. Sometimes it's very hard to make a decision on the end.
bella, non fa niente, aspetta.
I really think someone should be calling the clock here. This is far too long to make a decision. Had about 6-7 minutes. I think we have someone calling time, which is the same as clock. And I don't think seat 8 minds. He just literally does not know what to do. So putting him under a clock may help his decision. And sometimes it's not an aggressive move to call a clock. Sometimes it literally helps the player make a decision, and they just can't make a decision.
Time. Floor time. Floor time. Table table. Sorry.
Bitte 30 Sekunden. 30 seconds.
Now I've got 20 seconds or so. Probably favours the fold.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gute Call.
Makes the call.
As Jack. As Jack. König Jack. Oh, und das as Jack.
Ace Queen wins. Big pot to Mr. Arduino. So after all that, unfortunately, seat 8 makes the wrong call. I think with the raise pre-flop, the likelihood is that his opposition had an ace. After all that, unfortunately, he made the wrong decision.
Turn check. Make the call.
You have a new blind. 10,025. 10,000.
Yeah, these are hanging because
Very nice turn. There's like almost no bet.
Ich hätte auch gesagt, aber nicht. Nein, König Jack nicht. Ich hätte gedacht, Ass.
Minimum Ass. Mi ha chiesto se avevo l'asso, quindi lui vince l'asso.
E ha detto ti passo donna, pensa che c'hai il migliore del tuo. Ma un K solo basta. Però ti bluff.
È legittimo perché ho aperto sul tuo blind che non c'eri.
Ma no, non ha ragionato però lì.
Ace 6 suited. Raises to 50,000. Blinds are now 10.25, so 2x raise. Starting to get serious now, the blinds. Got a pretty strong table presence at the moment. Hasn't got out of line, Mr. Malikwi, at all. Except once when we saw, but the rest of the table didn't know. Takes that down. Another hand to the chip leader.
Josh, trash. Oh, doe het maar, niet pikstad, ik wat je nou niet zegt.
Brother na cima, por isto é desordem. Mas bem, as contas, as
Você shoppa one more day?
You are not blind.
Oh, ma era porno, lei,
Maybe George Zammer, pas wat dat je wil doen.
Unë domineer van
Live trailer,
goed
yes.
compleet.
Absolute cash game, how are you? I've brought my table here.
Straße, come vediamo.
Do you mind just putting your yellows in front so I can see how many do you have? Thank you.
Too much for you.
Pik, čik, 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 këto më lirisht. E bona me nxerë që ato shkaju për së më ndikë. Që, botën të bëj folë. A për korekt, edhe?
Sit for call.
Ace 4 offsuit against 7-8. Not a lot in it. The 7 has hit. Let's see how he plays it. When he has hit, he does tend to play fairly strong. So, yep, he is betting it.
Not supposed to fold this, but I'm gonna anyway.
Bullshit fold announced.
Ti, kolega, mirë je këtë, super je, qi pa ke bosa dush, ti dha shumë e bob, do këtë, 700.000 fshine kështë. Se di pse e bon. Po qysh, dhe unë qysh du me pagu 200, ti ki edhe 270. Po që aty ke gabimi jem, unë si dhash 2 pika, unë. Pik dërë, mu me prapë me pik dërë. Po jo, se ja kishe bon rjerejt me pik dërë, ose ki pikat, ose ki, për shambull, qikat, ose krajlat, ose kito gjanorët, unë e kom edhe poshë, ne?
Poor seat 7, Mr. Georgiopoulos really has not had a hand, except the 1 aces earlier. But apart from that, he has not had a playable hand. Mr. Arduini, who has been fairly active in recent hands, may well raise on the button with King 9. It's a hand that plays well. He raises to 75. Will Mr. Malique get cute with his 5-7 suited? And then we have a short stack behind on the big blind. Oh, we see a call. Have we got a hand? No, we do not. He's making a move with a 6-2. Very brave poker. King 9 folds, and I think 7-5 will fold. I can't see him calling here. It's not a hand to call with. It's a nice hand to raise with. Wow, really? What a call! He cannot know, but he's actually winning. He's going to be so happy when he sees this hand. He cannot have thought he was actually ahead, especially when the King 9 folds. Unbelievable. Love this. King 9's now thinking, really? I folded against these two hands? Now, will 6-2 get lucky? The 6 has hit, but the straight to the 5-7 has hit. So he pretty well drawing dead. He needs runner on a house. Let's see if the turn helps, and he is gone. In fact, the King 9 would have lost quite badly, as it turns out. He's even hit a flush on the end. Oh, no, he hasn't. Nearly a flush. Getting excited there, getting carried away. Mr. Malique increases his stack significantly. Well played.
He's back to potato pre-flop, and he decided that it's an excellent spot to just re-jam 6-2.
Ah?
Kjo është, do gjithë njëm. Qina nuk e di se mirë është. Që është a bëjë, 7-5 e rrugë.
Posso sei?
Jo, sutë.
10 faze.
Po dhe është karte piri zemën në do uje.
Only big blind, dite?
E bonë e 8 milion.
All right. Now can I loot out guys?
Waarom dat gaat toe? Ga nog 4 6, dat is niet. Dat is nog 6. Dat is 10 andere weer. Dat is 3 zo tag 1 en 3 zo tag 2. Dat is po, dat is nog wat ze doen via tag 1. Per piacere, non solo da quella parte anche.
Raise with the ace-9. Well, Antonio flat call with the ace-3. That has been the way he has tended to play hands. Just slow playing his big hands and playing variable hands. Doesn't seem to weigh up his position very much either. But he has a lot of chips. So who am I to comment? Well, I'm the commentator, so I guess I can. But very individual style.
Oh, a river speak.
I will give you.
Cool. A river speak. Choose one.
No, neither player has hit. It's 2 diamonds, backdoor diamonds for Antonio. Mr. Krasniqi has the lead with the ace-9, but won't know that. He's an aggressive player. He's been betting most flops, regardless of his holding. He'll be wary, though. He'll be wary of Antonio slow playing big hands. He decided to make a strong bet and find out exactly where he's at. And a bit of play acting there. Looks like the ace-3 is going to take it. And Mr. Krasniqi didn't bet his ace-9, was well ahead and let his opposition get there.
Oh, no. Arriva 3. Ma tu mi rendi conto? Io mai mi posso tornare in no. Serite non so cos'è. Qualcuno che
Bei Blinds 4000, 8000, die Blinds, 8000. Blinds up on the Sunday, you can enter them 4000, 8000, 8000.
Pans, niet jas, niet stads. Niet chats. Dat leert er helemaal meer. Dank je.
Yeah.
Everything good? Yep.
C2 pass. C3 pass. C4 pass.
King 10 offsuit in late position. Raises to 60k. New player with 390k in front and coming into seat 8. And our chip leader increases his stack.
turn med bro. Nästa en balkong nästa.
What's coming the right move?
Questa tipo di no, bro.
First turn card 6 of cups.
Kaznichi and another Lopez, had a few of them since we've been following this table. Usually plays them fairly aggressively.
Genau.
Checking the sack sizes of his opposition before he makes a decision. Well, decides against it. Probably a good job because Mr. Malikwi has ace queen suited, ace king suited, and raises. Antonio will probably call, and he does. Like small pot poker. King 10, good flop. Queen Jack hitting the up and down, ace king winning with the gut shot. 80k C bet. Pretty sure he'll get a call here. It's not in Antonio's style to be raising here. Interesting hand. And he's hit it straight with a king 10. Antonio going to be winning another decent pot unless a 10 comes for Malikwi. Betting big bet into this pot with the made straight. How's Antonio going to play it? This is a crucial pot.
How much did you say? 300?
75.
Raise 375. 65, 40.
Burada.
Ona pick-up. Ska jag bara?
Pick-up. Ha? Fazla sassiye forte över det.
Do you have a new dealer?
Det är ett visst turn med 20 minuter om man normalt. Jag får inte säga någonting. Do they say?
It's small over here.
What did Jacob phone? Chica? Small.
Hacan Albay. Jag vet inte vad som är något.
Är det något giocatore? Ah, pensavo che lo che cose porta? Come typ big blind med borre sai di race presa. Ja, det är så såna big blind.
Yet another ace king for seat 5, Mr. Malikwi. He really has hit some cards tonight. Okay, he lost the last hand to the straight on the turn, but folded well. Can see Mr. Georgopoulos calling with the Queen 10 suited. It's one of the better hands he's had. He's had a pretty bad run of cards. And I can also see Mr. Antonio calling with the Queen 10. I'm glad I'm wrong. A good fold there. He's really dominated. Queen Jack suited though. We're not going to see Mr. Krasniqi going anywhere. Not with Queen Jack suited. Plays pretty well. Is he measuring up a raise? No. That would be a bit ambitious, but perfectly good hand to call with. Let's see what kind of flop we get. Something for everyone. Ace King suited, massive flop. Top pair with a nut flush draw. Queen 10's hit. Queen Jack hit a double gutter. King or a 9 to make a straight. So they've all hit this pretty well. You'll see the odds that the Ace King suited is 75% because, of course, the up and down mean no hearts can come. So he's in great shape here. The others will not know what a good shape he's in, though. Queen Jack's got a double gutter. What's he going to do? Been aggressive so far. Not going to like the 2 hearts there. He's also going to be fairly sure he's losing to an ace. Having a good moan in Italian. Good lad. And he folds.
Nachher kommt genau so 9 Herz.
Ja, die Herz können nicht gut. Aber du wolltest
Fast lopen.
Ik zeg haar, ik kom mee doen. Zet ze niet, kom mee maar.
Dan weer naar Stads Dier. Bans gaat door.
Ja, weer. Waar is er niet aan? Pushka. Quando a minha dona pagou, está a fazer. Vezi pe mine n-au șanse pe nimeni. Ne dea, la moi normal, eu zeam, că văd la voi fac. Zit cu uite. Bona pak što se izapon.
5 raise, 55. 6 plus.
I see balanced hands here, 10-8 suited against Jack 9, but the aggression of Malique has got it through so far, but he's up against King 10. Won't want to fold this. Just calls. Now we're going to see a flop unless Mr. Arduino wants to get busy with his ace-7 suited. Certainly going to recognise that neither player has a big ace, the way it's been played so far. So may feel it's a good spot to make a move. Just calling. More conservative option applied. So, who is going to hit this flop? All three have decent playable hands. No one. 3, 4, 6. I suppose arguably the ace-7 is hit, and the ace is ahead. Not that he'll know it, but it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. No one, one heart as well. Jack of hearts, runner hearts. Ace-7 is in the best position with a gut shot and an overcard. I don't think he needs to be betting this though, because if he gets raised, he's going to be in a bad shape. But of course, our chip leader can do what he wants. Maliqui seeing weakness and pouncing. How's Mr. Arduino going to play this? Does he know where he is? Well, just called. I think he does. And now hits his ace. May well check this to induce the bet, and has. Just hoping Mr. Maliqui follows up with a bet, representing the ace that he has. Is it a massive bet? Wow. Oh, great call. Great call. Maliqui trying to put the pressure on, bet the pot, bet the lot, and is drawing dead. So a big mistake here by Maliqui. He's now doubled up one of his oppositions from a great strong position he was in. He's now lost a pot of over $1 million.
It's not a lot. It's not very suspenseful.
Well played. Slow played it, Mr. Arduino. He's been watching the player on his right.
Io ko paguajti mo
Pika për më rajtër mu, super.
Po. Jo, ti ranë të një që
And we now see a change in the chip lead on the table. Antonio back up top again, 1.9 million. Maliqui losing over $500,000 there, was equal. It's dropped down to second. Now Georgiopoulos, 5 big blinds, he's going to get it in soon. Another one of his strange calls. King 6 offsuit and just puts chips in. We're going to see a raise here for sure. Ace queen on the button. He'd raise without it, but now he has a good hand. Nice enticing raise, but Mr. Arduino has 9s. This could be an action hand, could be a big pot. Stay tuned. He knows how aggressive Krasniqi has been. And he's making a re-raise. He's making a 4-bet. Putting the ace-queen under pressure. So Here's Antonio, just having given 25,000 away for absolutely no reason. Now a tough decision. Does he go all in? Does he call and see a flop? He's in position. Tough to call and fold though. May have to fold his ace queen against this player. And he's folded, not necessarily a bad fold.
Era meglio questo dello spot di prima, quindi non penso che...
Sei avanti solo con la sua cappa? Sì, se proprio vuoi saperlo.
Non una cappa.
Un periodo da su tipo qualcuno. Jo, ohne muss man verguten, ohne Bild eine Chance, das ist stark. C'est que tu viens de commencer un petit peu mal.
Our new player to the table wakes up with ace king. Got 17 big blinds, raises to 80, strong raise. Gonna take a big hand to call him. Arduini on the button with king jack. Oh, giving full respect there. And another new player to the table, Mr. Frick with jack 7. He will be folding.
Oh, era ora, cazzo.
Allora che magari ti tocca ancora giocare.
Spero di no. Tutto il giorno qua.
Ridro.
C'è una bomba per te fortuna, ma sai che c'è fortuna?
Ja, maar Sander moet je hebben awesome return. En we gaan die fold.
Io volevo realizzare al flop. Se io reso tu foldi 200 al flop.
Ah beh, certo.
Però se può avere tutto. Non è niente. Ti potete reso con un flop, ma tu non lo sai, non ti che.
3, 4.
E io lo vedo quello,
We are on the last 24 players. We will have a redraw. You can see your new seats on the screen. The new 3 tables will be the stream table, table 1 and table 3. In the other side, please.
And we're going into a redraw, last 24. And we'll have a different final table when we come back from this break. Shouldn't be too long though, guys. So stay tuned.
They're gonna bring racks. All right. Perfect. Ah, the ace queen hand was kind of sick. That's like could jam, could just call, could click it back. Everything seems alright.
Terribile, terribile. Und nie mehr auf TV voll scheiße. Ja, ist voll scheiße. Voll scheiße. Aber gerade ist auch scheiße. Ja, sowieso. Hast du gelernt?
Sì, io vado laggiù.
Solche Phasen gibt es auch beim Pokern, wenn es einfach mal richtig gut läuft. Colin, König, Dame und etwas mehr als um die 7 Big Blinds. Ich glaube, da muss es rein. Und genau den Move macht er auch. All in. Oh, das ist ein persönlicher Enemy. Sandro hat ihn bereits zweimal aufgedoppelt und Sandro findet jetzt Ass Bube. 1,7 Millionen. Hat er den Dealer nochmal gefragt, wie viel sind das? Ich glaube, da gibt es keine andere Möglichkeit, als zu callen oder beziehungsweise selbst All-In zu gehen. Macht er auch. Stefan auch nochmal mit dem Ass, aber der hält sich, wie gesagt, der ist ganz gut mit der Position des Zuschauens bisher gefahren. Ja. Jetzt hat der Colin seinen Sitznachbarn schon zweimal aufgedoppelt und jetzt könnte der Sandro auch Endstation sein für den jungen Schweizer Colin Lantemann. Er braucht Hilfe in Form eines Königs oder einer Dame. Kein schöner Flop. 2 Kreuzen wäre auch noch eine Option. Und da ist das erste Kreuz. Jetzt 13 Outs, 32%. Kommt nicht. Und wir sind runter auf 3 Spieler. Gibt es auch mal, faire Verabschiedung von Colin.
Wir haben das kurz ausgerechnet. ICM passte für mich und die Variante ist so okay. Deswegen waren alle einverstanden, für alle passt es. So wird alle glücklich, alle happy.
My brother and my dad came in to support me, which is a very great thing, and they're having fun as well.
Die erste Person, die ich angerufen habe, war meine Freundin, weil die war zu Hause. Sie hat geschrien, das war überhappy, sie war mehr happy als ich und hat mich gratuliert.
It's crazy, it was a really nice tournament. There was over 400 people who played the game and now I'm on the second place, so everything is fine, everything is cool.
Ich bin sehr glücklich und happy, auch die Trophäe nach Hause zu nehmen zu dürfen. Ich habe andere schon zu Hause und das wird natürlich auch dort hingestellt und ich bin sehr glücklich, das auch und stolz natürlich, und das auch meiner Partnerin vorstellen zu können.
I'm looking forward for the next SpadePoker tournament and get the first one.
576 Spieler hier, die an diesem Turnier teilgenommen haben und einen Preispool von 178.000 Schweizer Franken generiert haben. Und Marcel Scherer hier, UTG mit 550.000, also 4,5 Big Blinds. Mir gefällt der Move, ehrlich gesagt, denn er bringt sicherlich den ein oder anderen hinter sich direkt, der bessere Hände wegschmeißt. Mit etwas Glück schmeißt vielleicht der Big Blind auch dann, oder hat keine gute Hand. Aber Ass Bube, denke, dass hier Selvo 10 mit Ass Bube von Karo hier callen wird. Er hat dann auch zwar nur noch etwas mehr als 4 Big Blinds, aber das ist auf jeden Fall, das ist ein Call. Ja, hat nochmal erst eine Timebank, eine Zeitkarte geopfert. Braucht noch weitere 30 Sekunden. Und er entsorgt das Bube. Das ist auf jeden Fall schon mal eine gute Nachricht für Marcel. Aber jetzt Roger Heim aus der Schweiz mit dem 6er-Pärchen. Auch er nicht mehr super viele Chips vor sich. Also knapp 7 Big Blinds. Ja, Pocket 6er da. Auch er opfert eine Zeitkarte. Marcel. Oh, er legt auch die 6er weg und der Move.
I guess I made a very bad laydown, but I see it probably later. It was under the gun. And so, as I told you, the balls were screaming, call that guy. But then the brain started to interrupt my balls. And that was a mistake, you know. I probably should have called that guy, and I'm pretty sure I made a bad decision. But it's okay. Sometimes you do bad decisions, sometimes you make good decisions. That's poker. That's the game.
Die Blinds mittlerweile auch angestiegen. Wir sehen es rechts unten in der Ecke 40 und 80.000. Small und Big Blind. Und der Big Blind muss immer noch 80.000 hinzulegen. Das heißt, jede Runde kostet hier 200.000 Chips. Givi, ja, Stammspieler, erfolgreicher Pokerprofi im Small Blind, füllt auf mit 8-7. Und Stefan Mehr aus Österreich checkt eine Option. Und die 7, ja, mit der sitzen natürlich beide zufrieden jetzt hier. Sehen den Flop als ziemlich gut an. 100.000 gefordert von Givi und Stefan bezahlt. Oh, da kommt die letzte im Deck befindliche 7 hinzu. Beide jetzt hier Trips. Und beide werden sich denken, ja, wie kriege ich jetzt am besten die Chips vom Gegner? Aber für Stefan sieht es nicht gut aus. Denn die 5 ist kleiner als die 8 von Givi. Gibt natürlich auch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Und natürlich die 5 zum Sieg. Es kommt ja noch eine Karte. 250.000 von Givi gesetzt. All-in von Stefan und der Snap-Call jetzt hier von Givi. Alle Chips in der Mitte. Und eine nichts verändernde Dame. Und die 8 von Givi kommt in die Wertung. Er geht hoch auf 2,1 Millionen. Stefan runter auf 1, Millionen. Alles so entscheidende Pötte.
Mein Nickname ist Givi. Ich komme aus Italien ursprünglich, wohne hier in der Schweiz. Bin 37 Jahre alt, unverheiratet, keine Kinder, habe eine Partnerin seit langen Jahren und ich spiele Poker eben, wie gesagt, wie ich schon gesagt habe, seit 20 Jahren. Ist auch ein Hobby von mir, Hobby, Beruf. War schon x-Mal in Las Vegas, in allen Casinos von Europa, die ganze Tours früher, alle mitgespielt und ja, es ist eine große Leidenschaft. Ich spiele sehr gerne Turniere, aber ich spiele auch sehr, sehr gerne Cash Game. Am Tisch die Gegner, die ich mit großem Respekt anschaute, war natürlich der Stefan, weil der hatte auch sehr viele Chips. Ich war schon mit ihm gestern den ganzen Tag am Tisch, hat sehr guten Poker gespielt. Der Ramon spielt auch sehr solide und ja, und der Said kennt man, der hatte auch schon mehrere Turniere gewonnen. Ja, das sind so die 3 Spieler, die man mehr im Auge betrachten muss. Ja.
Ass Dame, er hat bisher noch gar nicht so viele Turniererfolge auf der Habenseite. Also mehr ein Freizeitspieler mit Ass Dame und dem Race auf 230.000. Links unten unter dem Bild des jeweiligen Spielers sehen Sie, wie viele Chips die Teilnehmer noch hinter sich haben. Oh, Ass Bube bei Claudio Di Vito aus der Schweiz. Und vielleicht nochmal zu den Chipfarben. Die gelben, das sind die 25.000er, die beigen. Das sind die 5.000er, die beige-blauen. Und er geht all in mit Ass Bube. Und der Call von Stefan. So, in solchen Situationen ist es in der Regel ganz grob erklärt 70-30 immer für denjenigen, der also mit dem Ass die höhere Beikarte hat. Kommt noch so ein bisschen auf die Spielfarben immer an. Hier 66-34. Ist Stefan der Favorit. Claudio braucht einen Buben. Nur kleines Gemüse am Flop. 3 Buben noch im Deck. Jetzt gibt es natürlich noch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Eine 3 oder eine 6 zum Beispiel. Dann hätten beide 2 Paar. Und das Ass würde als 5. Karte in die Wertung kommen. Aber die Dame hilft nicht. Und Stefan gewinnt ja diesen großen Pot hier gegen Claudio. Der scheidet aus auf Platz 20 für 1.320 Schweizer Franken.
My name is Stefan Mehr. I'm from Austria and I'm 38 years old. I work with natural fragrances in my normal life and I like to play poker. I like to climb, to drive with skateboards. I start the first day and play a solid game and close it with 280,000 chips. And the second day I had some swings, but always good chip stack. They are good players and would be a nice final table with them to play.
576 Spieler hier, die an diesem Turnier teilgenommen haben und einen Preispool von 178.000 Schweizer Franken generiert haben. Und Marcel Scherer hier, UTG mit 550.000. Also ja, 4,5 Big Blinds. Mir gefällt der Move, ehrlich gesagt, denn er bringt sicherlich den ein oder anderen hinter sich direkt, der bessere Hände wegschmeißt. Und mit etwas Glück schmeißt vielleicht der Big Blind auch dann, oder hat keine gute Hand. Aber Ass Bube, denke, dass hier Selvo 10 mit Ass Bube von Karo hier callen wird. Er hat dann auch zwar nur noch etwas mehr als 4 Big Blinds, aber das ist auf jeden Fall, das ist ein Call. Ja, hat nochmal erst eine Timebank, eine Zeitkarte geopfert. Braucht noch weitere 30 Sekunden. Oh, und er entsorgt das Bube. Das ist auf jeden Fall schon mal eine gute Nachricht für Marcel. Aber jetzt Roger Heim aus der Schweiz mit dem 6er-Pärchen. Auch er nicht mehr super viele Chips vor sich. Also knapp 7 Big Blinds. Ja, Pocket 6er da. Auch er opfert eine Zeitkarte. Marcel. Oh, er legt auch die 6er weg und der Move.
I guess I made a very bad laydown, but I see it probably later. It was under the gun. And so, as I told you, the balls were screaming, call that guy. But then the brain started to interrupt my balls. And that was a mistake, you know. I probably should have called that guy, and I'm pretty sure I made a bad decision. But it's okay. Sometimes you do bad decisions, sometimes you make good decisions. That's poker. That's the game.
So, wir haben eine neue Line-Up jetzt hier. Ein anderer Tisch, der vorher außen saß, ist jetzt hier an den TV-Tisch gesetzt worden. Aber den einen oder anderen kennen wir bereits. Zum Beispiel Massimo Vitoli, der hier mit 2 Big Blinds unterwegs ist. 320.000 All-In. Und Thomas Hart mit Ass 3 hat er auf 500.000 geraced. Und Nono 01. All-in mit 1,3 Millionen. So, Massimo ist All-in. Thomas müsste jetzt noch ordentlich nachbringen, aber er passt auf 500.000 Chips, die er da investiert hat, ohne den Flop zu sehen. So, Massimo braucht Hilfe hier, ansonsten ist er raus. Aber seine beiden Karten sind live, König, Dame. Also 43%, gar nicht so schlimm. Und er trifft zwar 2 Paar, wollte ich sagen, aber sein Gegner macht die Straße direkt am Flop. Ass, König, Dame, Bube, 10. Oh, was für ein Flop. Oh, die Dame am Turn. Massimo geht in Führung und ich glaube, ja, er kann die Hand gar nicht mehr verlieren. Kein Straight oder Roy Flush möglich hier. Double Up für Massimo. Er bleibt im Turnier, jetzt bei 720.000. Ja. Und weiter geht's. Das nächste All-In jetzt hier von Thomas mit 660, mit 4 Big Blinds, etwas mehr als 4 mit Ass König. Ja, da will man natürlich vielleicht auch einen Call haben von jemandem mit dem Ass und einer kleineren Beikarte. Massimo mit König 9 an Cut-Off. Ja, da bin ich mir fast sicher, dass er die Hand entsorgen wird. Da ist es einfach zu häufig, dass man genau in solche Hände läuft, wo man dann dominiert ist, wo der Gegner vielleicht auch einen König hat, mit einem besseren Kicker. Oder selbst wenn der Gegner Ass-Dame, Ass-Bube hat, ist man hinten. Und ich glaube nicht, dass man hier mit König 9 Offsuit das Turnierleben riskieren sollte. Ich glaube, da wird auch Massimo die gleiche Entscheidung treffen. Es läuft nicht immer so gut aus wie eben. Ja, da entsorgt er. Und am Button Colin Lantemann aus der Schweiz. 8-3. Easy Fold. Kann man leicht entsorgen. Dame 4 im Small Blind. Er geht ebenfalls in die Mark. Und Ass 6. Und da war ein großen Said El-Yousfi in der Schweiz lebend, allerdings gebürtig aus Marokko. Er hat schon über 1 Million an Turnierpreisgeldern gewonnen. Sehr, sehr erfahrener Pokerspieler. Ja, überlegt jetzt hier. Er hat die roten Chips auch. Das sind, ich glaube, das sind die 100.000er. Muss er natürlich auch ernst nehmen. UTG-Race von einem, sag ich mal, eher konservativen Spieler. Da kann man auch mal Ass 6 weglegen, denn häufig genug schaut man genau in solche Hände, ein Ass mit einer besseren Beikarte. Aber er macht den Call. Said macht den Call. Dreht zwar relativ selbstbewusst hier um die Ass 6, aber er braucht Hilfe, 32%. Also in mehr als 2/3 der Fälle wird Thomas jetzt hier aufdoppeln. Und die 6 am Flop. Ey, das wollte jetzt hier der Thomas nicht sehen. Er braucht Hilfe. Und zwar in Form eines Königs. Rechts oben sehen wir, einer ist bereits ausgeteilt gewesen. Das kann man durch die Technik ganz gut direkt simultan erkennen. 2 Könige noch im Deck. Einer davon muss jetzt kommen am River. Kommt nicht. Und Thomas ist raus.
One guy behind me called, and on the button he 3-bet to 150k, I think. And the flop was 6-5 deuce with 2 diamonds, 1 heart. It went check, and he shoved. And yeah, I had a hard decision with pocket checks, and yeah, I made the call and was lucky that he only had pocket 6s. No, in the flop there wasn't a 6. Maybe I said it wrong. So he just had pocket 6s, and I won the pot with checks. Maybe I will make it now to the final table. Maybe one more double up, and we will see what can happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Welcome back, everyone. JJ Hazan here, taking you through to our final table with the English language. My colleague is across the other channel talking to you in German. So we now have a shot clock introduced, which means we should get a faster run through. We had one decision, took about 10 minutes in the previous session, and unfortunately they made the wrong decision.
During the game. Every players have 30 seconds to think during the hand. Every player has 5 time banks cards, and that means add 30 seconds by every single card that they have. They started the game with the
another cold water, babe, in the freezer.
Players, and they receive these 5 cards. When they're gonna play the final table tomorrow, they're gonna have
one that I can drink.
5 cards each player. But it's not going to be
fill that one up
of the cards that they have, but just they are going to have again in total 5 cards.
So I hope that was clear, everyone. Shot clock has been introduced, 30 seconds, and everyone has, I think it's 5 cards to extend the clock if they have a difficult decision. Speeds up the game, big favourite for me, I think, the shot clock. And we have a brand new table. We'll get to see who they are and their chip stacks very soon. I don't think anyone from this table was on our previous one. So we have 3 tables left, and this is one that was out on the outer field before. It is now our new feature table. Good luck to all the players. There's a few big stacks there on the right by the look of it. Seat 7 has a lot of yellows. Seat 8 has a nice high stack. Don't see anyone that short, so could be a fair amount to play. And here we go. First hand after the redraw. We have our friend Antonio. We do have one of our chip leaders, 1.8 million. He's in a different seat. And we also have another friend on seat 6. Mr. Malikwi, who made the biggest jump up and then lost a 1.1 million pot when he tried to bluff against top pair of a shorter stack. Top pair didn't feel he could fold, so tried hard but missed that one. We have a Batman in seat 1 in disguise. Can't see who he is. Apparently he's Mr. Blanco. Mr. White. Blanco being Spanish for white. Obviously still COVID focused with the mask. Nothing wrong with that. Personal choice. So most players here with over 1 million. Some of them, like Mr. Graf on seat 3, nearly 2 million. Got Queen 8 suited on the small blind. Certainly wants to have a look. Up against a fairly poor holding in 10-4, but anything can happen on the flop. Like you can hit a flush draw and a straight draw, and the 4 can actually hit a pair and technically be ahead. I think I'd still rather have the Queen 8 suited for sure, and will be favourite. But looks like the 10-4 is going to bet. That's not going to affect Mr. Graf. He will be at least calling. Now hit his queen. He's got top pair with a flush draw against bottom pair. Yeah, that's wise, Mr. Vegas. Johnny Vegas. And that hasn't really changed anything. The queen is still winning. Looks like a little value bet is coming up. 50, 55, 60, something like that. 60,000. Nicely weighted value bet. I don't think the 10-4 is going to feel too confident here. Not beating a lot. Straights are made, overcards, etc. But looks like he wants to see. Wants to see the queen, and he is seeing it. Doesn't show.
Ja, men jag Niche, snart ordet är. Så det livet sig kvar. Här kan det. A dysh interes nuk e njoh.
General 2 Minuten.
Can I ask for all your phones, please?
Will be 2
Nobody has
minutes.
the phone?
Quando esiste? Detto solo silenzioso.
Rispondi, devi aspettare un attimo.
Dealer, please start next one.
Dai, cazzo. Che gente.
Mr. Krasinski won't like folding a king, a 9-7 suited. I'm pretty sure we'll see a raise. Two of the players will know how aggressive he's been, but of course the 5 new players will not. Mr. Blanco with a pair of 4s. How's he going to play this? An early raise. Lots of players behind. Already using one of his time banks. Just choosing a call. Any big hands behind him? Well, ace-6 suited may choose to see a flop as well. And here's Antonio again with a very poor hand, but seems to always feel he has to call the big blind and see a flop. And it is what you do lose quite a lot of chips making this kind of decision. And he's made the right one this time, in my view. Should be folding here against 3 players, because I'm not sure what you expect to hit with 10-3 offsuit. So, well played, Antonio. Protecting his 1.8 million that he won most of with a slow played aces earlier. Fantastic flop for Mr. Graf. He's hit set of 6s against 2 pairs and a 9-7 suited. But can he get paid? Going to feel pretty good about his hand. Well, we know Mr. Krasinski's play. Massive bet, big bet, 200 into 275. Sorry, 200 into 250 into 285. Still a very, very big, just about a pot bet. Putting Blanco to the test here with his 4s. We know that Graf isn't going anywhere. Let's see how he wants to play it. Only got 450 behind, but he's making a complete bluff. If Mr. Graf knew how he played, he would just flat call here, and Mr. Krasinski would hang himself on the turn. Immediate fold. Flat call there would have paid off, unless an 8 came with a up and down draw, something silly. Nice hand.
Bet 75. 6 fold.
Antonio betting the 6, although he's now up and down with a flush draw against the top pair of Maliki. Also has a gut shot draw. So pretty strong Antonio. Both checking. Can Antonio improve? He cannot. So the jack is actually winning. Maliki will take this down with a check. Wow. Okay, he's betting. Pretty sure where he is and making a value bet.
Call. 5 call. 120. 125.
Antonio throwing chips away again. It's quite a big bet, really. 125. Day2 raising with 9s to 80k. Johnny Vegas, Mr. Vegas, Las Vegas, sitting with kings and 2 million stack. Will certainly be 3 betting here. Nice strong raise to 210. Oh, you've got jacks as well with Antonio. Wow, this could be the biggest pot of the night, depending how they play it. Antonio doesn't like folding. Won't re-raise, not on previous history, but he may well call. And then Rossi's in a tough spot with the 9s. Yep, he'll be tempted to raise with the 9s. He really does have all three options: folding, calling, or raising with the nines. Just depends what kind of player you are and whether you feel you have the best hand. We know he's a good third at the moment, but yeah, just calling, looking at a flop. He's going to put his opposition on at least kind of ace-king, or one or two of them having an ace and or a king. The ace hits, that's not good for anyone. That could slow the action down enormously. But the kings bet this to see where they are. He's got the chips, made the initial raise, so makes sense he bets this. I don't know whether Antonio wants to put any more chips in with an ace on board. 3 players. He's got to put one of them on an ace. We know there isn't one, but the kings are still dominating his jacks. And I think nines will probably have to fold as well. And Mr. Vegas very happy that neither of his opposition has a decent ace to fight back against his kings. Not a great flop for kings. Well played.
Das ist die im Stream anschauen.
Ja, genau.
Kein Interesse.
Kein Interesse.
Haydi, come on. Many big blind action, please. Haydi, come on.
Another ace for Mr. Graf. Decides to fold it this time. So, good stack in front of him. 2.5, 2.4 million. With the blinds at 15.30. Very healthy.
So it's blind fold or blind? Blind fold.
Tough spot here. Got an ace, but he's been re-raised by Malik Quay, who usually has had it when he's raised. We know a couple of times he hasn't, but most of the table will have seen his hands when he has raised, and they've usually been good. With a stare down going on. I think this looks like a fold.
Pak ik eerst heel kan die dat je dan op Bayatmo? Stam droom met Sinara. Ah, smuta na bom mini reze, no? Já não tem que jogar. Tô batido. Ok. Não vai ser cara. Já tá nem muito.
Last 5 seconds. One time.
I need to be.
I say last 10 seconds and we start. 5 pass and 6 pass. Race 65. 8 pass.
We've got a raise on the button with Jack 2 suited. Queen 5 on the big blind. They're going to defend. He is not. So looks like the raise on the button got through.
Easy money. Ah?
Can't sit it short.
Çfarë shtorën?
Shkon fare në table dhe ta me çu drejt i dajtë. I thash sa se refletiet se koi.
Me mu jo, a? Okej. A lujnë? A din ç'e bojnë?
E lojmë diçka.
Genau. Me dën vesh se interesant për pokal.
Another big hand for Las Vegas. Jacks this time. Had kings a couple of hands ago against jacks and nines. Was in great shape. We know Antonio won't be raising with an ace-9, but he may peel to see a flop. Very hard to read this man. His eyes are kind of not in the game.
Last 5 seconds. 5 pass, 6 pass.
Takes the full maximum 30 seconds allowed.
7 pass. A me non può dare niente.
I hope Mr. Krasinici doesn't want to make a move here with his 6-3. No. Good. Just the small and big blind to get through.
No, io c'ho un altro nome. Lui è Ibrahimovic, ha scritto. Ah, ok. Perché lui gioca come Ibrahimovic.
Big blind folds as well. So the jacks.
Lui ruba, lui è un ladro.
Early position raise, get through.
Perché lui è juventino, deve rubare, non può lasciare small big, lasciare giocare che deve mettere dentro tutto, lui deve rubare. Vedi appena fatto 2 chip, 1, 3, 4. Vieni tu salvo.
Ah, dici proprio le carte. Pure da vedere. Mi interessa più quello che c'è stato.
Only one player at risk with 11 big blinds, the rest all in pretty good shape. And there's our prize pool for the top 8. 6,400 Swiss francs for 8th, going up to a lovely 58,000 for first place. And the top 5 get a WPT seat. I think they're worth €1,000 or something like that later in the year. Antonio with queens. Zanitsky making a big raise to 140k. He's certainly going to get looked up by Antonio. Whether he gets re-raised or not is another matter. Though he's only got 200 behind, so he probably will have to call. I'm not quite sure what Blanco's doing here with his Jack 3, just wasting everyone's time. Bit of TV time since they're being broadcast here on Spade Poker Tour. Now, will Antonio change his style here? He's normally been calling with big hands rather than re-raising. And if he does call, he's going to, he's going to allow the 3s to call. And he's vulnerable to an ace or a 3. Shot clock will be on. He's getting 3.5 to 1 on his money, but he only really looking to set mine here, and he decides against it. Probably wise against 2 players. So only an ace will be good for Krasinski. Sorry, Krasniqi. Very hard to pronounce that. Antonio has hit his set. Going to feel in great position, probably be checking it. Let his opposition hang himself. I don't know what went on there. In the end, he bet 200 and fold. So now seat 8, having played some pretty good aggressive poker, Krasniqi is in trouble. He's only got 200k and the blinds are 1530, so he has 7 big blinds. Ace-Jack raising, Mr. Blanco. Clock running down for Antonio, using maximum time. Makes a call with 9-7. It says 9. Blanco with the ace-jack, ace of clubs, says runner, runner, flush. Antonio will bet to find out where he is. May have to reluctantly fold. No, wants to peel. Really looking to hit a club here or an ace. Has hit neither. He's going to be facing another bet, I think. That 5 has not changed the action too much. Straight hasn't come in. Flush draw hasn't come in. So I think Antonio will feel that he should be betting again, but he decides to check. Okay. Worried about the queen by the look of it. Blanco could take away this hand by betting strong, and he is doing so. He's making a very good attempt. Will Antonio see through this, or will he feel he's behind with his 9? Problem is his kicker. Not a great kicker, so if his oppo does have a 9, he'll be behind. Very tricky.
500. There's no preference for 500, that's it. And 100 more.
Poder? Se não me pode ter, Ria, por som libra, das tez i libra vejas. Du vet, men när skön libra, eller den libra, på valör.
Antonio come back with a big raise to 500, putting maximum pressure on Blanco, who has nothing at this point. It'll be very hard for him to continue in this hand. Really good poker from Antonio. He does play some strange hands, but when he feels he's winning, he also uses maximum pressure. He's played very well. And takes it down. Good pot to take down. Yep, Blanco nodding away there, thinking what an unlucky place.
10,000 francs.
15, please, more blind.
Can you bring me mineral water, please? Yeah. Okay.
All in with the ace-king suited. Blanco folds the queen-jack. The only reason he may get called is he only has 7 big blinds. So 4s will probably be calling here on the button. And in many ways, we'll be pleased to see he's in a flip. A race. Can't fold a pair here against a short stack, surely. Antonio looking to make a move here. No.
Was sagst du? Ja, dann bring einen König Flop. Huh?
So, proper race, ace, king, suited, kind of 50-50 against fours. Slight favourite, but not much in it. There it hits, double up for the ace king, and that's a 4 hits. 2 fours in the deck, only 8%, 6% maybe. So that doesn't help anyone. There we go. Nice double up there.
Comunque io e te siamo già visti che fatto.
This is the top of his range with this thing.
A Brescia. Il rumeno proprio. No, è dagli albanesi. No, ma lì è vero.
For big blind mit dem Steak. Das ist super Spot für dich mit dem Steak.
Questa è la grande, non so come. No. Vai a fanculo tu, No, io ti dico. Dimmelo prima che hai foldato un capo. Solo il capo, il 4 mi devi dire io ho foldato, almeno so che c'è un capo con 4 di meno.
So the short stack on the table has doubled up. And we have 20 left out of the original 450. You've got chips now, so he's raising. Oh, it's difficult hands to play these mid aces. You're neither here nor there. I favour folding them 9 times out of 10. Another pair though for Mr. Graf. Didn't win the last flip against the same player. And he'll be in the same position now. Although he won't be raising with this, I don't think, but he will have a look at the flop.
Ich habe wieder das König. Hast du wieder paketiert? Hast du wieder paketiert?
An ace on board, which may allow Mr. Krasniqi to do a c-bet, which I'm sure he will. And the fours may feel they have to fold this. Small bet, only a quarter of the pot. Will Mr. Graf read that as weakness? And feel his fours are still good. Well, he's not folding. Now hit his queen though. May well feel he is ahead and can safely check, looking to... Wow. Now Mr. Graf is getting busy. Big bet, 125. Queen is not going anywhere. Quite rightly reasons that certainly not going anywhere now.
Schicke. Blind, snap, call, alles driven. Tjej, fantastiskt.
And no more money went in. Nice pot there again for seat 8.
Probieren, ja. Schon 12, zit op en dan iemand genau so. Ja, ben ik genau niet doen. Zie, snap, call. Ai. Waarom heb je zoveel pech? Nooit met pech. Jag vet inte vad det lägger på ryggen.
Doorklikt is het een turn. Ben er al in toe, snap vol.
Turn, snap kom. Nu bin kan jag spela. Tassen macht Roger,
Sei bonne.
Staat er niet zetten. Zet es in de wind. Nog eine Hand, so und fertig.
Ah, nu je big blind, goed.
Omdat je
Wat
de
is het? Chill chips così me ne vado, no? Cade action, dai, everybody. Perché ce l'hai con lui? Ce l'ha con me, eh? Sì, con te.
Seat 2 wakes up with a pair of dames, 2 queens, and we'll be raising.
Anto, non ti volevo fregare a te che ho avventato.
Un po' difficile. How much to raise?
85.
Antonio with a very playable ace-jack suited. He won't be re-raising though, never does. Just calls. Not a great flop for either hand, although the queens may well follow up with a c-bet, see where they are, and the ace-jack may just have to fold. Uh, 65k bet into this pot. About a quarter of the pot, small bet. Antonio raising. This is an interesting play. He raised the previous pot. Now how will Rossi play back at him with his queens? Is he going to go with it? Or is he going to respect the raise and put Antonio on a king? May just flat call. And he has done. Now the pressure back on Antonio, having been called. Another queen hits. Antonio may feel his ace is playing with the 2 pairs and an ace kicker. We know that Rossi's queens are winning, and there's already 550,000 in the pot. That king on the end makes it even less likely that his opposition is holding a king, although he did represent it earlier. It's almost a blocker bet. Is Antonio going to get cute here? and raise him all in, which he has done before. Or will he just call off, thinking his ace kicker could be playing with the two pairs? And he called and lost. Now we see our chip stacks on screen, very briefly. They do come and go very quickly. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. Mr. Maliki back in the action with the Queen Jack suited, makes a raise. Mr. Blanco seems to have a decision every hand, when he often has hands that are not much of a decision. Folds his 8-9 offsuit. Antonio almost certainly calling with his ace-2. Neither player is hit. This might well go to Maliki as the pre-flop aggressor. I'm sure he will. He doesn't, never slow to c-bet. Nice play there. Takes down a small but decent pot. Graf waking up with a decent raising hand, ace-jack suited. It's only a good hand until you get re-raised. 100k going in, 2.5 big blinds. Mr. Maliki quickly called with the Queen 10 suited. How does our aggressive friend play his ace 4 suited? Hard to call this. He's just calling. You need to hit a very specific flop. And Mr. Blanco has another ace, so Queen 10's looking in good shape here, guys. 3 aces out already. So unless someone hits a low straight or a high straight, and the Queen 10 blocks the high straight, then looking in quite good shape, really. If he hits a queen or a 10 on the flop, very unlikely to fall behind to an ace. But he does fold the ace-5, and that's fair enough with his stack. 13 big blinds. We have 19 left. We're playing down to 8 tonight. And then I hope you all join me for the final table tomorrow. Round about the same start time, 6:45 local time. And Jack 10 comes in for a look as well. Ace 2 9, so both the ace 4 and the ace jack have hit. How will Graf or Krasniqi play this? Graf will follow up. He did the initial raise. I don't think he'll be folding to a raise from seat 8, who may well do that. Sizing up chips to see a reaction from Mr. Graf. See if he's showing any weakness. Good observer of the game, this young man. I think he made the final few of one of the previous Spade Poker tours. He elects just to call. Nothing's changed. Although Mr. Krasniqi has a flush draw now on top of his ace. I don't know if he wants to bet it. He may just decide to hope he can hit it. Or his 2 pairs, maybe. Trying to work out here whether a push would work. And if it does get called because he's behind, which we know he is, then he's still drawing to a spade. And he has made his nut flush on the end. He's played it pretty well. Mr. Graf is going to be pretty sick here. Oh, hello. Chips are gone. Not so cool, is it? Knock all your chips down. Just when someone's trying to make a decision. So how is he going to play the nuts? He needs to get paid. 790 in the pot. What are we going to see? Weakish bet 150, 200. Maybe 175. In the hope that his opposition has 2 pairs. $200, yep, that wasn't far off. Is he going to get paid though? Sheikh kebab. Oh, he's not happy about that at all. But to be quite honest, he could have bet the turn. and may have had a different outcome. Another near double up for our friend from the previous feature table. Got very lucky in the end.
Così ovvio che ce l'hai, mamma mia. Cosa? Ovvio. Ovvio? Tanto cinema hai fatto. No, was, lass ihn doch, Mann. Mach doch keine Hand. Mamma mia. Und macht Olin, dort ohne Karte, wäre geil, ja.
And here we have our chip counts. We can see 3 or 4 players, pretty even actually, all the way on the top 6. Only one short stack, seat 1, Mr. Blanco, with 12 big blinds. All the rest, 30 to 38 big blinds, very playable stacks. 18 left, we're playing down to 8.
Und dann, ich konnte nicht schieben, am untersten Maximum Value. Sind vielleicht Vorsitzender, vielleicht kann man aus. Eben, ja. Und wenn ich checke kann, dann gebe ich keine aus.
Merry Christmas.
Good speech, good speech. Thank you very much. This is first time for me, I don't know. This game is...
This time Maliqui with the aces again. He's been picking up some big hands. Has raised to 85. He's hoping to get some action here. Our short stack will not be putting much in with the 4-2 offsuit. Mr. Rossi on the small blind. 8-6 suited from Antonio. It's quite a playable hand. Probably will call and have a look. So we're heads up. Aces against 8-6 suited. Antonio needs a very specific flop. Nice middle connected, and he has not got that against the top set of aces over 2s. He's hit a boat on the flop. Nice check behind. Hoping that Antonio hits something or bluffs. And here he goes.
Lo so, ma fai...
Da tutto il giorno che sono in questo tavolo? Da tipo, non so che ora è. Sarà tipo dalle 9, 4 ore. Che non vedo niente.
Basta che vedi adesso.
Not a good run out for the 8-6, but he may continue his aggression. Until he finds himself up against a Maliqui raise, if he does bet. You may well give up now. Shows the aces. Where's everyone gone? Only 4 players at the table. Some kind of unofficial break. Shows his aces. Antonio not impressed.
On the river there is no bet. You cannot open fold.
Ace check.
It's not fold. So I need to open my card. You're saying...
Yeah, but you cannot open fold. If there is no bet, you cannot fold. You must check.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Then the next time, okay?
So I need to show my card.
No, you check. If he bets, you fold. But you cannot fold.
But if he checks,
hey, you have to show, yeah.
Okay.
Because you're the first, you know?
Yes. Also, wer ist Nächste? Wer ist Nächste? Wer ist Nächste? Nein.
Comunque non fanno... Ah, qua siamo 8.
Che?
No, dico perché siamo 18 e qua siamo a 6.
Ma è tended il torneo, sai?
Come?
È tended il torneo, sai?
Nice to hear Italian around the table.
Ah.
I'll be going on a poker cruise with an Italian poker tour company, play a lot in Bratislava and Milan and places. We're leaving from Venice on September the 2nd, down to the Greek islands, across to Italy and back. Every night, PLO tournaments, 8-game horse, Svitten, a split game between 5-card draw and 5-card PLO. So lots of fun mixed games. Won't be big tournaments, just small, fun, affordable with lots of Italian and Bratislavan and some English friends. Be a lot of fun. So Mr. Antonio now with an ace-10. There's been a raise and a call from 2 pairs. How does he feel about his ace-10 now? He's lost a couple of pots recently. He did have 1.8 million, I think, at one point. Decided against it. Here you go, the sunglasses. Got to have a look with 10-8 suited. Very nice playable hand. And he's been hitting flops. I mean, what a flop for 8-10 suited. He's got double gutter and a flush draw, and neither other player has hit with their pair. I mean, it's fantastic. He is running very, very well, Mr. Malikwi. I don't think Rossi's going to call here. Just buying a bit of TV time. We will see a fold before the clock runs out. Although he hadn't hit, it's a perfect flop for Maliki. So Blanco's still with 12 big blinds. Maliki now has extended his lead. He's added a $500,000 to his stack, 33% increase, and he has nearly 50 big blinds now, which is pretty good shape for this point of the tournament.
Prendere tanto da quello lì, te lo giuro. Ma questo gioca solo nozze, molto paura. Questo 3? Sì. Perché mi c'è chi turn allora? Comunque pagavo c'è paura.
Antonio raising with a pair of 8s. Smaller raise than some of the other ones, just a min raise to 80,000.
Come prima che non so capito. 7 pauroso.
Giovinco, 87. I guess he's 36 years old. So we have 8 against 7-3. Again, I don't like wasting money on those kind of hands in blinds just because you have money in already. It's bad money after good, in my opinion. Just fold and wait for a better spot. Don't mind someone making a move with it. A lot of overcards to the 8s. Be hard for Antonio to call this, as he feels that his opposition is weak and is bluffing. They haven't played that long together on this table. Seems to be a pretty good reader of the game. Seems to read players pretty well and in the main make good decisions. And the only way you can win this pot is a strong bet, and here it comes. It's a good bet if it gets through. And it does. Well played. Nice bit of aggression there.
Sicuro non avevi niente. Sai che hai man? Un coppia, una piccola coppia. Sì, per me, secondo me non aveva niente.
Aveva 10 high.
Secondo me non aveva niente. Secondo me giocava il board.
Seat 8 there saying you had absolutely nothing. And seat 7 agreeing with him.
Ok, ci scommetto io 50 franchi, dai. Dai, no, con più le tanto le vediamo da televisione. Ma tutto quello che vuoi scommetto, che non neanche il board giocava. Ricordati questa mano con tu e lui, il board giocava. Sono sicuro 100%.
Of course, it's much easier a game when you're not in the hand to know what's going on. It's not always the same when you're in the hand.
Dai, facciamo vedere adesso. Imparato, Vedi, una volta lo facevo. Una volta lo facevo.
Our short stack hasn't really had a hand he can get his chips in. He had a small pair earlier and lost out to one of the overcards hitting.
Probieren, ik ben daar zum Spielen. Haydi, schauen wir, wer da ist.
Kan ik flop sowieso. Je gaat maar naar een flop.
Nice big raise here from seat 8 with a 10-9 suited. And he's showing it. Nice nice banter going on here on this table. It's livened up enormously compared to the previous feature table that was a bit slow and not so much fun.
Appunto, 20 me li vedo anche da. Magari fa bene, non hai nessun gruppo.
Sorry. Can I have one ristretto and still water?
Bon chance, this river.
Ristretto.
Bon
And still water.
Er had niet koud. Ik kan zeggen dat het morgen is de toon. Die gaat 80. Probeer. Plus ander.
Immagini che avevo capo a capo, bam, che fai?
Ik zei die capo a capo deve essere mangiato. E poi mi devi toccare. 600, wie viel hast du? 500. 1,2. Genau wie ich ungefähr.
Antonio back to his ways of calling with hands. Malique seeing that and immediately raising with an ace-2. Blanco again, TV time, he really isn't getting any hands. He must feel very frustrated really, short stack and just cannot get his chips in. And this is not the hand either, my friend. Has to give up a big blind. Antonio calling with his Jack-2 suited. They both hit a 2, but the ace is playing and he has a gut shot draw, Malique. He will be batching this. Antonio may well feel he's up against 2 high cards. and feel his 2 is winning. So he's not necessarily folding this. Very thoughtful. Not always the right thoughts, but certainly thoughtful. No, good fold there, I think. He's in pretty bad shape.
Kannst du diese wegnehmen?
Ab und zu ist besser, wenn du immer so spielst zwischen 15 und 25 Gewinnst.
Ist mehr einfach.
Ist einfach.
Genau, ja.
Was musst du machen?
Weil du zahlst nicht, machst keine Move, weil alles sehr, ich weiß. Wegen dem gehst du nicht, ich war zufrieden, dass ich nicht 600.000, 700.000 habe, besser 300.000, ich schwöre. Besser 370 als 600, heute scheiße auf.
Antonio with a Jack-8 suited, that's better than a lot of hands he's called with. Yep, and it's a call. Malique will want to have a look here with the 7-6 suited. King 7 suited on the button. Kind of hand you could make a play with. Putting the pressure back on the other 2. He's certainly done it before. With some very dubious hands. I've got flat calling all around. Is this an opportunity for Blanco to make a move? He may not actually be called. He's been very patient, so if he actually made a play here, then I think he'll get maximum respect. And there's someone, maybe a player on his left, wakes up with a big hand. Very hard for any of the others to call a shove here. Not a conventional play. I prefer the shove than the call. He really has to smack the flop. And if he smacks it with clubs, he's up against 7-6 of clubs. If he smashes it with a draw, with a straight, he's also up against 7-6. So it's actually in bad shape. A shove may well have got through. That's only because we can see the hands. And I get that. Blanco's hit his 4. As it happens, no one's got a ace, but Mr. Arossi does have second pair with the 9. With a pretty poor kicker. I don't think he'll be betting at this anyway.
Allora aspetta, io sono... A me va bene se passa il tempo, scusa ragazzi.
No,
però...
per me è
non è che tanto bene non è tanto bene, però se tu dici che va bene però se ne approfitto.
Non funziona. E non funziona più. Io ho cercato,
One check. 2 check.
New clock is coming.
Check.
5 check. 6 check.
And the most aggressive player on the table
325.
betting this. He has nothing to do with the flop, but he's sensing weakness and quite rightly getting some chips in. 325. So there's 240 to pick up here if they all fold. Don't know what Mr. Rossi will do having hit the second pair.
One pass.
Folds it. Very hard to call there with a nice strong bet on the river there. Sorry, on the flop.
Ja, wir 7-2, Bruder. Ah, man, nee, no. Weißt du, verlierst Zeit zum Stream durchgehen so.
Bit of table trash talk.
Oh, ich kenn dich. Stopp. Ja,
Если он из-за пасху же есть.
Fica na
Vai, te digo, vai, deixa parar.
Ah, mas faz aqui, que?
Não, espera rola. Mas
Oh,
dost.
tu is como lugar esse.
Pode ser para dost. Ossa niet, gaan we wachten bij section. Ah? Păi, eu sei, ia mic știu avea, dar nici nu. Se povăime, da vedem. Parmenia, cada cadole, mamia.
Dovrei pure vedere il blef questi ragazzi. Bruder, tu devi imparare a parlare italiano. Tutti parliamo italiano. Tu italiani şarlayan, Bruder, schau mal, Italiener, alle reden Italienisch.
Seat 7 making a play with the Queen Jack. Nice raise to 90,000. Blanco. Playable hand in many circumstances, but it's a quarter of his chip stack to even call, and that's if no one re-raises behind him. So he's been very disciplined up till now. He's just not been getting hands. This is definitely a playable hand. Ace-4 suited. It's connected. It's suited. It's an ace. So I do expect a call here from Mr. Arossi. Could even make a big raise and put pressure back on the original raiser. What's the way of playing this one? Looks like just the call. And we're going to a flop with suited ace against Queen Jack. And the suited ace hits a nut flush draw, and the Queen Jack hits a gut shot. This could go to a more aggressive player, or we could have a nuts alert.
Bet 150.
I think Mr. Rossi has checked to make a play here, possibly a check raise. He's disguising the strength of his hand to some extent, although of course he's only drawing, hasn't hit anything. What he doesn't know is that his ace is actually good at the moment. That's something that's quite hard to know. That card probably strengthens the ace. We've already seen some very good bluffs by Giovinco. And we're seeing some more coming up now. He's hit absolutely nothing. He just has a gut shot draw. And he's betting into this pot. Looks like Mr. Rossi has counted out a call.
Quanto? 235.
How will Mr. Rossi view this bet? We know he's at it, but Mr. Rossi may not. Using another time bank. Problem with calling here is if he doesn't hit an ace or a club, it's going to be very tricky to play this hand on the river. That's why I favour putting maximum pressure on. And even if you're wrong, even if the opposition has a king or a 9, you still have outs. Mr. Rossi has made his nut flush. Giovinco, who made a nut flush earlier, will feel pretty gutted, but should remember how he made some of his chips early. Nice hand.
Se non veniva restavi con 10 buie.
Forse lui non c'era neanche.
Vedrai alla televisione.
Forse aveva già full.
Gioca 2-2 ha giocato malissimo. K9 ha giocato pure male.
A sto K non buono, no?
A sto K col tuo stack non puoi mai flottare.
No, il tuo, se te hai a sto K.
Io non c'ho niente in mano.
Neanch'io. Neanch'io. C'ho 2 carte.
A prescindere, non adesso.
Poi vedrai.
E arriva a farmi vedere lo stesso.
Big old shot clock, that one. Again, poor old seat 1. 8-3 offsuit. It's horrible. You can see the frustration. Although you can't see his face, his body language clearly shows his frustration. You have a low ace here, ace 6. And a raise on the button. Antonio has lost an awful lot of chips in a previous foray against his neighbour.
Neue Lines zum SPD Masters Main Event, 25.000, 50.000, Main Event 50.000. Lines up on the Main Event, 25.000, 50.000, Main Event 50.000.
We go to a flop. Ace-6, ace has hit, and the 8 has hit for Maliqui. How will Rossi play this? I'm sure he will c-bet this. He's hit his ace. He's going to hope his opposition has hit something, which of course he has. Aggressive play back by Maliqui. He's trying to find out where he is with his second pair. How will Rossi play his ace with a low kicker? Ace-6, I think he's called. So we're getting a pot builder here. Looks like Maliqui has given up to a certain extent, having tried the raise. And unless something strange happens, the ace will take it down. Is he going to bet for value? Got to feel pretty good about his two pairs now. May even get called. Maliqui sizing up his opposition. Hasn't really been out of order though, and the 8-6 is very unlikely to be ahead. I think I favour the fold here, which of course means he'll call. I personally, there's been quite a lot of loose calls on this table. That may be the standard of poker, but there has been a lot of poor calls, really, in the hope that your opposition is bluffing. Very few people have. Well done. Good fold. Nice pot of over 800,000 coming his way.
You blind?
Ma dove abiti tu? Ma dove?
Francese.
Ah, ok.
Vicino a Basilea.
Sì, sì, sì.
Tu? Dove abiti?
A Zurigo.
Ah, vicino stai allora.
Com'è?
Vicino stai.
Sì, sì. Un'oretta da qua. Con i radar sei un po'...
Poor Mr. Blanco, down to 8 big blinds and still just keeps getting dealt unplayable hands. I would be so frustrated if I was him. Just not had an opportunity to get his chips in any kind of decent shape. And when he has had pairs, he's been dominated by 2 other bigger pairs. Jack 8 has a gut shot here. Antonio decides to bet. Maliqui is going nowhere with a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot draw. Hit his 8, so he's now ahead. Doubts he's going too aggressively though. Antonio may give up. It's not a good card for a pair of 5s. Probably see a check behind.
No, ultimo sto per girando la casa con un seggiolino,
Io non sono il
al secondo giorno 50 minuti. E alla fine un'ora.
Rimane 75.
Che sono già 40 75. Oh Maria, di buio! Come on!
Te li vedo a te, non ti preoccupare. Però no, in questo.
One pass?
I don't know about you, but my screen is a little staccato.
So friendly, check all the goal shots. Aber Wort, ein Mann, ein Wort.
Ja, ja. Aber nicht.
Okay.
Raise. 2
And Vinko making a raise with the ace-4. I think he's doing a count of his chips. Ednichi trying to get information. Don't know how that will help, but he's going to fold his 9-6 suited. We have Maliki, who may well play his Queen 9. He seems to like these kind of mid cards, mid-high cards. But no, that's another pot. Well done.
Zeige tu, wenn ich bei Asking, ich schiebe was ihm dann. Schau, der 9-6 Diamond da. Sì, 100.000 mi rubi.
Aspetta, non c'è questo.
Pass?
Antonio folding the 6-5 offsuit. Round 2 Maliki with a 9-4 offsuit. Still no hand for Blanco. This time he is in the big blind, so will he get raised? Are the other players recognizing he's just not getting cards? However, he will get desperate at a certain point and will have to put his chips in, so other players do need to be careful.
Così non puoi fare niente. Ma dopo tempo è uno, ma adesso che mamuni mi piccò troppo. Mi non che vuoi.
Here's our chip counts. Rossi's moved up to the top of the table, 2.1 million, with Maliki just behind. And poor old Mr. Blanco is down to 5 big blinds as our blinds increase to 25k, 50k. He's in more than the danger zone. He's in the A&E hospital zone. It's on the small blind now. for his sake, I just hope he has a hand. Maliki will be raising with the sixes. And Vinko with the king queen. Certainly played the hands he has played very aggressively. So has played some good poker, really. Hasn't had that much of a stack, but done his best with what he's had. Bluffed very well. I was just calling with the king queen there, nothing wrong with that. Now this time Blanco folds an ace. It's the first hand he's kind of had, and he still folds with 5 big blinds. That does surprise me. It's the kind of hand I think you need to make a stand on, ace 4. You've only got one more round of blinds before you're blinded out. Rossi. Oh, sorry, I missed that. So he has actually pushed with ace 4, and is right to do so, although he's up against some actually quite big hands. The screen froze a bit for me there, so I missed the push with ace 4. Are we going to see a re-raise with the 8s, or are we going to see a call?
$295. Why on that $1.9?
Just a call. Does invite the others in though. Pair of 6s and a king queen. Both going to call. Just a lot of counting, this boy. Right. So who's going to hit the flop? We've got 6s. We've got 8s. We've got an ace. And we've got king queen. Who is going to hit this flop and win this pot? One of the chip leaders. There are 2 involved. Or 1 short stack. And the ace has hit. So we know who's winning now. Mr. Blanco has been very patient, had no cards at all. The 6s and 8s don't really matter. There's now 3 hearts though. The queen of hearts starts to play. Nothing Blanco can do. Can't affect this. His chips are already in. But the king queen starts to play a slightly different role. He's now got a flush draw, which has hit, as well as the gut shot draw. So the run out. How is he not betting that? And we lose seat 1, who was winning but wasn't by the end.
Ciao. Ciao ragazzi. Ciao. Aveva ragione lui che dice ti butterei fuori. Riderò a te. K7 di cuore. K7 di cuore sta subito fuori.
700.
Open C20.
Yeah.
No.
Bravo Antonio.
No, perché quello sport
Stiamo funzionando perché poi è troppo grande il fuoco.
Big pot, huh?
König 7, Zam,
1.2.
Stub. More than 1 million. Normal, ja, det.
Tu non paghi nemmeno niente.
A River? No.
Pair of 4s this time for Maliki. Certainly had a lot of pairs during this latter stages of day 2 prior to our final table tomorrow. May not see a Rossi fold a king 10, but he does on the small blind. And does our big blind have anything that they can defend with? I don't think so.
fanno un equilibrio la qualità?
Sì, perché c'è uno con 70.000, sta per uscire. Neanche, avrà 30, neanche un buio. No, è uscito, guarda.
Lui era? Ok, ma siamo 16 allora.
Sì, ma fanno ritrovi.
È sempre solita storia. Avevo trovato il tesoro.
A raise gets through.
Non veniva nessuno, solo io qua. E mo' tutti qua. Usce, Pepe, Zurigo, tutta la Svizzera.
Scheiße Position.
Aber wieso? Ja, es ist scheiße, absolut.
Ja.
Aber ich weiß, wenn ich zahle, er zahlt auch noch.
Ja.
Und für mich ist es gut.
Ich denke, wenn er folgt, du push, oder?
Wenn er folgt, ich pushe.
Spiel halt rumlassen, neue Hand.
Se foldi tu, lui push, capito?
Sì, no, io devo pagare lui.
Nice 8-7 suited, but this time Gian Vinco does not want to play.
Comunque siamo 16, questa è uscita, quella è uscita, questi non guardano un cazzo.
Two raises, 110.
Rossi raising on the button with King 2 suited, using his stack. I don't think Antonio should be getting involved here. This is the kind of hand he's been calling with and just, I don't know, hoping to hit one of his low cards. Eventually folds the 9-5 suited. Even the shot clock doesn't stop him spending the maximum time available.
Io répète, je suis le mec, 100%. 100%, nie.
Change place. Oh,
Redraw.
Grazie.
Prego. Have to go place.
Information for the main event. We're
Yeah,
gonna
my
have
place?
the
Yeah.
redraw,
Oh,
two
shit.
tables, flip table and table number 1.
Looks like we're chipping up and maybe changing over to a new feature table. Might be a short break while this happens.
Pasha zot, hè?
Bro, ich bin hier, oh, Exxon, ich bin überall.
Com'è? Dai, li devo mettere. Guarda, fai così, dammi una fila di 5 lire. 100 lire. una pila di 5 lire.
Turnier registriert haben. 350 Schweizer Franken war das Buy-in. Wir sind im Geld, wir sind bereits bei den letzten 63 Spielern. Wir sehen es rechts unten eingeblendet, die Blinds mittlerweile bei 10 und 25.000. Wir haben eine neue Line-Up hier bei uns am Feature Table. Unter anderem auch Mediana mit einer Dame. Ist ungefähr 1% der Pokerspieler sind Frauen. Ich hoffe immer mal, dass es ein bisschen mehr werden. Es wird auch langsam mehr, denn ja, es ist einfach ein schönes Spiel. So, Nokia 3310, das hier sein Screen-Name. Ich denke nicht, dass es ein richtiger Name ist. Mit der bestmöglichen Starthand, mit Pocket-Assen und dem Race auf 50.000. Wir sehen links unten in der Grafik immer eingeblendet, wie viele Chips die Spieler noch dahinter haben. Die Bilder, die passen jetzt gerade noch nicht, weil das sind auch die Bilder von unserem letzten Feature Table. Das sollte aber gleich auch aktualisiert werden. In den Pausen geht es manchmal sehr schnell und dann hat das in der Zeit. Bin mir mal ganz sicher, dass das gleich korrigiert wird. So, aus Italien, Herr Krasnicki mit den Pocket 7er vom Hijack. Callt er das Race? Er natürlich mit 1,1 Millionen Chips. Ja, der Chip-Leader bei uns am Tisch. Der passt im Small Blind. Blind mit Dame 10 auf schließt er. Das Set. Ja, den Spieler rechts hier im Bild. Das nicht nie. Aber auch Nokia dürfte sich hier recht wohl fühlen bei dem Flop. 7-5-2. Sieht er keine Gefahr für seine Asse. Und er schießt nach 75.000. Ungefähr Drittel des Pots. Ja, versucht es sogar schwach aussehen zu lassen. Er weiß gar nicht, in welcher Gefahr er sich gerade befindet. Call vom Italiener. Der spielt sein Drilling slow, will natürlich die wahre Stärke noch gar nicht so preisgeben. Kreuz 9 hier am Turn. Ja, wollten beide nicht so gerne sehen hier. Mögliche Flush-Gefahr. Check. Den Pocket Assen. Pot Control. Was macht Exxon Krasnicki hier? In der Schweiz lebend. Spielt er noch mal ein bisschen an. Er hat natürlich viel Munition vor sich stehen. Er schaut auch schon auf den Stack seines Gegners, was er da noch schnappen kann. Aber check behind. Ja, der Erzbube würde jetzt theoretisch auch nochmal eine Straße komplettieren mit 8-10, aber das ist natürlich unwahrscheinlich nach der Action. Ja, jetzt kommt er mit den Assen rausgeschossen. Ist sich da jetzt relativ sicher nach dem Check seines Gegners und der callt auch nur. Ist sich vielleicht auch nicht mehr so ganz sicher, ob er da mit seinem Set 7 nach vorne liegt. Sieht die Asse und kassiert den Pot. Ja, da ist der Nokia noch einigermaßen glimpflich davongekommen. Das hätte auch ja, schon mit dem Turnierende, vielleicht aus meiner Sicht zumindest nicht, von der Optik her nicht der typische Buchhalter, aber mit Zahlen wird er umgehen können. Und er ist auf jeden Fall hier noch im Turnier. Sagt aber auch, mit jedem Turnier merke ich, dass ich mich noch ein bisschen verbessere, dass ich noch ein paar kleine Schwachstellen habe. Und ja, das sind so die Gedanken fast eines jeden Pokerspielers. Die Regeln lernt man schnell, aber bis man es dann richtig gut kann, ja, da vergeht oft eine sehr lange Zeit. Man lernt ein Leben lang immer dazu beim Pokern. Es ist einfach ein wunderschönes Spiel, sehr facettenreich, birgt viele verschiedene Faktoren, aber natürlich auch immer mal das Quäntchen Glück, was eben auch dazugehört, wenn man ganz vorne landen will. Interessanter Move jetzt hier von Peso, vom Slowaken hier. Da werden sich viele sagen, was macht er denn da mit 6-4? Aber schaut mal auf den Stake. Er callt 25.000. Er hat nur noch 30.000 dahinter. Also etwas mehr als 2 Big Blinds. Und der versucht natürlich hier viele Spieler reinzulocken hier. Wenn er nämlich die Hand gewinnt, dass er dann halt dann nicht 4 oder 5 Big Blinds, sondern vielleicht sogar 6, 8 oder 10 Big Blinds hat. Krasnicki mit dem Race auf 55.000 und der kriegt 2 Calls aus den Blinds und natürlich Peso geht hier auch all in. 4 Spieler dabei und da hat so gut wie keiner was getroffen. Doch, Exxon hat das kleinste Paar am Flop getroffen, das Achterpärchen. Sieht nicht gut aus für den Slowaken jetzt hier mit 6-4. 2 perfekte Karten. Eine wäre da, die 4 ist da. Da braucht er noch eine von. Oder die 6. Wenn er hier noch im Turnier bleiben möchte. Check von den Blinds, nachdem am Flop jetzt hier überhaupt keiner angespielt hat. Der in der Schweiz lebende Italiener denkt sich, ja, vielleicht bin ich ja gut mit meiner 8 und spielt an. $130.000. Ja, wir sehen es. Die Spieler in den Blinds müssen hier passen. Und Peso, ja, mit einer 6%igen Chance hier. Er braucht eine, ja, die Vierer sind schon raus, sehen wir hier oben rechts in der Grafik. Also er braucht eine 6. Und zwar ganz dringend. Kommt nicht. Und er scheidet aus, nimmt allerdings natürlich auch das Preisgeld hier mit. Aber gleich mal beim zweiten Turnier nach ihrem Comeback hier ins Geld. Das ist doch schon mal auf jeden Fall ein schöner Erfolg. Und es kann ja auch noch mehr werden für die Ukrainerin, die in der Schweiz lebt. Randy am Cut-Off mit Ass 6. Das ist auf jeden Fall ein guter Spot, um seine knapp 4 BBs reinzubringen. Vielleicht will man da sogar Action haben. Es kommen dann ja auch nur noch 3 Spieler, also der Spieler im Big Blind sowie die beiden Spieler in den Blinds. Wahrscheinlich, dass da noch eine stärkere Hand wie Ass 6 unterwegs ist. Exxon am Überlegen mit Ass 3 suited. Sind nur knapp 4 Big Blinds und der hat einen Stack von 1,6 Millionen, aber trennt sich dennoch von der Hand. Oh, aber er wird es nicht machen. Pocket Damen. Bei Mr. Hart. Und Randys Turnierleben on the line hier. Er braucht ein Ass. Wir haben es gesehen. 1 ist bereits unterwegs. 23% seine Gewinnchance. Acht, 8, 3. Keine Hilfe. 2 Asse noch unterwegs, 11%. Und die Prozente sinken, keine Hilfe am Turn. 6%. Kommt nicht. Und der Buchhalter, Randy, scheidet aus. Aber er nimmt es mit einem Lächeln, verabschiedet sich.
Die letzte Hand, ich hatte nicht mehr viel Chips, 4 Big Blinds, hab Ass 6, All-In und dann Small Blind hat Queen Queen, Dame Dame. Und ja, ist kein Ass gekommen, habe verloren.
Die Blinds jetzt wiederum gestiegen auf 15 und 30.000. Und ich sage es vielleicht noch mal ganz kurz, 576 Spieler. Alle haben ein Buy-in von 350 Schweizer Franken geleistet. 178.000 Schweizer Franken im Preispool. Und alleine der Gewinner bei diesem Turnier kassiert knapp 30, ich glaube sogar etwas mehr als 30.000 Schweizer Franken. 34.500 sogar. All-in von Vituli und All-in auch von Toni. Beide fast gleich vielen Chips, knapp 4 Big Blinds. Und Exxon Krasnicki könnte hier zum großen Schlag ausholen. Mit Dame 8 suited, könnte er gleich 2 Spieler ausnocken. Er hat die Chips natürlich, um auch so mal ein bisschen zu spekulieren. Dame 9. Viele Damen unterwegs hier. Ja, noch eine drin. So, er hat im Big Blind. Würde natürlich sehr, sehr gute Odds kriegen, hier 95.000 zu bringen für über 400.000. Aber er sagt sich, komm, ich halte mich da raus. Kann nur zu Problemen führen. Und Showdown. Das ist, wenn nicht mehr gesetzt werden kann, dann
Einfach die Kreuz, 3 Kreuz. Ich habe Dame auch. Nur aufgeklopft und schaut.
ah, sehr schöner Flop hier. Ja, Vituli, König getroffen. Gut aus, 93%. 2 Kreuzen wären noch möglich. Aber kommt nicht. Und er ballt schon die Faust am Turn. Da kann kommen, was will am River. Er trippelt auf. Und mit 420.000 ist er wieder. Ja, für ihn, der in Luzern lebt, der Italiener, hat es sich schon richtig gelohnt. Und es kann ja auch noch besser werden. Keole mit den Pocket-Damen und dem Minimum Race auf 60.000. Das ist das ein sogenanntes Setup beim Pokern, wenn 2 absolute Raketenhände aufeinandertreffen. Pocket-Damen, die drittbeste Starthand, die man überhaupt haben kann. Die zweitbeste Könige und natürlich die absolute Bombe. Das ist die Hand, die jetzt Exxon Krasnicki erhält. Pocket Asse. American Airlines, wie sie auch gern genannt wird. Er geht nochmal drüber auf 155.000. 7 auch noch unterwegs hier im Big Blind, aber nach Race und Re-Race, da sehen die 7er nicht mehr so richtig rosig aus und der Herr Scherer trennt sich auch. All-in von Keole. Er spürt vielleicht schon, dass am Minimum gegen Ass König läuft hier. Und sieht dann jetzt hier, ach du Heiliger, er läuft gegen die Asse. Runter auf 14%. Ja, das bedeutet, glaube ich, dass eine Dame auch schon, 29% so. Ass A direkt am Flop. 2 perfekte Karten müssen kommen. Entweder 2 Kreuzen oder 2 Damen. Kommt nicht und das... Ah ne, es sind ja schon 3 Kreuzen am Flop. Entschuldigung, 1 Kreuz.
dato una volta, l'abbiamo già dato quelli che stavano prima qua, quindi penso che gli manca.
No, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Back to the final 16, and we have a new. I think there may have been a redraw, so I'll just check on that. So we do. Looks like we have the same table as we had before, or maybe a slight redraw. We have Antonio, who was one of our early chip leaders. He's in the danger zone with 10 big blinds, and MGMA. So we have a mix, half of the players we had before with a new group, but there's a couple of regular faces we've seen all tournament still on the. And now Arossi is in seat 8, so they've had a redraw.
We continue our main event, day 2, with the 22 minutes left of the level 11. Button starts on seat 5. Dealers, shuffle up and deal, please.
Here we go. Final 2 tables. Here is our new feature table. Some old faces, some new. Playing down to 8. Blinds are still at the previous level, 25.50 with a 50k ante. So pretty harsh if you've got only 500k. Only got 10 big blinds. MS, new player to the table. Quick raise there. 125k with an ace 3. Antonio, as always, taking his time. Never looks very interested in either the players around him or the cards. Just kind of looks off. Very fascinating player, really. And then at the last minute, starts to look a unique style, I would say. MGMA in seat 6. We haven't seen him tonight with a better suited ace than the original raiser. Well, folds, so we see what type kind of player he is. Folds an ace 8 suited to over at one single raise. Okay. Very solid, I would say. Now seat 3, Mr. Lenorio. 2 raises in a row. This time without an ace, just a 10-9 offsuit. He may feel that he's going to look to dominate the table, be the aggressive player. Mr. Graf not going to fold his 9-8 suited, and quite right too. Okay, that's seat 6 MGMA, who folded the ace-8 suited last hand. All very similar hands. Ah, finally a proper hand. Mr. Arossi, please raise, sir. That's what you should be doing here. Raise, nice 3-bet, 295, making very clear what kind of hand he has. And I don't think the 9-10 and the 8-9 will be calling. Might shove if they feel Mr. Arossi is playing a game, but Graf knows him already, so I don't think he'll be doing much. Might call. Obviously, he likes a mid-suited card. Two diamonds, gut shot draw for the 8-9, and the ace-queen has missed. So this could go to either player here. More about the aggression and how they're playing.
8-bet, 220.
Arossi following through with his ace-queen and taking it down. This time Lenario raising with a proper hand. Always helps the aggressive player if they raise with less than premium hands and then they get paid with their premium hands. So ace-king is raised. Antonio, bad timing. Shove with the ace-9. Snap calls with the ace-king. And Antonio get lucky again. He's lucky a couple of times in this final day. Sorry, day 2. But not looking too good now. Just drawing to a 9, which he was in the first place.
What 50-50?
Oh, what?
Ooh.
6 and 9.
Now a 6 comes into play for a straight, a 9 or a 6, and he's still in the game. If not, we see our 16th place finisher. And no good. Ace-king wins the day there.
lang gewesen, oder? Wo das größte ist. Nicht viermal.
Ja, sorry. Can you maybe more space?
Was soll ich jetzt?
Okay, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's dead.
Ja, klar, ist aber dieser kommt, oder? Aber jetzt momentan. Ja, ich kann nicht mehr müssen, dann kann ich schon runtergehen. Nein, das ist sicher nicht. Ich kann nicht mehr wo.
Tripas. Pass. Yeah. 6 pass. 7 pass. Eight raise 125.
Raise for the ace-10 suited. The twos coming along. Set mining. They certainly are.
One check.
And the ace has hit and the two hasn't, so I don't think this will go too far. There'll be a bet by Rossi. I think 150 maybe. Wow. Very interesting way of playing twos on an ace-high board. I don't think Rossi's going anywhere. Repping a bigger ace or a set.
One check.
Aras has made the move. Now checks. If you're going to make this kind of play, you've got to go all the way with it. But may well have got some attempt and may well have given up on the turn. The bet is 225 and he takes it down.
No bluff, Mikey.
No bluff.
No bluff.
No bluff.
Ay, ay, ay. I have a gray hair. It's your fault, you know.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 raise 150 and 3 pass.
Mercedes een beetje niet open. Niet vrede is.
Ik verdriet gaat een keer erin. Ik weet beide.
All in with the ace-4 offsuit. Is he going to get looked up here? Not so far. Picks up a decent pot there for a short stack at the table.
One raise, 200, 2 pass, 3 pass. 5 pass. And 6 pass.
Next jack suited. And seat 1, raising to... Sorry, raised 200 actually. Takes that down.
Two raise, 125, 3 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Maniki's still getting hands. Ace jack suited here. Chiba folding his king 4. Certainly had more hands than most of the other players in the last 5-6 hours that we have been following this final stages of day 2. We started with 69, 68 got paid, and we are now at the final stages. 14 players left. We're playing down to 8 final table, which will start tomorrow at 6:45 local time. So looking forward to that. A few of these players in front of us should make that final table. There's a couple short stacks that will need to find a way of doubling up. MGMA, another short stack here with on the button though. Suited ace, I'm sure it'll go all in. He needs to double up or can't just sit there with this kind of thing, a suited ace on the button. Got to push here. Very good. Is anyone going to wake up with a hand to call? Nope, it won't be Chiba. And what's the big blind got? A very solid Italian player in seat 8. Rossi. I don't think he's going to call with Jack 6 suited. As it turns out, he's a big dog if he did. 80-20. I don't think he will. They've been very solid tonight. Played good poker. One of the more kind of even players on the table.
Two raise, 125, 3 pass. 5 pass.
Maliki raising with a Jack 10, using his table presence and stack to try and pick up the blinds. Worth picking up. 125k already in. Will Rossi give it to him, or will he call with the Queen Jack?
I think
He's the chip leader for good reason. The rhythm he's had. Just playing very good poker, very sensible. Even that, he may have been ahead because we saw the cards, but it's the right fold. There's no need for him to get involved with Queen Jack. And he made a ace queen and took it down. So it's nice solid poker.
I was seat 5, seat 6. Man moest je nog 3 eyes proberen af te Dan start met dat scheiß.
3 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 raise, 120.
Rossi making a raise on the button with a 5-3. First time today that he's been making a play without a hand, but he's got the stack to do it. Will Maliki have a look with his 9-10? This is not one that Rossi wants. Doesn't want to see high cards hit that board.
Okay.
Looking a bit nervous there. Well, they both hit top pair, second pair. This could go down to the braver player. Now, Mr. Rossi represented at least when he raised on the button. Let's see if he can find it in himself to play. Yes, he can. Well done. He does have a gut shot and a 3. So he's not in that bad a shape, although we know the 9's winning. Oh, Mr. Maliki's having nothing of it. He doesn't put him on an ace. I wonder if he'll put him on a king if we get to see another bet. It's almost the only way he can win, and he's given up. A tame ending.
Nice call. Before the flop.
Here we see our chip counts 40 big blinds down to 9 big blinds for MGMA, and MS and Chiba and Graf all just over that. So we're starting to get to the business end. 9 to 12, 9 to 15 big blinds for the bottom 4. Tough to play hands, tough to play the kind of ace jacks, ace nines kind of hand. You're looking to shove or try and be in the right position with that kind of hand.
Mit dem Knappert.
Check. One bet, 250.
It's one of our short stacks with a pair of 10s. He has, I think, 13 big blinds. Making a big raise, holding chips back, showing even stronger holding than a full all-in. However, Mr. Maliki as ace-king, he's going to put him under pressure. Don't see anything here but a shove, and then I think the 10s will have to call, and we are off to the races. And it will be nearly 2 million pot. Yep, as predicted, and all in. And we will see a call with the 10s. Very surprised if he doesn't. He may not want to, but he's not really going to have much choice. It will be an interesting fold if he does fold. Call is made. Perfect flip hand. Pair of 10s against ace king offsuit. Who's going to hit this board? Mr. Maliki has been particularly fortunate on hitting an awful lot of boards with his cards whenever he's been in flips. Let's see if that continues or whether the 10s hit or stay. Good hand for 10s, but the ace king has increased his equity a little bit. A 3 will give a straight. Ten still winning. Only any ace, any king, any 3. That's all he's up against. Here it comes. 7. So nice double up for our short stack. He's back in the game. Can't believe Mr. Maluki actually missed. He hasn't missed much today.
95, ja. Ich habe zuerst mal nicht gesehen, wo es nicht gekippt hat. In der Welt gekippt. Im 7-4 jetzt kommt es wieder mit. Auch nicht schlecht. Ja, gut, eben. Ja, aber weißt du, das ist ja Fantasie pur. Ja, nein, logisch, nein, hallo. 7-4 auch, keine Fantasie, oder? Ah. Da jetzt hinstellst.
Ja, sicher nicht. Ein schöner Flug eigentlich. Ja, 3 Straßen. Ja, ja.
Here we have the American Airlines in red. Ace, ace on the hijack. It's got $1 million. Quite a big raise to 180. It's a 3x raise. I'm not sure anyone's going to have a hand to compete with him. Takes it down. Bit of a waste of aces.
Ah, okay. Entschuldigung. 75 bis 65. Das habe ich letztes Mal auch gemacht. Und laufen vor, ich gesagt habe, nie nach dem Tor. Ja, 23. war, was? Du bist nicht so sehen. Ja, das ist größer. Was steht noch? Nein. Was? Da laufst du mit 2 Perlen in so ein Schiff. Was?
Your raise 135. 3 pass, 5 pass. 6 pass.
Maliki with the raise. Chiba not being pulled in with a 10-7 suited. Not a bad hand to play, but thought the better of it. Nothing wrong there. Just a choice, I think, when it comes to that.
You don't play at well. What? Because you miss it. It's for a play.
Yeah, but now I'm sitting.
No. I cannot give you your card.
Wirklich? Okay. Mein Name?
Ich habe ihm gerade nicht gegeben.
Jetzt?
Ja, wenn wisst ihr nicht.
Aha. Du bist jetzt. Ah, das wiederholt sich von vorher wieder der Story. Alles klar.
Chiba folding. Running around to our chip leader who has a pair of fives. Shows it and takes down an uncontested pot. Picks up the blinds, getting 125k with the blinds at the current level.
Small kings for Queens auch nicht. Ich auch nicht. Jetzt habe ich keine Aces zweimal, ne? Zweimal Ausland. Sonst muss man nicht noch viel etwas bekommen.
Tripas. 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 Sixpas. Sevenpas. Tripas.
Now you fold?
I don't know.
You
I say next time,
you
but
say next time, so now you fold.
Yeah, I know, but
Give me a C, right?
you can fold.
Yeah, of course. But I have a range. No. Yeah.
Tripas. Fivepas. Sixpas. Sevenpas.
145.
8 raise, 145. One call. 5 more, please.
5 more.
145.
145.
Rossi raising with the ace-4 suited. On the button. I don't think MS is going to take any nonsense with the ace-10. He's hit a gut shot. He's got an ace. Can Rossi take this away from him with pure aggression and his stack? Is he sensing weakness? Now the ace-10 is winning at the moment. Feels confident making a small bet with poker. Unless he gets raised all in.
It's a big bet, huh?
But a few hands are made there. There's a straight. There's a flush that's made. Only move Rossi has is to either fold or shove. Wow. Hero call. Don't like that call. I think he had two plays, really. Ace-4 is never going to be strong enough to call. You either turn it into a bluff or fold.
It was a good read. Not so good, but good.
It's like rub down there saying it was a good read. It was a read as in he wasn't far behind, which is true. King Queen now for Mr. Graf. He's lost quite a few chips, but hasn't played many hands. He will get some respect, I think, if he raises. Interesting hands here. We've got Ace Jack against Ace 10 and King Queen, all in the same area. If problem is here, if one of them hits, it also gives draws to the other one. None of them hit. It's a pretty bad flop for all three hands. This may go to the original raiser or whoever outplays the other two. All three playing very sensible poker. Now the ace is hit. The ace jack is ahead of Chiba, but Lunario will not go anywhere and he's betting. Rossi will fold his king queen, but no draw. Quite a small bet, 115 into 540. So a very small bet, really. I'm sure we will get a call with the ace jack. Doesn't need to go ballistic here. Yep, a sensible play. Now, Lunario is a little bit worried if he's been called. What's he been called with? The 10 is behind the jack. The jack is playing. He's going to do a small kind of blocker bet here. Looks like it. I don't think he thinks he's ahead if he got called in the first place. So, reasonable bet, blocker bet, stops Chiba making a bigger bet and can be a useful tactic if he meant it.
Ja, en dag, det er det.
MGMA with an ace king and a short stack. Usually only one way this goes, and here it goes, all in. Is anyone going to look him up? Won't be Chiba. Might be a Rossi with an ace full suited. May feel that it could be live.
405. 405. Yes, it is.
Got players behind him though. Dangerous to call because if one of the Players behind, puts all his stack in. Very hard to call off with ace-4, so the better option is to fold. Queen-Jack folds. Ace-Jack on the button may not fold. Oh, very good play. He has reasoned that his ace-Jack is behind. That's top fold there. Getting a lot of respect for this player. Plays his hands at a hit very well. Seems to always know where he is. And that is such an advantage in poker. Well played.
I said I had a really bad hand, otherwise I would have called.
Weißt du nicht viel mehr als ich?
Ja, das ich hatte halt eine Katastrophenhand. Das ein bisschen besser, da muss ich callen.
Nix weg. Ich muss wirklich viel reinkaufen. Willst du einen Call wählen? Ja, sowieso links. Ich muss mir mal Luft ab.
Das ist ein König in der Hand. War ein König unter deinen Karten.
Was richtig ist. Na gut, dann aus 5 oder so. Was sagst du?
Aha.
Du passt.
Hoppla. 3 raise, 125. Five raise, six plus.
Two very similar hands here. But Graf makes the move with a 10-7 suited. And everyone folds. Decent enough hand to make a push with. Even if you get called, you're almost certain to be live. And you're connected and suited. Nothing wrong with that. Well played, sir.
I fold ace suited. But I fold ace jack. Ace jack? Ruby check. Nice.
8 plus. One raise, 130. 2 plus, 3 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
And an early raise with a queen 10. Sheba going to call with an ace. He's on the big blind, so I'm pretty sure he will and get to see a flop. See if he can spike an ace with his ace 4. Good flop for queen 10. Almost favourite. Slightly behind. But in terms of taking this pot down, because of the original raise, I'm pretty sure he will. Sheba may have other ideas, but I think he'll fold his ace 4. Needs to see a runner on a heart. And even if he hits his ace, he won't know quite where he is because of the original raise. But he's not folding yet. Check the body language of MS. He's absolutely mullered this. He's hit the straight, But Chiba has hit his ace, so this could be expensive. He's underrepresenting his hand in terms of Queen 10. So let's see how he plays this and whether he gets paid or not. $350k bet. Nice bet. Gets it through. With the nuts, though.
Bis wann spielt man? Bis man 8 Uhr ist, oder?
Ja, 10 oder 8.
Okay. Jetzt will ich noch gestern ausprobieren. Ja, um 5 Uhr am 8 bin ich aufgestanden, das ist wie ein Turnier. Hä? 5 Uhr bis 6 ist es. 7 Jahre wert?
Your raise, 125. 2 plus.
Raise with the 7-6 suited. Graph not going to have much interest with 10-2 offsuit. Now one of our short stacks. Jack 4 suited. Frustration setting in, totally understandable. Very hard to play with such short stacks against larger stacks that are raising in front of you.
Show one time.
Change of dealer.
Plus, 3 plus. 5 plus, 6 plus. 7 plus.
Genau 2.
Eight raise, 125. 125.
Rossi using his stack to raise to 125 with a king 4 suited. Gets it through.
Mit dem Stack sind wir gestartet.
Rossi raising in on the button with an ace. But MS has a pretty good ace, an ace 10. Doesn't need to raise, so he's just calling. Mr. Maliki. Does he want to come in with a king 2? He wants to have a look. So I've got 3 to a flop. And already 435k in that flop. Ace 10 2. So the ace 10 has done well. The 2 is hit. And Mr. Rossi has hit his ace. But like I say, could get in trouble. Gonna make a C bet. I'd like to see a flat call here. MS can make most money by letting Rossi do all the work. Does not need to raise. He's also got another player behind who he'd quite like to call with whatever hand he has.
One raise. 600. 2 pots.
He has made the raise, and I think he's going to chase away his customers. What will Rossi do? We know if he goes all in, he's in trouble. Drawing virtually dead. Cards have been turned over, and the ace 10 wins the pot.
Easy flop for you, yeah? You're lucky. I'm lucky, I know. Why you only don't pay? And the turn I will push maybe 500. Top 2, raise. Like a Casper, you know?
Kijk, het is allemaal cold.
Oh, yeah. Nice, Sam. Ja, maar op, nou. Het is lang dat ik om 12 uur ben niet daar. Kom. Oder? Second time you have ace 10, eh? When I am in the button. And I have ace 2.
Pair of 3s for Rossi in the cutoff. May well raise here.
8 raise. 130.
Can't raise 110. 130. Oh, here we go. MS has a pair of 4s. Top pair for the Queen 9. The 3s and 4s have missed. They should go to form, but we will see. And indeed it does. Both small pairs folding.
Big blind.
Het ga jij rollen? Nee, dat zou ik. Dat weet niet. Daar nemen.
Is MGMA going to be tempted by the Queen 10? If he does, it'll be a shove to 400k. There's a lot of players behind him. Not the greatest position to be shoving with no information. But he didn't listen to me. He's putting all his chips in. However, if no one behind him has any kind of hand he can call with, then it will get through. So far, they have not. King Jack is the only hand that may call him. Already got money in the big blind. Trouble is, it is not far off half his stack, so it's not an easy decision. Even if he thinks he's ahead, very, very close. King Jack against Queen 10. Really nothing in it. MGMA, unsure whether he wants to call or not. Obviously wants to double up. He's very, very short stacked.
Yeah, sure. But I never had aces in this
Looks like that got through.
Jedes Mal wolltest du kein Call haben.
Ich habe auch schon gesehen.
SPT Master, Target 2.
Wenn du einen hast,
10-minütige Pause.
sowas hast du
SPT Master Day2. Complete your run as 10 minutes break.
Das ist zu wenig.
Ja, stimmt auch nicht, oder? Aber es könnte genug sein, weil ich weiß, ich hatte es ja nicht mehr so die Big Runs. Deswegen war ich also lange überlegt.
Gut, dass ich bin nachher. Ich bin nächste Hand Big Blind, also.
Es hätte theoretisch jedes 3 Karten sein können.
Können wir jetzt, Bro, sonst kannst du nicht.
Normal rauchen oder was?
Nice, making a nice raise with King Queen. And it gets through.
Dame 10. König. Ah.
Jetzt habe ich König.
Ah, das ärgert mich dann, als ich es nicht gecallt habe.
Right. And we are going into a break. We will see you soon.
Die Blinds mittlerweile auch angestiegen. Wir sehen es rechts unten in der Ecke 40 und 80.000. Small und Big Blind. Und der Big Blind muss immer noch 80.000 hinzulegen. Das heißt, jede Runde kostet hier 200.000 Chips. Givi, ja, Stammspieler, erfolgreicher Pokerprofi im Small Blind, füllt auf mit 8-7. Und Stefan Mehr aus Österreich checkt eine Option. Und die 7, ja, mit der sitzen natürlich beide zufrieden jetzt hier. Sehen den Flop als ziemlich gut an. 100.000 gefordert von Givi und Stefan bezahlt. letzte im Deck befindliche 7 hinzu. Beide jetzt hier Trips. Und beide werden sich denken, wie kriege ich jetzt am besten die Chips vom Gegner. Aber für Stefan sieht es nicht gut aus. Denn die 5 ist kleiner als die 8 von Givi. Gibt natürlich auch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Und natürlich die 5 zum Sieg. Es kommt ja noch eine Karte. 250.000 von Givi gesetzt. All-in von Stefan und der Snap-Call jetzt hier von Givi. Alle Chips in der Mitte. Und eine nichts verändernde Dame. Und die 8 von Givi kommt in die Wertung. Er geht hoch auf 2,1 Millionen. Stefan runter auf 1, Millionen. Alles so entscheidende Pötte.
Mein Nickname ist Givi. Ich komme aus Italien ursprünglich, wohne hier in der Schweiz. Bin 37 Jahre alt, unverheiratet, keine Kinder, habe eine Partnerin seit langen Jahren und ich spiele Poker eben, wie gesagt, wie ich schon gesagt habe, seit 20 Jahren. Ist auch ein Hobby von mir, Hobby, Beruf. Ich war schon x-mal in Las Vegas, in allen Casinos von Europa, die ganzen Tours früher, alle mitgespielt und ja, es ist eine große Leidenschaft. Ich spiele sehr gerne Turniere, aber ich spiele auch sehr, sehr gerne Cash Game. Am Tisch die Gegner, die ich mit großem Respekt anschaute, war natürlich der Stefan, weil der hatte auch sehr viele Chips. Ich war schon mit ihm gestern den ganzen Tag am Tisch, hat sehr guten Poker gespielt. Der Ramon spielt auch sehr solide und ja, und der Said kennt man, der hatte auch schon mehrere Turniere gewonnen. Ja, das sind so die 3 Spieler, die man mehr im Auge betrachten muss. Ja.
Ass Dame, er hat bisher noch gar nicht so viele Turniererfolge auf der Habenseite. Also mehr ein Freizeitspieler mit Ass Dame und dem Race auf 230.000. Links unten unter dem Bild des jeweiligen Spielers sehen Sie, wie viele Chips die Teilnehmer noch hinter sich haben. Oh, Ass Bube bei Claudio Di Vito aus der Schweiz. Und vielleicht nochmal zu den Chipfarben. Die gelben, das sind die 25.000er, die beigen. Das sind die 5.000er, die beige-blauen. Und er geht all in mit Ass Bube. Und der Call von Stefan. So, in solchen Situationen ist es in der Regel ganz grob erklärt 70-30 immer für denjenigen, der also mit dem Ass die höhere Beikarte hat. Kommt noch so ein bisschen auf die Spielfarben immer an. Hier 66-34. Ist Stefan der Favorit. Claudio braucht einen Buben. Ja, nur kleines Gemüse am Flop. 3 Buben noch im Deck. Jetzt gibt es natürlich noch ein paar Möglichkeiten zum Splitpot. Eine 3 oder eine 6 zum Beispiel. Dann hätten beide 2 Paar. Und das Ass würde als 5. Karte in die Wertung kommen. Aber die Dame hilft nicht. Und Stefan gewinnt ja diesen großen Pot hier gegen Claudio. Der scheidet aus auf Platz 20 für 1.320 Schweizer Franken.
My name is Stefan Mehr. I'm from Austria and I'm 38 years old. I work with natural fragrances in my normal life and I like to play poker. I like to climb, to drive with skateboards. I start the first day and play a solid game and close it with 280,000 chips. And the second day I had some swings, but always good chip stack. They are good players and it would be a nice final table with them to play.
576 Spieler hier, die an diesem Turnier teilgenommen haben und einen Preispool von 178.000 Schweizer Franken generiert haben. Und Marcel Scherer hier, UTG mit 550.000. Also, ja, 4,5 Big Blinds. Mir gefällt der Move, ehrlich gesagt, denn er bringt sicherlich den ein oder anderen hinter sich direkt, der bessere Hände wegschmeißt. Und mit etwas Glück schmeißt vielleicht der Big Blind auch dann, oder hat keine gute Hand. Aber Ass Bube, denke, dass hier Selvo 10 mit Ass Bube von Karo hier callen wird. Er hat dann auch zwar nur noch etwas mehr als 4 Big Blinds, aber das ist auf jeden Fall, das ist ein Call. Ja, hat nochmal erst eine Timebank, eine Zeitkarte geopfert. Braucht noch weitere 30 Sekunden. Oh, und er entsorgt das Bube. Das ist auf jeden Fall schon mal eine gute Nachricht für Marcel. Aber jetzt Roger Heim aus der Schweiz mit dem Sechser-Pärchen. Auch er nicht mehr super viele Chips vor sich. Also knapp 7 Big Blinds. Ja, Pocket 6er da. Auch er opfert eine Zeitkarte. Ja, Marcel. Oh, er legt auch die Sechser weg und der Move.
I guess I made a very bad laydown, but I see it probably later. It was under the gun. And so, as I told you, the balls were screaming, call that guy. But then the brain started to interrupt my balls. And that was a mistake, you know. I probably should have called that guy, and I'm pretty sure I made a bad decision. But it's okay. Sometimes you do bad decisions, sometimes you make good decisions. That's poker. That's the game.
So, wir haben eine neue Line-Up jetzt hier. Ein anderer Tisch, der vorher außen saß, ist jetzt hier an den TV-Tisch gesetzt worden. Aber den einen oder anderen kennen wir bereits. Zum Beispiel Massimo Vitoli, der hier mit 2 Big Blinds unterwegs ist. 320.000 All-In. Und Thomas Hart mit Ass 3 hat er auf 500.000 geraced. Und Nono 01. All-in mit 1,3 Millionen. So, Massimo ist All-in. Thomas müsste jetzt noch ordentlich nachbringen, aber er passt auf 500.000 Chips, die er da investiert.
Ich habe 1,2 irgendwas.
Ja, ich habe 4 Speckrunden mit 4 bis 600.000.
Ja, ja. Nein, ich habe es gesehen.
Etwas.
Welcome back, everyone. Going to be fairly tight at this point. Everyone looking to make the final table of 8. However, Mr. Lunario, who was racing earlier with 9, 10 and 8, 9, has got a suited ace. Has raced to 180. However, Chiba all in 1.9 million with queens. Going to take a lot to call with ace 9 suited. An immediate fold, well played.
Queens.
Got maximum respect there. Great timing to pick up a premium hand when you have a raise in front of you.
Okay, best of the flat.
One raise, 160.
Interesting hand here. Emerging. Pair of threes is raised. How will Maliki come back? Will he re-raise? Just decided to call. See a flop. Getting a cheap price, but Queen 3 is not really a hand to get too involved with, I don't think.
One bet, 250.
Pair of sevens in decent position here. Just one overcard on board. Maliki not going to be bullied here by the bigger stack of MS.
One bet, roller.
Wow, what a play. All in and far, great play here by seat one. Not showing, putting maximum pressure on. That's a superb bit of poker. Very well played.
Nein, gar nicht. Voll in den Poker. Das ist wieder Flasch gespielt. Schau am Fernsehen, weiß es nicht.
Two pass, three pass. Five pass. Six pass. Seven pass. Eight raise all in.
Push all in with the ace-8 by Rossi.
290.
I don't think we'll see a call from MS. Can't use his skill there, which was certainly evident in the last hand. Played the last hand really well. He was behind with the threes, and he just made it impossible for his opponent to call by pushing on the turn. And even if the opponent has top pair kicker, it's a very hard call. It's excellent play. Not just looking at the final table here, he's looking towards winning this event and picking up a total of 58,000 Swiss francs and a WPT seat. Trying to find out when that is.
Five raise all in.
So the buy-in is in September the 6th to the 11th, and the buy-in is 1,100 Swiss francs, so just under 1,100 euros. WPT Prime. This time, MGMA picking up another pair whilst being very short. Chiba may well call him though. It's only 400,000. Could see a call with the ace-8, and then the kings are at risk. Any ace will win. Any diamonds. Getting a full count. But when he realizes that it is literally 5 big blinds, I think he may well call. He may shove to isolate, but may well be interested in this with a suited ace. Does have players behind him though, and that's the reason he folded.
395.
Probably a good thing. But when we get round to the small and big blind, any kind of hand here, small blind folds. What's the big blind got? 7-6 suited. Wow. Okay. Not an automatic fold there. 4 big blinds with 7-6 suited. Might be worth a gamble, my friend. But we all play differently.
One raise, 200. 2 pass. 3 pass.
This time MS raising with his stack, 7-6 suited. Perfectly good hand to use your stack with. Can't see Graf going anywhere with a 5-3 offsuit. And he gets that through. Picks up the blinds, which is now 200,000. So not insignificant. Still 14 left. Playing down to 8.
Raise, 175. 8 plus.
Decent raising hand there. Ace Jack suited. And so MS doesn't want to call a nit a flush. I think he has called. Now Lenario with a difficult decision. Does he push here with the 7s? If he does, he may well get it through. Don't know whether the ace jack will call, and certainly the 5-6 will fold. So this is bit make or break, son. What are you going to do? He's not been scared of putting his chips in before. I think we're seeing an all-in. Didn't even do the all-in. Just held a few chips back and made a big raise. Nice style. Back to the original raiser with the ace jack.
650.
Only going to cost him 225 to call. Don't think he's going to fold, but he could. He might feel he's up against a bigger ace. on a large 3-bet up to 615, but he only has 260 behind. How does Chiba want to play this? It's a total of just under half his stack. That's the issue he's got. I would think if there's a call, MS would probably fold. And in fact, he may even fold to the 3-bet if Chiba folds. Tough spot. Ace-Jack, very solid fold. And we will see a fold from the 6-5. The only hand that we call there was the Ace-Jack suited. There's a flip against the 7s, but well played, Mr. Lunario. Nice raising hand, King Queen suited. Under the gun. Anyone with a good ace will look him up or re-raise, but it's a good starting hand to raise with. So far, no one's got anything to defend with. Pretty good flop for King Queen. Got a straight flush draw and the overcards. Unfortunately for Chiba, he's got a diamond draw and may not realise that his diamonds are a big dog. So he does not want to hit a diamond. I'm sure Mr. Arossi wants him to hit a diamond, but 5-3 of diamonds does not want to hit. Well, luckily he didn't, so I don't think either player will lose many more chips here. Probably will be checked down.
Das andere Level geht über 4, und mal 4 spielt man meistens nicht fertig. Ja. Ace-7 suited raise. So far no one has any kind of hand to defend with. I don't think Mr. Arossi will be defending with this hand. Just buying a bit of time. No one likes to show weakness, so they just spend that little bit of time showing they're thinking about it, have a decision to make. Very common in poker. I must admit, I've played so long, I just tend to, if I haven't got a hand to call or to think about, I tend to just fold it and get on with the next hand. Good for the psyche.
2 raise all in. 3 pass.
All out. All in, all out.
5 pass. 6 pass.
505.
Chips, please. $505,000.
Call.
7 call.
Interesting hand brewing here. King 9 all in from Maliki. Shiba has called with the Queen Jack suited. MS probably refolding the 8-5 suited. And we go to the races. King 9 against Queen Jack suited. If either player hits their card, it might help the other player. One of those tricky, close scenarios. But the king is ahead at this point. He is at risk, Mr. Maliki. He's gone down to 500,000. Was at 2 million at one point. Up and down for Maliki with the King 9 and a gut shot with the Queen Jack. So the Jack is no good for Shiba because it will make a straight for Maliki. And the King holds and doubles up against Shiba. Excellent.
Eerste Mal, wo ich alle bin, weißt du?
Kurz bevor wir jetzt Nein, das ist in Ordnung. Komm, Mensch, zahlt der. Alles gut. Kann ich nicht bellen, will ich sehen.
Ace-4 suited, under 10 big blinds. Definitely shove worthy. And he does shove. Ace-5 thinking about calling and is ahead. If he does, he seems to know his way around the poker table, but no, still decides to fold. It's just too tricky to call with Ace-5. So the raise gets through. So 2 or 3 short stacks on this table. I'm sure we will see one go soon. Blinds are punishing 40-80 with an 80 ante, 200,000 in before we even start. So we've got the 7-3 against the Queen 2. The Queen is now the nuts. Unfortunately, the 7 for Mr. Maliki also makes a straight. So could be in trouble here. We can see here that Mr. Lenorio has the tick, which means he has the better hand, but he may not win the pot. If Maliki shoves over the top, it's a tricky call with the top straight. The board is paired. Wow, what a fold. Big fold there. Very well played, Mr. Maliki. Very well played.
Eigenlijk moesten die 100 die meer aan opvallen. Eigenlijk. Goed te vol.
Ja, dan moet je voor je kunnen.
Het boek is een aces, kings, nonsense.
Six plus. 7 plus.
Van de race zullen ze
8 plus. 1 raise. 1 6. We go.
Looks like we've got a push with the sixes from Lenorio, putting a lot of pressure on the other players. Ace 5 and Jack 10 suited. The Ace 5 will be folding, although he has got them both covered. Ace 5 folding, and now the Jack 10. It's basically all in for him. It's whether or not he likes this kind of hand. I do like a Jack 10 suited. He's in better shape than he probably realizes. There's no overcards, just a pair that's under. Pretty 50-50. Wow. And he folds. Well done, Lenorio. Made some very nice plays with hands and without hands on this feature table here at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein, middle of Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, very much in the middle of Europe, and attracts poker players from all around Central Europe. Lenario with a wry smile to himself. He's got the 8-9 on the button. Does he want to raise with it? With the risk that the shorter stack could come over the top if they have a hand. That's your problem here. Always got to know how much your opposition have, and probably a wise decision. Don't have to have a hand, but in this case, Mr. Graf does have a hand. MGMA in real trouble. He's on the big blind already and only has 235 behind. Mathematically, he should be calling this because he knows his 3-4 is live. He cannot wait another hand because he won't have another hand just about. He's only got 235,000, which is under 3 big blinds. He had a shout there with the 3-4. If he hits, he wins. Obviously, he's out if he loses, but it doesn't really make much difference. When you're that short, you need to double up and double up again.
Ja, wahrscheinlich, wenn ich auch nicht mehr Stuhl abdecke. Ja, ich zahle, weißt du, zum Schluss. Wenn Race, dann muss ich auch von uns zahlen. Aber lieber so, siehst du? Ja, ich hätte es schon im Call genommen. Geht was? Ja. One plus. Three plus. Schöner Big Blind. Was ist Big Blind? Aus 2. Aus 2. Schöner Big Blind. Schöner Big Blind. Bomber. Wichtig ist, wie genau das Geld ist. Gut, ist jetzt verdoppeln wir sicher.
King Jack suited, raising here. Mr. Arossi with the 8-2 suited. Decides to fold. Good. Nice little pot there for Sheba.
5 plus. 6 colony.
Klar, wo bin ich reingelaufen? Hier? Hast du wieder die Möglichkeit, zu mir rauszurühren? Das zweite Mal.
Das war beim ersten Mal besser.
Das ist immerhin nicht.
Immerhin, aber nicht immer.
710.
710.
Aber es tut ihm nicht weh. Das auslegst du.
Ich hoffe, ich komme nicht mehr.
Ja, wie?
710.
MGMA under it with the ace queen. Kings are all in. No choice but to get it all in. I think the mistake he made was the 3-4. Even if he wins this pot, not calling with the 3-4, he's getting great value for 2 live cards when he only had 3 big blinds. He's now got even less. So 2.5 big blinds, and he needs to hit an ace. And that king, without another high card, does virtually end his tournament. Well played. Did well to keep fighting from a very, very short stack most of the feature table.
It open streaming 6.
Schade, dass ich nicht mehr bekomme. Wenn schon mal so weißt.
Ja, bei dem Flop hätten alle callen dürfen. Ne?
I have ace. So he's dead.
Five plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 1 call.
Check.
2 check.
Open 9 sign.
One bet.
Ja, 900 kann ich schon. Ich glaube, oder nein, 700. Jetzt 3,6.
Two call.
Okay, 3.
One bet. 240.
Mineral mit.
All in. One bet all in.
RS playing some very good strong poker. Feels his 8 is winning and puts maximum pressure on Maliki. Good play. Definitely on the upward spiral. Man with the glasses and the shiny head.
Espresso. Kann jede Hand vorbei sein. Aber schnell bitte, ja?
Heide, heide. Ja, nein, logisch. Ja, kann man das so machen, weißt du,
ja, schon. Die Idee ist nicht schlecht, weißt du.
Klar, wenn sie natürlich Konterbrühe hat, oder?
We're down to 6 left on each table, 12 players playing for a final table and a shot at 58,000 Swiss francs plus a 1,100 Swiss franc seat in the WPT Liechtenstein coming up in September. So Sheba with a nice pair of 10s, raises to 250. Folds coming round. Unless one of the blinds has a big hand. Big blind 5-2 suited. Well, it's an interesting hand, but probably wise to fold.
Flight drop from the SPD Masters. Day2, 50,000, 100,000, big winner to 100,000. This will be the last level for today. 15 minutes left. We are going to call the last 2, 3, or 4 hands.
Now the blinds are now up. Tournament director has just announced that this is the last level of the day. 50k 100, so already 250k in the pot. A lot of money. Makes everyone's play usually fairly conservative at this point. People don't want to go out on draws or speculations so much. So everything comes a little tighter. Everyone wants to make that final table. Maliki making a move with the 10-2. Will Graf look him up with an ace-7? Looks like he's counting it out. There's still not a lot in it. It's 70-30. Maliki will show his hand of 10-2 offsuit. The Doyle Brunson hand that helped him win not just one but 2 World Championships back in the day. Let's see how it works for Mr. Maliki.
Ja, 2 schon. So. Oh ja, stimmt. Sorry. Viel Spaß. Okay. Review? Ah, ja,
Ich habe nie dazu, ja.
There we see the ace-7. Nice double up there for Mr. Graf, and we lose a player. We are down to 12. Actually, I think we're down to 11.
Wie viel Stück ungefähr? 1,5 Millionen circa.
Ja.
1,5 so.
1,5, ja.
Wenn er 500 hat,
Nein,
dann habe ich ungefähr
ja,
1,5.
logisch, im Moment, ja, klar natürlich. Aber ich habe nicht genau mitgehakt, die 25.
Ja, ich muss ein paar small blind. 8 pass. One pass. Three raise.
Ace 2 on the button, making a raise. Not too much to get him into trouble, but enough to say he has a decent hand, or at least to put off people with semi-decent hands. Takes that down.
One pass. Three pass.
Mr. Lenario folding the 7-5 suited. Graf folding the King 7. We are down to the blinds. Sheba 10-2 suited. Decides against it. Up against Jack 9. It's one of the first walks we've seen. Not seen any, as far as I remember, or many, the whole day.
Three pass. Five pass.
With the blinds at this level, it's very difficult to be too creative. If you have a good hand, get it in. And if you don't, so playing the kind of 9-7 suited, 9-8 suited, it's much trickier at this point in the tournament. MS in seat 1 has made the most progress since we had this redrawn feature table. Played very well. Great move with the 3s against the 7s, representing a much bigger hand than he had, and feeling that whatever hand his opposition had, they would fold, and he was quite right. 5 on this feature table, 6 on the outer table. Nice ace king for Mr. Graf. So he's got 1.5 million. He just doubled up. It's still only 15 big blinds. So it's less than you think. But he certainly has the ability just to raise here without having to shove.
Five raise all in.
He has gone all in. And now Chiba is seriously thinking what he does with his ace-8 suited. Could be in a lot of trouble if he goes all in. He's just covered by his neighbour.
1,465,000. Seven pass.
Nein, nicht zahlen.
Hat ja eine der allerbesten Hände.
Sogar.
Ja, deswegen wollte ich nicht nur raisen und dann 3.
Nein, logisch.
Nice and tight, everyone. No one stepping out of line at the moment.
Ja, ja, ja. Manchmal sehr verlockend.
Ja, dann machst du ein bisschen einen Race, dann gehen 2 mit oder so. Ne?
Ja, eben. Dann hast du 1,2 Millionen weniger. Als Beispiel, oder?
Big round. Pass. Okay, pass. Pass.
Mr. Nonario going to make a play with the 8-3. He certainly is. Little does he know that his 7-4 is almost favourite. It's connected and suited. 60-40. And 8-3 really isn't a hand. Is he just calling or is he raising? The 8 has actually hit, and Nonario will probably follow through and make a C bet.
145.
And to be honest, if he has any of that, 7-4 is in trouble. He wants to play back because he doesn't really believe he's hit that flop. Well, not sufficiently anyway. Mr. Kraft may find a better spot to... he took a punt with the 7-4 suited and hasn't hit, so just has to give that one up. And he was behind. Nice play again by seat 2, who has had to box clever throughout this feature table. He was low stacked more than once and has had to fight his way back very effectively.
Trace all in. Pass. Okay, pass.
All in with ace-jack suited. Gonna take a big hand to call him with. And no one did.
Darfst. Alles gut. Ich freue mich jetzt nachher mit dem Hund laufen, wenn ich heimkomme.
Ja, ich
um
auch.
12 Uhr hocke ich da.
Ach schon?
Ja,
Ich kann einen Kollegen müssen schicken, macht die, der mit dem Hund rausgeht. Das ist aber eigentlich blöd im Hotel, muss ich schon mit meinen gehen.
Ach schon?
Ja gut, kannst Late Checkout machen.
Die Antrage gleich mal.
Ja, geht, geht.
One pass.
Attractive looking suited ace. Lunario raising. Decent stack behind him, 2.5 million. Mr. Garth will probably get out the way with this hand. He's not to know it's dominated. I think in the end he will fold. Is Rossi going to defend with his 8-7 here? Getting 4-1 on his money, but nope. So the ace-5 raise gets through. Well played. Big hand here for Mr. Graf. Queens. He does need someone to have a big enough hand to call him. And Jack X and Queen X are not those hands. Has MS got one? 1.2 million to call. Under half his stack. Looks like. Yeah,
1,345,000. One call.
Would say a classic race, but sevens against queens is not a classic race. So we should see a double up here for the queens. Graf is the player at risk, 1.3 million. And MS covers him. Any hope on the flop? Let's have a look. Well, it's pretty good for queens. Not that bad for sevens either, unless you're up against an overpair. Oh, that makes it interesting. So up and down with the 7. Not just sevens now. Any jack. Only 6.
Very bad.
Never easy. Always a sweat.
Ja, da hast du auch nicht gerechnet. Du denkst so, was, irgendein Scheiß.
$1,345,000.
30?
Wait. So this is a million. 1 million.
There's our chip count on this table. Pretty close, really. 28, 27 big blinds and a couple in the middle. and only cheaper on 11 big blinds. But anyone really under 15 or under big blinds is still at risk as we claw our way to the final 8 final table, which will start tomorrow. Final stages, getting late for all of us. Nearly 4 a.m. local time.
So, back to life.
Casino staff doing well. There is our prize pool. Payouts 58,000 down to 6,500 for 8th. Those will be our final 8 and 3 to go until we get to that point.
One raise 200.
Raise with a Jack 9. And now Lenario wondering how to play his Ace 10 suited. Pretty strong 5-handed. As the players get less, the value of your hand goes up. So 5-handed and Ace 10 suited is almost like an Ace Queen if you were on a full table. And that's a great raise. And MS will be folding. So very well played. Great instincts Lenario has. Really is. He's made some excellently timed moves when he's had to.
Ganz schön, ja. Ich sitze noch bei dem Fernseher. Genau. Beim Wasserbein.
Blinds 50, 100 with 100 ante. Ace 8 suited. That's a shoving hand with that stack.
8 raise 220.
Oh, he's going to play it cute. Representing an even stronger hand by just raising. I like this. Nice play. Makes it much more difficult to know where you are for the other players. Might get some action from Ace 7. Finding out how much he's got. He's got about $1 million behind, my friend. A third of your stack. Still big decision, though, for a third of the stack. Good fold. And a small addition to the short stack.
Ja, 1 Minute und dann die letzte. Ich habe gesagt, die letzten 15 Minuten.
Das Level war jetzt aber schnell, war das 40 Minuten?
Ja, ja.
Wirklich, ging schnell vorbei.
Ja, ich habe die letzten aber immer gewusst, 10 oder 15 Minuten. Grau 10 Minuten sind.
Die Regel ist immer mit 10 Stopp.
Ja.
Aber vielleicht machen sie es
I don't know.
Wir werden es sehen. Entweder in 1 Minute oder in 6 Minuten.
Ganz genau.
Ey, pass. Pass.
Ja, eigentlich hätte jetzt muss ich eigentlich jetzt.
Leader of the main event.
He raised 305.
And stop the game, please. So we are gonna go for the last 2, 3 or 4 hands for today.
Was? 3, 4 oder 5?
2, 3 oder 4.
2, 3 oder 4.
I think I just heard the TD say this would be the last 4 hands. So we may not play down to 8. It may be 10 or 11 left. And then they will play a bit earlier tomorrow before the final table to get to our final 8. Blinds are fairly punishing though, and any kind of big hand will certainly put 1 or 2 players at risk. So here we are dealing the final, I think it's final 4 hands. Very aggressive from MS. Season A7 goes all in. Is anyone gonna wake up with a big hand? I like this play. Chances are no one has a big hand. Reality of 5-handed poker. No one has a hand they can actually call with, so it's a really positive, aggressive play by MS. First to call, first to play, very good.
This is the last hand for today.
Last time, no?
Yep.
So, keine Scheiße jetzt mehr.
Three pass. 5 pass. Seven raise all in.
How much?
Pass.
940.
Yeah. 925.
Call.
1 call.
Daimler. Super. Dann haben wir noch eins auch noch.
We have an all-in and a call. King 8 by the aggressive MS in seat 1. And it looks like Chiba has called with King 10. They may be waiting for hand here. King 10 ahead at the moment. Will we see a double up and a double down by MS? Certainly played very aggressive poker. King 8 not looking too good here. Really needs to spike an 8 or a 3 or a 6 to counterfeit. Nope. So double up for Chiba with the King 10 and the King 8.
Wir zeigen Ihnen mit, dass unser Casino 30 Minuten vor heute schließt. Morgen öffnet das Krankenhaus Liechtenstein für Sie um 11 Uhr mit seinem Automatenbereich. Um 15 Uhr beginnt unsere Live-Game mit American Roulette, Blackjack und mit Texas Hold'em. Um 17 Uhr öffnet unsere Portion mit Overshots. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und Ihren Besuch. Bis zum nächsten Mal, Ihr Gran Casino Liechtenstein.
Dobbiamo imbustare anche noi qua. Mister, imbustiamo anche noi qua.
Un secondo.
Sì, sì, tranquillo.
Imbustiamo cosa?
I
gettoni?
Sì.
Giusto.
Con imbustato.
E che cazzo?
A big double up there.
Antonio.
So bitte Vorname, Nachname, Count, Nationalität und Button war?
Small blind.
Adesso lui.
Lieber small blind.
Okay, the next is...
Nee. Ich bin jetzt big blind.
No, it's correct. It's here.
Ja.
Say act.
Ja, adesso sono big blind. Lui prima era big blind.
Io ho pagato la grande e la più piccolo.
Lei mi imposta anche il bottone, così domani ci ricordiamo sicuro.
Devo mettere il dealer?
Lei mette anche il bottone.
Ah, dentro?
Sì, dentro la busta.
Il time bank anche dentro.
So basically, everyone is
C'ho ragione o no?
Starto dal bottone.
Ho capito, ma domani sarà ridro un'altra volta?
No.
Ah no, giochiamo proprio
Come
così.
fa ad essere ridro se siamo 5 e 6?
C'hai ragione, sì.
Il ridro è al tavolo finale. Cioè non è ridro al tavolo finale.
Scusa, vedi, è troppo tardi.
No, vai,
io
sta
devo
sereno.
andare a casa. Sono rotti i coglioni qua.
Можно быстро? Mama. Datum, weißt du für Datum? Alle 6 domani.
Nein, ich hab den Duxchen.
Morgen um 18 Uhr, alle 6.
Sì, 3-1.
Morgen um 18 Uhr. 18 Uhr, ja bitte.
Buono.
Buona, metti qua dentro, amico.
Danno 3 milioni.
So, das mich los, jetzt soll es fahren, sorry. 3-1. 3 milioni e 1.
Non può mai pagare però quello. Ma pagato.
Adesso ci preoccupo come sta.
Io te lo faccio.
Sono 3 milioni per polvere. No, alla fine. Ma che c'è questo per farmi percepire
I think so. I broke my one.
Full average, 3 milioni.
I don't know.
Nervous to see you. Antonio!
Andiamo ragazzi.
Andiamo, dai.
Ciao ragazzi. Hey, good night.
Hey, good night.
Vergesst das Handy.
Me la porti un'altra che è la strappata.
Sorry. Die haben ihn auch nicht können öffnen.
Ich hätte eigentlich noch gerne ein Foto davon gemacht, aber ich habe ja kein Handy. Es war jetzt noch ein schöner Aufdoppler.
Ja.
Aber da war ein bisschen Tilt. Ja, es war schon ein... Noch nicht cool.
Wie sagst du, dort ihr die Tächter gesehen, wo ihr zwei alle sind? Wo ich nicht mit bin, wo ich gegangen bin.
Lì sulla busta anche il
Du.
Da habe ich gesponnen.
Sulla busta qua.
Aber ich bin noch dabei.
Absolut.
Wie viel hast du noch?
500.
Ja, da war ich auch schon.
Nee, ich habe wirklich berechnet, dachte alles gut, auch gegen dich und so. Muss das halt nicht sein. Gute Nacht, bis morgen.
Gute Nacht, bis morgen.
Please, so?
Yes. No, no, no. You broke again.
Okay, thank you very much.
You understand? If you wanna say.
Sorry? And